Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interest.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Yeah!
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Cheeto.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Could you tell that?
It's science.
Not a one reality.
Come on!
I see that you know your judo well.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
What?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
Your name, please?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Winter is coming.
I did everything right and they indicted me. China? China. Have to have no China.
Give me a joke.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Illegal.
Are you not entertained?
Oh shit, look what I did. Well, take two. I was talking, but I was muted. What was I saying? Oh yeah, here we are, somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know where I am in space-time anymore. Perhaps we'll find our way back to reality somewhere during this stream. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, Space Fam, so better buckle up. These flights through the abyss are often dangerous and filled with turbulence. Okay, let's see, who do we got here? Aaron W. first, Disco Wolf second, and Charlie Jinmir third. Sorry, I can't even speak right now. Atticus Among Us, the close fourth. May Wormy, I see you in chat as well. Moen Noep. Pitchforks Dragon. Bob Carmody. Mrs. Jen's Cats. Scared Crow. Atticus Among Us. Pitchfork's Dope Daughter. Nightbot is even here. Christopher DeBlante. So Life. And My Dogs Are Goth. Hermit Horologist. My chat is loading slow. Pitchforks Dragon. Did I miss anyone? I hope not. I hope not. Either way, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day and or night. About to ruin it with some valuetainment. Should we start off with this? I mean, it's still technically Lunar New Year celebrations. So, you know what? We'll watch a little bit. I had this in here because I was planning to do a stream on New Year's Day. And I screwed you all. And that's my fault. For that, I'm very sorry. So let's peep here, see what happened in New York City.
Because in order a wonderful event like this, we need a lot of support, okay? Many of these honor VIP, they are from the public elect official, like the captain from the 5th PC, and all the senator or the board president, the Buccaneers Association always support us. Ken from the Buccaneers Association.
Hold on, I'm gonna go to the. I think there's the actual parade starts. Where does it start? I think it starts around here or something like that. Sorry, I didn't watch the whole thing. Oh god, what have I done? And now, whoa, now it's hit 2x. There we go, fixed it. This is the actual parade. I think. Nope, I was wrong. Is it lagging? Why is it? I see it now too. I see it now too. I don't know what is going on. I hate that. I hate that for us. No, I'm seeing. I see. I see what you see. Please stand by. Okay, I think we're good. It looks like it's running fine. Alright, alright. Let's try this again. The narration is hilarious. Okay. Alright. Gonna keep it moving. Just figured we would tune in to some Lunar New Year's celebration since I missed the New Year's Day. Technically goes for 2 weeks, so I think that I have breathing room on all that. Alright. I just figured we'd start off with something that was not sad or horrifying or any of those, the combination of the two. Because we're just gonna go straight into that now. Oh, God. Yeah, before we actually talk, I don't know, everything politics, let's look at two things that are probably, well, they're still political, probably, but were untied to the news of the day. They didn't really get a lot of focus. Probably because of all the other shit, the freaking the fire hose of news that's been coming in. Let's start off here in Middle Tennessee, where everything is going fine.
What you talking about?
Hush.
I'm curious, why Nashville? Why did you guys choose Nashville?
From groups like the neo-Nazi Goyim Defense League, who brought chaos to the streets of Nashville last summer, to the notorious Blood Tribe that paraded down our streets, these have been the faces of hate confronting our state and our community. Now we're seeing the young men radicalized by that hate. The shooter at Nashville's Antioch High School, 17-year-old Solomon Henderson, left behind a manifesto making it clear that he had come to hate Jews, immigrants, even his own race. Here, Henderson posed in a T-shirt for a neo-Nazi band, and here he displayed an image of Adolf Hitler. The first entry in his diary included a photo of notorious Columbine killer Eric Harris with a caption, "I'm burning with hate. Hate will change the world." 284 pages later in the same diary, one of his last entries linked to an obscure website that reported the arrest of another Tennessee teen who also dreamed of mass murder. Buried.
So yeah, as you can see, everything is totally fine in Tennessee right now. And by totally fine, I mean batshit crazy. But what part of our country is not touched by the crazy right now? Certainly not LA. And this next one's for reasons you're probably not even guessing.
And we begin the 10 o'clock hour with some breaking news out of the South LA neighborhood of Athens. Deputies have responded to a bomb threat at Stella High Charter Academy. Rich Prickett is in Sky 5 HD over the scene. Rich, good morning.
Frank, good morning. You see sheriff deputies still here on the campus surveying, looking for any evidence of the bomb threat that had come into the campus here. We're still unclear as to how they received that bomb notification, but they have placed the school on lockdown. So it's a cluster of schools that are on the campus of Los Angeles Southwest College, and primarily they're looking around Stella High School Charter Academy as well as Middle College High School. They have evacuated students here onto the football field, which you can see here, and they are basically just awaiting for clearance from the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department to be able to return back to class. But
well, there you go. From one side of the country to the other. Great stuff happening. Holy shit. Bomb threat. Nazis. Mass shootings at schools. It's just, you know, what a country. Alright, now let's just dive right in. Let's talk about this. Associated Press do us the honor of telling what the difference is between covering Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
How did that work out?
One of the questions we get the most as White House reporters is, what is the difference between covering President Trump and President Biden? One of the first and most obvious changes is how often President Trump speaks to the media.
And it'd be nice to end that war. It's a ridiculous war.
North Carolina's been treated very badly, so we're stopping there. This is probably one of the best examples of it not working.
We're hearing from him several times a day sometimes. For example, on Friday, he spoke to the press when he left the White House to fly to North Carolina. He spoke to the press when he landed in North Carolina. He spoke to the press 2 more times in North Carolina.
Immediately,
and then,
if not
again,
sooner.
when he was in California, visiting a wildfire site out there. This is a type of pace that we're coming to expect from President Trump, and it's a communication strategy. It gives him an opportunity.
It's the fire hose of shit.
To drive media coverage by telling his own story about what's happening in the White House, and it's sort of overwhelming his political opponents. Democrats who are out of power in Washington are struggling to figure out how to come back at him and find ways to oppose his initiatives when he's really flooding Washington with all these proposals and all these statements. Some of the president's statements can be incredibly impactful. He was on Air Force One just a few days ago, and he offhandedly said that Palestinians in Gaza should be moved out to other countries.
He said it with literally zero remorse. Like he was just, you know, suggesting somebody buy another house down the block. Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, that was the AP trying to explain to us their difficult job of covering Donald Trump. He's always saying things about stuff, unlike Joe. All right. Let's see. Let's go to one of my least favorite NBCs. It's not number one least favorite, of course. CNBC is number one worst. But they had on a guest who I thought we should listen to.
The Trump administration froze federal funding this week. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont warned the order is a dangerous move towards authoritarianism, writing, "If President Trump wants to change our nation's laws, he has a right to ask Congress to change them. He does not have the right to violate the United States Constitution.
Illegal.
He is not a king." Senator Bernie Sanders, independent of Vermont, joins me now. Senator, it's striking to me that members of your august body, who say whatever you want about them, generally like their own power, would willingly move.
He's back to the SE.
To confirm a man in Russell Vogt who's before the Budget Committee.
I didn't even notice it until now, but he's back to the SE cup glasses again.
To head OMB, when it is the position of that individual that the president has every right to completely bypass the Senate and the Budget Committee on matters of spending. What do you think is going to happen here?
I think everything being equal, Vogt is going to win. I suspect virtually all Democrats will vote against him. I think all Republicans will vote for him. What Raphael Warnock was just talking about a moment ago about the devastating cuts to programs that working families, low-income people need is absolutely correct. And I'm glad that we fought back and, for the moment at least, we have managed to get that freeze rescinded. But the key point here is that what Trump did is illegal and unconstitutional. The power of the purse rests with Congress, your point, and not with the executive. The founding fathers were pretty smart about that. They divided up the power. But I'll tell you something, when you talk about authoritarianism, Chris, it is not only Vogt and the power of the OMB and what Trump is doing, it is also, I'm sure you have noticed, his lawsuits against the media when they do things that he's not happy with. So you got a suit against ABC, you got a suit against the Des Moines Register, you got Meta apparently gave him $25 million today. So what goes on, if you say something tomorrow that Trump doesn't like, maybe he will sue NBC. And maybe your bosses will say, hey, Chris, you got to calm it down a little bit. We can't afford $50 million to Trump. So this is a real movement toward authoritarianism. And when you add on top of that the movement toward oligarchy, three richest guys in America standing beside Trump at its inauguration, we got a lot of problems facing our country right now.
I just want to note, since you brought it up, one thing that has been amazing to me is all of the encouragement we've gotten from the folks here that run this news organization that we're going to do what we do under the First Amendment, fairly and precisely, with neither fear or favor. And I'm confident in that. I really am. And I think your point about the suing is wild. I want to actually stay on that for one moment. I don't think we've ever.
Okay, now we're gonna not listen to everything Chris Hayes has to say. I gotta say, the glasses, they're just not doing it for me, But he's really leaning into it.
A lot of votes. And a number of Republicans won by a small margin in Democratic districts. They are susceptible to citizen outrage. So get on the phone. If you see these guys doing something like wanting to give huge tax breaks to billionaires while they cut Medicare, if they want to go drill, baby, drill while we have been facing an existential threat of climate change, if they want to deport 20 million people in this country, stand up, fight back. We can beat them. So let's not act in a hopeless way. Oh, my God, we can't do anything. We can. Longer term, obviously, we need to do what the Democratic Party has not done, has become the party of the working class, develop a strong grassroots movement with labor unions, with young people, with people of color, and organize and fight back. The progressive agenda, and I say this over and over again, is the people's agenda. It is wildly popular. People understand the current healthcare system is broken. They want universal healthcare. Healthcare is a human right. They want to raise the starvation minimum wage.
Can I ask?
Chris Hayes got to interject in the middle of Bernie saying all the right stuff. Okay, thanks, Chris. Great interview. By the way, actual thank you, not sarcastic thank you, to Aaron W. Not only for celebrating, I saw the 1 month and your change in badge color, although I've been considering changing how I do the badges because I've noticed, it's very small. I don't know if it's gonna, maybe I'll leave it colors. I don't know. I've been working on things here in the background. I have been considering changing the badges to make it more noticeable. when you get like an extra whatever, a new badge. But I saw the new badge and your celebration. I also saw your gifted membership to, who was it? Cheetah Man. Cheetah Man was gifted a galactic membership. All right. Yeah, it's about time somebody starts listening to Bernie rather than interrupting him and all that stuff. But I'm gonna interrupt all of that with talking about this DEI plane crash. Was it caused by DEI or something else? Start off here with the footage of the actual collision.
This is the moment a regional passenger jet carrying 64 people collided mid-air with an army helicopter near Washington, D.C. The two aircraft plunged into the icy waters of the Potomac River, prompting a massive search and rescue operation. But despite the rescue crew's best efforts, all of the passengers are feared dead, making it the deadliest U.S. air crash in nearly 24 years.
We are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident.
Officials said flight conditions were clear as the jet coming from Wichita, Kansas was making a routine landing when the helicopter flew into its path. The crash occurred in some of the most tightly controlled and monitored airspace in the world, just over 3 miles south of the White House and the US Capitol. Passengers on the flight included a group of figure skaters, including 2 Russian champions, their coaches and family members who were returning from a development camp in Wichita.
Just a horrifying story. You know, happened in the early hours of the morning, if I recall correctly, and you know, what a thing. I mean, I think a lot of people woke up to this news. Incredibly disturbing. People were asking themselves, who is there to blame? Before we ask ourselves or attempt to answer that question, let's talk a little bit more about this, the aftermath of this.
How does something like this happen in 2025?
And I got to tell you, I think the focus immediately is going to be on air traffic control. Were they watching both of these aircraft? Did they see anything out of the ordinary? Did the pilots notice each other? Were they operating on the same radio channel? They should have been. There's an awful lot here that we still don't have the details on, and that they're going to be trying to get more details going forward. I will tell you that this is very busy airspace. It's not as busy as New York in that you don't have so many commercial aircraft coming in and out, but you've got an awful lot of military helicopters going in and out of that air base right across the river. The Joint Base Anacostia. They run an awful lot of Marine One for the president and other diplomatic missions in and out of that Marine base right across the river. You've got Coast Guard operations, and then, of course, you've got the civil aviation, the commercial aviation. And planes are not allowed to fly over Washington, D.C. That really creates this tunnel effect, I should say, channeling air traffic in a very close corridor into Reagan Airport. You're either going to come in on runway 1 or runway 33. And runway 1 is, in fact, the busiest airport in America. You talked about the river water and how cold it's been here. 35 degrees is the temperature in that water, and it's now roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes since this crash. And so there is great concern about the survivability of those passengers that are in the water.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even clear if anybody survived that far. I mean, the explosion that you saw, it's pretty big.
We are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident. And we have recovered 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter.
Last night, if you live in the D.C. area, you would know that this was a clear night last night. The helicopter was in a standard pattern. If you live in the DC area, you'll see helicopters up and down the river. This flight pattern is seen oftentimes when you live in DC. This was a standard flight pattern last night as well. The American airline flight coming into land was in a standard flight pattern as it was coming into DCA. So this was not unusual with a military aircraft flying the river and aircraft landing at DCA.
Well, there you go. That's, I think, pretty much all the details necessary. I mean, they have collected a flight recorder at this point, but oh, you all have a bunch of likes and you want emotional support characters. Okay, I guess we could do that too. Hold on. Go to the GCEU for some support. Okay. What are 7 and 18 or something like that? 8 and 18? I can't remember. God damn it. Okay. So, you know, you heard all of that information. I just went to the wrong place. Unlikely any survivors. They've been searching the Potomac for a while now, trying to find those either bodies or survivors, and they did recover much of the debris, or are attempting to right now as well, from the plane, but almost immediately after the crash,
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump came out to do some stuff. Let's see what he had to say and or do.
I'd like to request a moment of silence for the victims and their families, please. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine?
Are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality.
I forgot to put brain power? Really? Okay. That is fascinating. We need to do testing for the whole White House immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
By brain power, you have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by
psychological quality. We just need more psychological quality from the guy who poops and tweets at the same time. Actually, I don't tweet anymore. I don't tweet. I just truth. Only truth. Top notch.
And went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense. Okay.
What?
It's science.
Would you jump up?
Common sense, I guess. Yeah. Okay. You know what else could be considered common sense? This is just the musing of one spacecaster, but you know, My common sense, as such, is that, you know, the guy who's in charge of this city, of this country, oh my God, what just happened? Was in the middle. What? What just happened? Bob just got deleted. BCAT, why have you why have you done this? I am shocked. What was I even saying? I can't remember. Ah, God. That threw me off, I gotta say. I was shocked to see Bob, all of Bob's messages just hidden out of the blue. Oh no. What's common sense? Ah, yes. And this guy who's the, you know, the head of the federal government, who just appointed a drunk to the head of the Secretary of Defense. He could be the problem. Who's to say? By the way, let's go here. Donald Trump decided he had to do this as well.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of...
I swear to God, if they keep saying competence and merit over and over again, I'm gonna lose it. I am going to straight up lose it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I mean, let's just go down the list on the people who he's been adding. A non-doctor doctor, fake doctor, Dr. Oz, and non-doctor RFK to the head of HHS, right? You got Pete Hegseth, who not only was never a general, I mean, I don't think he was like a major or something at one point, but like never ran any large government branch, never, you know, he's a Fox News commentator to the head of the Secretary of Defense, a dude who we saw struggled to pass a merit test from the 1930s. And we're going to keep being told by this guy with merit-based government? Come on.
Come on! The DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that.
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have.
Maybe. Who knows? Who's to say? Me, actually.
We'll let you know that, but...
I'm actually the one who's supposed to say, but right now I'm saying yes, maybe. And I also said it in a tweet, a truth, whatever it's called. I did it. I fixed it.
My mission was to just drive down to Raleigh, jump on a plane, and fly back, and no big thing. And then suddenly, it's just all different, you know. And people were saying that they were praying that they were going to be okay. I've been on tons of flights in my life and never expected it to be, oh, by the way, you missed it by a hair's breadth. We were lined up, we were making our approach, and then the stewardess came on the line and said, due to there being an incident at the airport, we're being rerouted to Charlotte. So all kinds of things started going through our heads. You know, is it, you know, a 911 kind of thing? Is it an accident? Is it bomb scare at the airport? We had no idea. And before too long, we heard the flight attendants were putting it together. And they started saying, but we were on approach. And they're the ones that figured out that we were coming in as the plane in front of us was the one that happened. And then they started talking about how it hit a helicopter, and we were starting to wonder what that was all about. And it was just...
So yeah, that guy was on a plane that was coming into land right behind the plane that was struck by a helicopter, military helicopter. Let's go here. This is Associated Press from 6 hours ago, showing some of the debris from this plane crash.
I was told by FBI and Alexandria Police that I could go downriver as long as I stayed away from the main crash site. But I found a debris field here right near Oxon Cove. These are some of the sugar packets from the plane and some debris, but you can kind of see this little debris field. There's another piece of the plane. Looks like part of the seat, actually. Jesus.
That's a upright tray table.
So
is what that
pulled
is,
this
I
out
think.
of the river. This is part of the landing gear procedure. So I'm getting ready to head back upriver.
This dude's boat is just filled with pieces of a plane.
A seat. I mean,
this is horrifying.
From the plane, this is definitely part of the seat.
All right. Now, one could speculate that Donald Trump's administration's decision to fund all federal aid and all federal spending unilaterally like a king
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
could have caused people such as air traffic controllers or even military pilots to be in an unusual state of stress. One could draw the line. Now let's go here. This was, I think, what was this? This was like the day of.
This aviation disaster is really seismic, and for those who don't know, last night the Reagan National Airport outside of Washington, D.C., there was an American Airlines flight coming from Wichita, Kansas, and it collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River. The helicopter, it appears, was on a training flight. And as I said in the headlines, it's the deadliest aviation disaster in U.S. airspace since 9/11. In total, it's believed that there were 64 people on board the passenger jet and 3 on the Army helicopter. Some of the folks on this Kansas flight were figure skaters and their coaches and families returning from a training camp. Both U.S. citizens and also some Russian citizens as well. Now, we can't make a causal connection to any one factor at this moment. I want to be clear about that because the information is still coming out. But we do have 2 overarching themes about, at the very least, how the United States relates to aviation and transportation safety in this country. And one is a bit deeper. The first, that first reason really is that Reagan National Airport is overly congested. If we could pull up the Washington Post article here, they did a good job this morning of breaking some of this down. This congestion is a problem of really just slowly building up to putting more flights going through this airport. The Washington Post article explains here at the beginning. The airspace along the Potomac River where an Army helicopter and an airliner crashed Wednesday night poses some of the most complex challenges in the country for pilots, requiring them to rely on layers of procedures and electronic safeguards to avoid a catastrophe. If we could just scroll down to that first or second paragraph here. Military Coast Guard helicopters frequently fly low over the river, sharing the skies with planes on the heavily used takeoff and landing routes for Washington's Reagan National Airport. Congestion in the skies and on runways and taxiways around the airport has raised safety concerns for years. National was built to handle 15 million passengers annually. It now handles 25 million. And keep going, because there's a little bit more I wanted to get to in terms of the context. Lawmakers proposed in 2023 to add more flights at National to serve new long-distance routes. Opponents of the idea raised questions about safety. Last year, as part of legislation to fund the FAA, Congress added 5 round-trip flights. The decision came over objections of members of the D.C. area congressional delegation who have long argued that the airport is at capacity. U.S. airlines have had a strong safety record in recent years, with the last mass casualty crash occurring in 2009. Federal aviation officials have scrambled to respond to a spate of near collisions at airports around the country that began in 2023. Industry leaders said they were a warning sign that there was a risk of a crash as air traffic bounced back from pandemic-era lows. The FAA has investigated at least 3 close calls at National in recent years. 2 occurred in quick succession last year, heightening concerns. In one, air traffic controllers instructed a Southwest jet to cross a runway while a JetBlue plane was starting its takeoff roll down the same runway. In the second incident, an American Airlines jet preparing for takeoff nearly collided with a King Air plane that was...
Okay. Now, I also wanted to watch this one. I think I have it queued up. Because it wasn't clipped yet. But I wanted to watch this too. This is from today, I think.
I think it's a little bit higher than that. On Medicare, 72 on Medicaid. Nevertheless, that's a lot of people.
Yep. Hello.
And, Emma Vigeland.
So rude.
Where'd she go?
No manners.
Where is she?
Here I am.
I don't see the dual. Come on. It's not on my screen.
Virtual camera.
Oh.
All right.
Seen it.
Oh, I'm not in pain.
I'll be incognito for now. People could have no idea what I look like. I could be wearing a funny hat. Oh, no. All right,
Nope,
solved.
no funny hat. Sorry.
Sorry. All right. Maybe next time.
We will get to the RFK thing in a moment, or I should say later in the program. Really stunning facts about Medicaid. He doesn't seem to know. I mean, these are basic stuff. He may know more than me about Medicaid, although I wonder. But the difference being, I'm not going to be in charge of it. In fact, I'm not going to have anything to do with the administration of Medicaid that I'm aware of in the short term. What?
Might be your dream.
Well, there's a couple up there. There's a couple of those. If it involves FICA, I'm more inclined. Medicaid comes out of the general budget.
Medicaid czar Cedar.
Emma obviously talked about this yesterday. Horrible crash in D.C. The first one we've had in ages in commercial airlines. Somebody was telling me today 150 million flights since the last commercial aviation accident
in the U.S.
In the U.S.
There was one, I think, in 2009, but it's the deadliest since 9/11.
Yeah. And here is Donald Trump up there taking full responsibility for this failure of the crashes. No, I'm joking. He is, of course, blaming DEIA, which is another way of saying either desegregation or roll back on the Americans with Disabilities Act. Just
more
basically
racism
saying
in
we
hiring.
don't have enough discrimination left. And now, let's be clear. There's little evidence that there was a particular person at fault that we know of at this point. We know that the FAA has been understaffed for a long time. We know that this week in particular, every single federal worker has been under an increased amount of stress. We know that the FAA chief was fired because Elon Musk didn't like him.
Because he'd been cracking down on SpaceX's multiple violations. So even before, I think, Trump had won, he had been railing publicly against this FAA administrator, and then the guy basically was ousted on Inauguration Day. So the FAA has been without a leader since Inauguration Day, and then we had the worst aviation disaster since 9/11.
Yeah, well, why would we need somebody in charge of the FAA when you got private companies to make decisions on their own? It's totally fine. Everything's fine. You just let people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos just shoot rockets up into space willy-nilly without any checks and balances. That's better, right?
Soil.
That can just be a correlation, if not a causation. But the bottom line is there is zero evidence of Donald Trump's assertion here. But if you recall from the last time Donald Trump was president, something goes wrong. It's definitely time to blame. We can't say so explicitly black people. We can't say so explicitly brown people. We can't say explicitly so women or gay people or trans people or now, I guess, also disabled people. We'll just use a couple of initials, CTR, DEI, whatever it is.
Have more to say about that. I do want to point out that...
Hey, thanks for the resub, Don James, on Twitch. 8 months, that's a long, long time. Might be the longest... You're certainly tied for longest. I know that a few people are tied right now. I think 8 months might be the longest you can have been doing so.
Whatever it is.
Have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people.
Gross. Just so gross.
The website, I believe, when Trump was in office as well.
They do ask that he was asked about that, I think, in the Oval Office. Yeah.
And we can jump to that one in a second. But in fact, I think Fox even also had it on their website.
Yep, until recently.
And
even Fox.
At
2 Fox.
From the records we have, the FAA was able to reach its goals. It wasn't a quota, but they were able to reach their goals of 2% throughout its entire agency of people who may have some type of physical or mental disability or challenge, which, of course, the idea is, how do we set up a situation where folks who have these challenges can still perform the job at peak performance level.
But you're not being very fair to Donald Trump. He's really all about meritocracy. That's why Pete
Right.
Hegseth is the.
That's why we have non-college graduates coming in to head up the what's it called, the FPM OPM, I think OPM, right? Office of Personnel Management, right? That's what he's talking about, right?
Having no experience in that regard, and running 2 small organizations into the ground, and having all these allegations against him. It's why J.D. Vance picked Tucker Carlson's son to be on his press team.
Thursday, April 11th, 2019. Who was president then? FAA provides aviation careers to people with disabilities.
Go ahead. Keep playing.
I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it.
Pay them as
Targeted
such.
disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability.
I don't think they have anybody who's completely paralyzed. No, I don't think there's any quadriplegics doing air traffic control. I could be wrong, but I feel like Donald Trump is just
psychiatric disability and
reading.
dwarfism.
It must be Stephen Miller's speech or something.
For the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the
it's a little dot.
FAA's
Pause it for a
diversity.
second. Can you imagine little dwarfs running around trying to do FAA things?
I can't even see above the controls.
I like this fan fiction he has going on in his head. We're getting more information about who was involved, but the pilots in both of those instances, thus far of what we know, were both cis, white people.
What?
Same with the air traffic control person who was overstretched. And the idea that he's essentially trying to encourage people to go for a fishing expedition to blame these individuals and punish.
That's exactly what Donald Trump's doing. He's just trying to shift blame from himself. He's concerned that this doesn't look super good 2 weeks in. Not even 2 weeks in. It was like 9 days in. Yeah, whatever it was. 9, 10, whatever number of days. All right, now let's go to this individual. We're going to be going to her quite a lot, I'm afraid. I already warned you of this earlier. We are going to be having to hear from this woman on the regular now. That is one Caroline Levitt. Oh wait, we gotta skip ahead here. Where does Caroline show up?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, there you are, Caroline.
Okay, thank you. How are you?
Oh, so good.
Nice live shot.
Please
Good
tell
to
us
see all of you.
things
Happy
about
Friday. It's great
what's
to be
going
back
on.
with you. I want to provide an update on President Trump's actions in the wake of the catastrophic air collision that tragically claimed the lives of 67 people at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday night. Everyone in this White House continues to mourn the victims and keep their friends and families in our thoughts and prayers
Yay.
during this unimaginable
Thoughts and
time.
prayers.
The president
I'm very
and his newly
impressed.
appointed team were in immediate communication. The president was briefed on Wednesday evening following the crash, again on Thursday morning, and he has continued to receive updates as recovery efforts continue on the ground. The president, as you know, took time to address the nation yesterday afternoon. To deliver accountability, President Trump swiftly signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and policy aviation safety standards. The memorandum directs the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA
There we go.
administrator to immediately review.
So yeah, as you can see, things are going really great for Caroline over here. Mike's working perfectly fine. She's out here to repeat the things the Trump administration wants her to say, and she will not be stopped, okay? She will not be stopped. All right, I'm gonna skip past because really what I want to hear from her is something else. Where is it? I think was it here? The whole thing is off the rails, but I think this is. Hold on, yeah.
Unqualified controllers, these DEI hires who never should have been brought on, then it's not safe to fly commercially, is it?
The president was asked an answer to this yesterday, and he believes that it is still indeed safe, and Americans should feel safe traveling our skies. With that said, two things can be true at the same time, and we certainly have seen the deterioration of federal hiring standards at the Federal Aviation Administration, and the president wants to increase those standards. He wants pilots in this country who have the great responsibility of flying American citizens by the tens of millions every single day to be chosen for that position based on their merit and their skills. And so the administration will continue to prioritize this.
Was the air traffic controller in the DCA tower on Wednesday night hired or not fired at some point because of his or her race?
That investigation is ongoing.
Oh, they're investigating
and so
it.
when we have updates on the exact individuals who were involved in the collision.
Wait, so according to Caroline, they're still investigating it. They're not even sure if DEI was even slightly involved in any of it. And yet Donald Trump came out immediately,
if not sooner,
to not only claim that it was DEI related, and that he then he signed an executive order ending DEI even further than he already. I don't even understand. Didn't he already end DEI on for day one? More DEI, I guess, in the FAA. I don't know. It's all very confusing. But something is not making sense there, right? Why are we signing executive orders for things we're not even sure about? It's not making a ton of sense. By the way, I love the amount of feedback that the mics were giving us. I mean, I don't know if you saw the pictures where they looked back. Maybe I should have watched more. I watched the whole thing. It was painful, but the room is filled with people. There's a shit ton of people in that room. But supposedly it's a completely free and open press. Anybody is allowed into the White House press briefing room, according to Caroline Leavitt earlier. I can't remember where that is. I need to clip that. But apparently like 10,000 people already requested press passes after she said that, or after it was first announced. I think which must have been, I must have missed that one. But she made some comment that was hilarious. Yes. Well, there was this one. This is sort of related to that. I think that might be part of why the microphones are a little hot.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have 3 questions, if that's all right. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about 2 economic matters.
Sure.
On press freedom, on Tuesday you announced plans to roll back the more restrictive press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic days.
Look at Doocy over here. He just looks so incredibly uncomfortable and weird.
Don't be creepy.
But look at it. You see what I'm talking about? The room is completely filled.
Press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic days of the first Trump term were open to all journalists on campus. This effectively limited the diversity of reporters present and blocked the asking of questions that large segments of the American public wanted answered. As press secretary, can you commit to abolishing
These mics are doing super good right now.
There were a lot of mysterious processes that my team and I have had to unravel over the past 2 weeks that were implemented by the previous White House and in particular the previous press shop here. And so I can commit to a greater access and transparency, which I believe we already have by ensuring that the 440 journalists whose credentials were revoked will be reinstalled. They will get their credentials if they wish to. We've also, of course, opened up a new seat to new media. And as far as open press events here at the White House, if we tell you it's open press, it's open press.
It's all very exciting. I'm excited to see that. Everybody gets their White House press badges back. Should be fascinating to see how that goes. Feedback hell? Yeah. No, that is kind of the vibe in there. Every single reporter, it doesn't matter who's talking. It's a different level of feedback. There's still a little bit in basically that whole meeting. It was really painful to listen to. But that's the price of freedom, okay, people? No complaints. No complaints, okay?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You can't complain about feedback if you want freedom, okay? God.
Come on!
34 likes. That's a lot of likes. Good spot. Good spot for us to do that, I would say. What's that? Okay. Yeah, I got it. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Alright, let's move it along now over to talking about one of the things that another executive order, I believe, that Donald Trump has signed into law, I guess. King has handed down on high from us for us to enjoy. And by enjoy, I mean truly just. I mean, it depends on who you are, but be utterly horrified by or completely repressed by, you know, live in fear of. Before we get to that one, I just realized we have something else I have to talk about. But what I'm referring to is the Trump policy, which I believe was signed into law yesterday. Whatever, we'll talk about that in a second. I forgot about this one. We gotta talk about this. We're gonna talk military. A little bit. Yeah. Pete Hegseth, he's of course the new Secretary of Defense and has decided to get busy, not with making the military better, but by taking vengeful action against Trump critics.
We begin with action taken against a single former federal worker, retired chair of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley. Overnight, the Pentagon revoked his security detail and his security clearance. In addition, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directed the Inspector General to launch an investigation into Milley's conduct. This could lead to an eventual demotion, even in retirement. Why? Well, General Milley, who was initially nominated by Trump himself, is seen to have stood up to him, including following the insurrection. Trump later suggested it was treasonous, that it, quote, times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Illegal. This morning, it does seem the president is getting his retribution. Let's get right to CNN's Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon with these overnight moves. Good morning, Oren.
Good morning, John. President Donald Trump has long had it out for General Mark Milley, and this through his new defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, on his second day at the job. Looks like it's part of that getting back at him. Hegseth and the Pentagon put out a statement late last night saying that he'd ordered that his security detail and security clearance be removed. Milley has had a security detail ever since the U.S. assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. Milley.
Well, there you go. Mark Milley, among others, getting their security clearances revoked by Pete Hegseth for seemingly purely political reasoning. I don't see, there hasn't been any, I don't think, substantiation for why any of these have been revoked. John Bolton, not that I think that John Bolton deserves a security clearance, but, or I mean, any of these guys, but I guess my point is that, you know, they're just removing these for purely political reasons, rather than focusing on his job, just taking, you know, revenge for Donald Trump. I wonder if anybody else will get into that. Let me not get my ahead of myself. We gotta stay with the military and talk about this.
Transgender insanity.
U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Monday that took aim at transgender troops. The order said that expressing a, quote, gender identity different from an individual's sex at birth did not meet military standards, and that a man identifying as a woman was, quote, not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member.
Selflessness?
A day later, transgender rights
does that have to
advocacy
do with
groups filed a
anything?
lawsuit against the order.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? Yeah, what does your gender identity have anything to do with being selfish or selfless? In any, I literally don't know how you draw that line. Where does, what, I mean, well, what in the fuck? What in the fuck is going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
A day later, transgender rights advocacy groups filed a lawsuit against the order, saying it violated the equal protection component of the Fifth Amendment. Navy Commander Emily Schilling is a test pilot and combat veteran who leads Sparta, an advocacy group for transgender troops. She says transgender service members began preparing for possible restrictions well in advance of Trump's election win.
In preparation for a potential ban, Sparta has started over a year ago training ambassadors. We brought them in and trained them how to talk to media, how to talk to generals and admirals, how to talk to Congress people. That way, the stories that really matter about trans service members bringing strength to our service, bringing their individual courage to the fight can be told rather than how they might be a detriment.
Trump's order banned the use of what it called, quote, invented pronouns in the military. However, it did not answer basic questions, including whether transgender soldiers currently serving would be allowed to stay, and if not, how they would be removed.
Removing transgender troops from active service today will have a detrimental effect on our combat readiness. These individuals are deployed worldwide. They're right now already embedded in units. We have transgender troops in South Korea. We have them in Japan. We have them on aircraft carriers across the world. And when you remove those individuals for their identity, you remove their talents and their specialized skills.
Absolutely. And for no other reason than their gender identity. But of course, you know, Trump and his cronies want this. They do not actually care about meritoriousness or what was the word that's being used again? There's another one. I can't even think of it right now because none of it makes any sense. Especially for the people spouting off about all of this to be saying these things. But here's one guy I'm 100% sure is supportive of all of this, if not pushing it. Had some stuff to talk about here outside of the White House, I believe. One Nosferatu-looking motherfucker by the name of Stephen Miller. All right, Nosferatu, get in here.
Do you have
Yes.
any numbers yet on the number of people who have accepted the buyout? Do you have any even vague number of how many people are accepting it? Any numbers at all?
I don't have an exact number for you, and I wouldn't want to give you an inaccurate estimate. It's a good question, and you should get a number soon, I hope. But I will tell you that the initial briefings that I've received suggest that a large number of federal workers have accepted the buyout offer. And I think the point here to really underscore is
He is
that
so thrilled about
federal
this.
workers who are not happy.
He is so thrilled about this. Oh my god. I'm really glad to see that some people are leaving because of our DEI initiative. Wow. Look, our racism worked. Yay.
Jobs, who don't want to show up at work, who do not want to be in the office, who are not passionate about what they're doing, are obviously not the kind of federal worker you want, responsible for having enormous authority over the lives of the American people. And so this is happening in conjunction with a wholesale reform of the hiring process in the federal government to find people who are really dedicated to service at the absolute highest level.
And Stephen, to follow on that question, can you confirm that the administration has ordered some federal workers across some agencies to drop pronouns in their emails as, of course, part of the executive orders that President signed?
Yes, I believe that the directive you're referring to is...
I'm sorry. Oh, we got to hear this one more time. I love this.
At the absolute highest level.
And Stephen, to follow on that question, can you confirm that the administration has ordered some federal workers across some agencies to drop pronouns in their emails as, of course, part of the executive orders that President signed?
Yes, I believe that the directive you're referring to is consistent with the President's Day 1 executive order on recognizing that there are only male and female sexes in the country and that, well, in the world, for all of humanity, but his authority is just on this country, and that your sex is your biological sex, that it's one and the same.
Can you confirm that the president is meeting with the president?
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Had to listen to that twice because this is, I mean, is hilarious. Steven doesn't want, can I say the word pronoun? But no more pronouns at all in emails anymore. So I don't know how that's going to affect communication, but it's going to be tough if you have to remove all pronouns. You know, he, you know, him, she, her, it, them, they, things like that. You know, I feel like that's going to get in the way. So you'll never know who you're speaking. Like, you'll have to use names. Because if you can't use pronouns in your emails, right, and you can't refer to anything sort of generally speaking, that's going to be tough. It should be super interesting to see how those emails get written. Why delete the initial from sentences? I'm just like reading something random right now with no pronouns in it. I'm just removing the pronouns. Was taught growing up to call by name. Calling is rude. Refuse to call by pronoun. Oh, I can't say pronoun either. Okay, well, whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
Come on!
All right, let's talk about something that happened and then unhappened real quick. What time is it? How are we doing? I don't know. Okay. All right.
CNN has learned that the Trump White House has rescinded its freeze on federal aid. It comes after widespread confusion and conflicting messages on who would have been affected. Let's get right to CNN's Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, what are you hearing?
Boris, this is a dramatic and major reversal here at the White House, really encapsulating what has been a very confusing 40 hours or so. As you said, the White House, we are learning now, is ordering that this freeze on all programs be rescinded. We got word of this in yet another memorandum, not announced by the White House press secretary or any official, but simply in a one-page document that was sent across the government. It says this: it says Memorandum M2513, that was the memorandum signed Monday night, is rescinded. If you have any questions about implementing the president's executive orders, please contact your agency general counsel. That is it. But what we do know is the White House was facing considerable backlash about the question and the impact that the freezing of these programs was having across the country. I'm told that they were hearing from a variety of Republican lawmakers as well. A, they were caught off guard by this on Monday night and not given a heads up. And B, the White House yesterday tried to explain it as a media fabrication, that there was a controversy about this. The controversy was very
illegal.
Hey, people making things up. We didn't want to actually freeze all. It was just a momentary lapse of judgment on your part, not ours. We did everything right.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The White House is adding more confusion to a proposed freeze on spending related to federal grants. The situation is still evolving, but these are the latest developments. The White House is emphasizing that Trump's executive order about reviewing all government funding remains in place. But on Wednesday, Trump's budget office rescinded a measure implementing a freeze on trillions of federal dollars that flows from Washington to states, schools, and organizations. That move came less than 2 days after the White House Budget Office ordered the financial lifeline halted, sparking widespread confusion and legal challenges across the country. Since Monday, the White House has been scrambling to explain what would and wouldn't be subject to a pause in funding. Trump administration officials have said programs that provide direct assistance to Americans, including Medicare, Social Security, student loans, and food stamps, would not be affected. The freeze had been scheduled to go into effect at 5 p.m. Tuesday, but a federal judge put it on hold until at least next week after an emergency hearing requested by nonprofit groups that receive federal grants.
Okay. Now let's look at what Donald Trump had to say about all this. He came out a couple days ago to explain everything. I'm sure this will all make perfect sense.
It's science.
There was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments, such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly stated, this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on. We are merely looking at parts.
It definitely would have if they had gone through this. The original wording of the executive order was incredibly broad and said we used the word all like 3 times, all funds, all federal funds, and all things associated with those federal funds to be stopped immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's just a pause on some things, not all.
Of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method.
Hey, Nadia, thanks for becoming a galactic contributor. Ooh, fancy. I think you're only the second person to do that.
Making bombs. How about that? These were the types of payments, and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found and we have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places. But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day, we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens.
He's saying it in such a weird piecemeal way. Our great citizens. It's even more sort of chaotic than normal. I think it's because he was expecting everybody to love this, and then he realized, oh, even my voters are on food stamps. Oh, God. Whoopsies. My bad, guys. My bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What just happened? Okay. All right. Now let's go here, because now Donald Trump he said no federal freeze for all those things, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that good stuff. But one guy came out on the same day that happened to remind us to stay tuned, because there will be significant cuts to government spending. Where? Who knows? Who could possibly guess? I mean, if they're not going to cut any of those programs, maybe we should go look at the military, perhaps. That's an idea. I wonder if that's what he's going to say. Let's see what Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, had to say. Oh my God, I can't even hear the question. Something about tax cuts? Just nod. Just nod, Mike. Keep nodding. And close your eyes and purse your lips. Makes it seem like you're taking it very seriously.
Well, no, we've been. This is exactly what we've been engaging in for many weeks. In fact, some of the members are so exhausted with going through the menu of cuts and options that they said they're now tired of talking about it. Exactly where I want them to be. Now we got to move to the action step. So what we've been doing is we empowered the committee chairs, as you know, to come up with lists of areas, suggestions in their areas of jurisdiction where some of these cuts could be done, meaningful cuts to really reduce the size and scope of government and get government to be more efficient and effective for the people. So that's these are lots of handouts and sheets and big screens we've been going through for many weeks now. And we're finalizing all that now. So stay tuned. I mean, we're not going to publish the list at this point, but that's part of this process to make sure.
Gotta stay tuned. Stay tuned, folks. They're going to cut something. What it is, who is to say? Look at that. I didn't realize. Nice. Look at that. A galactic benefit used. The Grapevine is saying that the X-gender marker, mainstream media chatter, re-passports is false. Binary trans people are getting passports confiscated in a variety of circumstances. Good to know. Good to know. I don't think we ever stopped believing around here that wasn't happening. They basically as much as said they were going to do it, so I don't know. Most of what I've heard of it has been secondhand, so I honestly don't know. I would better safe than sorry, right? Hide your kids, hide your wife, maybe hide that passport. All right. Jesus, what an insane world we're living in right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What was I doing? I was distracted by all that. Oh yeah, let's talk more about this. See what some other Republicans had to say at Fox News.
One of the major points that we've been making here really well before the election was how much easier it is when your agenda is essentially to destroy government's functions than it is to make government work and to structure policies that work and work seamlessly and flawlessly, or even just, fairly well. I keep using the metaphor of doing demo in an apartment. You take a sledgehammer in there and, occasionally you may hit something that's structural, but you don't care. And I think this applies well to what happened yesterday. I don't know, and I don't know if anybody knows. And I don't even know if we can even say, did the Trump administration mean to shut down Medicaid? Did it mean to shut down Head Start? I don't even know if you can say, you can define Trump administration. It's quite possible that someone in the Trump administration didn't mean to do it, and someone else in the Trump administration did.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's also quite possible that they just don't care at the end of the day, because all of this is going to end up in court. And what they want to do is anything that is going to sever the relationship between people who get something out of government, which is just about everybody. We didn't see the SEC essentially say, oh, we're just not going to pay attention to insider trading or anything like this today. But they want to sever this relationship. People who are receiving Medicaid and thought that was, or Medicaid providers, they don't sit there and go, oh, well, this was just a glitch. I'm going to continue to take Medicaid without any anxiety. People who have, who work for Head Start, daycares, they're not saying to themselves, this is just a glitch, I don't have to worry about it. I mean, would you blame these people if they're going out and looking for new jobs today? The stress that was associated with parents.
Or trauma, as Russ Vought says.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The plan is to Trump.
He explicitly wants the trauma that Russ, we saw. You saw that clip where he was at that Heritage Foundation funded, whatever it was, event where he was talking about explicitly causing traumatic experiences for all federal workers that aren't loyal to Donald Trump.
The president doesn't have the authority to decide unilaterally, it doesn't comport with my idea what the country should look like. Here's Fox and friends running around, just making it like this was a whoops-a-daisy. Whoops-a-daisy. They're all smiling. None of them are worried about it.
There's people and there's programs. They found out that there are 441 federal agencies on the Federal Register. 75 are actually obsolete agencies that are just existing people writing checks. There's $2.5 billion.
What does that mean? They found out that these agencies are obsolete? What? The size of the U.S. government relative to the population hasn't changed in at least half a century. The government, in terms of personnel, has increased, but commensurate with the population. This is all just BS to justify and explain to their rubes, hey, you know why your pharmacy is going to close down in, rural Iowa?
What you talking about?
Because the Medicaid payments that half of you are using to get your prescriptions, they didn't come through.
Buildings that are totally empty. So this is what Elon Musk and his group are doing, and what Trump knew going in that he was going to do. What they have to do is do things like this, communicate ahead of time. Giving you till September, as opposed to yesterday when we get the story out that all federal funding is frozen except for Social Security and Medicare. And then they expanded and said, anybody who's getting regular payments, that's not you. We're looking at programs. Right. But that, it's until 2 o'clock.
This is something I think that people should be aware of. When you get payments from the federal government, there is someone who works at the program that issues those payments.
What?
So there's a lot of people who are not going to get their payments. They're not going to get their payments to pay for their employees at a daycare center. They're not going to get their payments to pay for drugs. Go ahead.
In regular payments, that's not you. We're looking at programs. Right. But that, It took till 2 o'clock in the afternoon to do that.
To flush it out.
I think, yeah, communication is going to be the key.
I love that.
And they always say the first 2 months of an administration.
I love that. I thought they were saying that they were prepared for everything on this one, and then immediately,
Immediately, if not sooner.
immediately after having, you sign an executive order, you figure, I don't know, as a normal citizen, I like to think that if you're signing a piece of paper such as that, like an executive action, as a governmental official, you might have read it through, thought it through. You wouldn't need to come out hours after doing it to be like, actually, that's my bad.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Come on. Do you expect us to think about everything I signed? Come on.
In the last 2 months are the most difficult, and this is an example of it yesterday. But when Carolyn Leavitt took the stage yesterday at 27 years old,
incredible,
as a press secretary,
amazing,
without a notebook.
Without a notebook.
No notebook.
Oh, you mean maybe that's where, when she came up with the idea that we gave $50 million worth of condoms to Gaza, she came up, that was completely off the top of her head. She didn't have a scriptwriter for that, because that was hilarious. You know what they used to call the first 2 months of an administration? The honeymoon period.
Ooh.
They never said the first 2 months are the hardest. I never heard that. I never heard that in my 20 years doing this. But since we're talking about Elon Musk, we'll talk more about the offer, in quotes, they have made to federal employees, because they're trying to reduce it like they did with Twitter. Wired has done some digging into the Office of Personnel Management that has been sort of orchestrating this. Of course, this also comes from the Office of Budget Management that Russell Vought is presumably going to take over. But the Office of Personnel Management are the ones who have, who basically are the HR for government. And they're the ones apparently who have orchestrated this offer to federal workers. The entire place apparently has been staffed with Musk people or Mark Andreessen people.
Oh, how good.
The managing partner at Andreessen Horowitz is Trump's nominee at the OPM, a former engineer and director of operations for the Las Vegas Loop at the Boring Company, which is just a scam.
A big giant scam.
Is a senior advisor to the director at OPM. Steve.
Wow. I thought we were doing, what was it, merit and what was the other one? I forget. It's like merit and capability. Something. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's not making a lot of sense. All right, now let's go on. Talk about this as we watched a number of people's Senate hearing, too many Senate hearing confirmations here in this first 2 weeks. Last few weeks, actually, I think they started before Donald Trump was even president. And one Republican senator had something to say about how this process should go. Let's see what Senator Thune has to say. Sure, it's totally not unhinged and totally normal.
Good afternoon.
Competence, thank you, yes.
Today finds
merit and competence
Democrats, in disarray, and we're going to find out here real soon whether that disarray extends to abandoning the defense of Israel.
Great brain power.
And frankly, the defense of America when it comes to an unlawful court that the United States and Israel are not members of.
I forgot about this part of it. I forgot about this fucking part. An unlawful court, the ICC, the most unlawful court of the land.
Illegal. Could you jump up?
Oh my god. So unlawful, that ICC. And what's funny is I feel like every single person and every one of these smiling idiots in the back have at one time or another agreed with an ICC ruling. It's just a matter of when we should recognize the law and when it's inconvenient to the narrative. It's very rude. You might as well just get rid of it entirely.
That the International Criminal Court has targeted American soldiers, and if we don't take a stand against that now, they will do it again. And so I want to thank Senators Risch and Cotton for their leadership on this issue. You'll hear from them.
Oh God, what do we do without Tom Cotton?
The other issue, as we all know,
can't even
on
imagine.
the floor these days is nominations. And as you all know, the Democrats made a big deal and blocked the nomination of John Radcliffe to CIA last week. Ultimately, he ended up getting 74 votes on the floor, and that's going to be the case. I mean, they can block these votes, but these folks, we're going to continue to press on and get them confirmed, and they can do this the hard way or the easy way. If they want to continue to obstruct and delay, we're going to continue to grind and grind and grind, and we'll do that through the weekend if necessary.
Don't be creepy.
So I'm hopeful, particularly on these noms that we know have broad bipartisan support that have come out of the committee.
Here you go. Democrats, you can do it the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. There you go, Senator Thune. Send a message to Democrats. Quit crying. Just, approve the king's nominees. How darest thou put up any sort of... what do you call it? Fight? Resistance? Unfair.
That's too much, man!
And seems, to some degree, some Democrats listened. 2 in a row got approved. One Doug Burgum, and let's see what the vote count is on him first. 78-20. 78-20 for Doug Burgum to be DOI, the Department of Interior Secretary. There are two votes. I think there's 2. There must have been 2 people who didn't vote. No vote. And then also one Lee Zeldin, of course, for EPA administration. Isn't he an oil executive or something like that? What was his former job? Lee Zeldin. Hold on. I keep forgetting. I think that's intentional, right? The flurry of news is intended to confuse us, to make things more difficult.
The yeas are 56, the nays are 42. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will immediately notify of the Senate's action.
Okay, so looks like both Doug Burgum and Lee Zeldin were approved by the Senate. Not quite unanimously, and in case of Lee Zeldin, he was much closer. But still, 14 vote, 14 more yays than nays. But he has, in multiple occasions, as a public official, because he was in the New York State Senate, not the regular Senate. Not that cool. But yeah, he has constantly said all sorts of insane things about the environment, like, expressing doubts about the severity of climate change. And we can't just assume that dumping waste spoils in the Long Island Sound is problematic at all. Now, just like Mr. Thune, there's one other senator who had some complaints, some words for Democrats. Not particularly about the nominations, but about Donald Trump's recent executive order ending all federal spending for, what was it, 24 hours? Less than 24 hours, but it was very short. But yeah, let's see what one John Kennedy had to say about all this, Mr. Kennedy. I do declare.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me this evening, Mr. President, is Mr. Nick Ayers, who is one of my colleagues in my office, on whose judgment, counsel, and advice I rely regularly. Mr. President, as you know, on any given day,
gotta clean your nose first.
The halls of the Senate office buildings
Something
and the Capitol
is
itself
inside
are
of
teeming with people.
John's nose.
We have
Having
a lot of
some
visitors,
nose problems here.
which is a great thing. We have a lot of staff members, very able. We obviously have 100 senators. And we have many, many, many. Did I mention many?
Yeah, about 17 times. Okay. That's great.
And today,
Let's get to it, John.
many of those folks, not the tourists,
What is, gross. Jesus, John.
today, many of those folks, not the members of the public, our visitors, our people who are visiting us, but some staff members, some senators, and some members of the media have been catatonic. Catatonic. They've been foaming at the mouth. And it all has to do with a simple memorandum issued by the Office of Management and Budget dealing with spending.
No.
And I want to talk about that for a few minutes, Mr. President, and try to put it in perspective. I thought about starting my talk today off by saying, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all.
I always got jokes.
And actually, that's true, but that's too
on both
simple
sides
for the point I want to make today. The point I want to make today.
Yes, what is the point?
Is that in Congress we're headed for a multiple vehicle pileup.
No.
A multiple vehicle pileup, which I will describe in a moment. And it's going to be messy. And dealing with it is going to be messy. And we've got to deal with it in accordance with the Constitution and our laws as passed by Congress. But we're also going to have to try to do some things a different way. And it's not going to be altogether pretty. Now, we can all debate. I haven't met a dummy yet in the United States Senate.
Really?
Some people would disagree with that, but that's been my experience.
Never one time.
Every single member of this body is very clever. And they can get us bogged down in procedure and debate forever about how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. And all that's important. I've done it myself before. But we're also dealing with reality. Did I mention we're dealing with a multiple vehicle pileup? Mr. President, I remember back when President Obama was president, he repeatedly refused to enforce laws that he didn't like. When certain provisions, I remember it like it was yesterday, when certain provisions of the Affordable Care Act proved to be controversial, it was law. But some of those provisions of law that he passed were controversial. I'll give you an example. The mandate that large employers provide insurance to their employees or else pay a big penalty. President Obama just unilaterally delayed implementation. What? Said, I'm not going to enforce it. Nobody went catatonic.
Nobody went catatonic round here.
Nobody started foaming at the mouth. Maybe everybody had taken their meds that day.
Okay.
I don't know. But there was no hue and cry like we've heard today as a result of that OMB memorandum. I remember also when Congress took up the issue at President Obama's suggestion of Dreamers. Remember the Dreamers Act?
Oh, yeah,
Congress
we do.
Pass it. Dreamers are children brought to the United States of America illegally. By their parents.
I see.
Illegal. But the children are children. They don't know better. President Obama proposed the Dreamers Act. Congress didn't pass it. So President Obama just ignored the law. He protected them from deportation through executive action. It's called the 2012 Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Program.
How dare he?
He broke the law. Nobody around here foamed at the mouth.
Nobody around here.
Nobody around here went catatonic, including.
Okay, interesting. Let's go back in time. We got John Kennedy, Senator of Louisiana, telling us that nobody went catatonic. Nobody was foaming at the mouth. Hey, nobody around here was complaining about any of that. Is that true?
Mindful of the shellacking his party took at the polls Tuesday, President Barack Obama has invited top congressional Republicans to the White House to discuss major issues.
This is going to be a meeting in which I want us to talk substantively about how we can move the American people's agenda forward. It's not just going to be a photo op. Hopefully, it may spill over into dinner.
But the Senate's top Republican is making clear advancing that agenda will depend on the president.
If the administration wants cooperation, it will have to begin to move in our direction.
The health care reform bill has been a top Republican target ever since it was introduced. Emboldened by how Americans voted, Republicans are now ratcheting up their overhaul efforts.
We can and should propose and vote on straight repeal repeatedly.
But while Republicans have won the House, they'll still be the minority in the Senate.
So you got to remind us of some of these things that were going on during Obama's presidency. Let's go here. Here's Michelle Bachmann with some very normal things she had to say.
Last weekend, I think the nation was stunned when our president said that he would unilaterally use his power, raw power, to effectively grant amnesty to 5 to 6 million foreign nationals here in the United States illegally. We say in this bill that the president has no power, no authority administratively to grant permits which would effectively grant amnesty to 5 to 6 million foreign nationals illegally in the United States. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we will put a handcuff on one of the president's hands. Now we need to have...
Illegal.
Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for an additional 1 minute.
Now, in the United States Senate, the majority leader, Harry Reid, has left town. He's left town. Not only did he fail to complete an immigration bill, but he knows full well that President Obama may illegally grant amnesty to 5 to 6 million foreign nationals illegally in the United States without doing anything. What Harry Reid has the opportunity to do is to come back and join us. We'll be here anytime, any day, anywhere, anyhow. We will join him here in August, September, whenever. And he needs to put the other handcuff on this lawless president's hands so that we constrain this president from
this lawless, unilateral decision from this horrifying man. Wait a second. Now, I can't quite make it out. It's not great, but I think I see some foam coming out of Michelle Bachmann's mouth here. I believe she was censured for a short period of time after suggesting that they illegally detained the U.S. President Barack Obama at the time for the very thing that John Kennedy, Senator of Louisiana, just told nobody was over. Now, I do declare nobody here was foaming at the mouth when illegal Barack Obama unilaterally decided on DACA. But that was exactly what she was talking about in that incredibly unhinged speech that she made. Shocking.
Congress is getting ready to go to war with President Obama over his executive actions on immigration. The House setting the stage for a possible Supreme Court battle. President Obama's power grabs and use of executive action is also a controversy.
Foaming at the mouth.
Campaign trail this year.
Executive power, as we all know, has been the preferred vehicle of President Obama, abusing his authority.
He just signs executive orders all over the place. Then he'll be sued on that. He'll be out on a golf course in about 3 years when it comes up.
Since he's given up on working with Congress, he thinks he can impose anything he wants. He's not a king.
Oh.
He's a president.
Oh, where is this outrage?
Every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action Barack Obama has done. That means on day one, his illegal executive amnesty goes away with the strike of a pen.
Back on Capitol.
Wow. Look at that. Shocking. Wow. Where is the outrage from these gentlemen? And everyone, really. This illegal, executive, unconstitutional act by Donald Trump. I don't understand. Where did it all go? Must have gotten used up during Obama's administration. That's what it is. They've run dry on caring about having a king.
President Biden.
All right, let's talk.
Pushback
We're gonna. We could do that one too, but I'm just gonna skip that one. All right. Whoa. What time is it? Oh God. Well, perfect time. Because we're about to switch focus a little bit. Do this. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both are very, very important. And while you're doing those two things, do please consider, contributing in some fashion to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways to do that, of course, on YouTube. You got the super chats, you got the super stickers, and we got the memberships, and of course the more people that become members, the more emotes we get. Currently we're having an emote vote in the Discord, so if you're in the Discord, make sure to vote on your favorite emotes, because I will be updating those soon. What else? Oh yeah, we got Twitch, we got Cash App, we got PayPal. But of course, if you want to get the most benefits available in the Milky Way galaxy, well, the best way to do that is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. Just use your favorite web browser browser to access those benefits. Only count them, $3 US a month. You can get so many benefits. I'm not even going to list them right now. Just let you enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. right, chat. I'm back. Time to get back to those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss some of that galactic content. Now, let's get into talking about some of the Senate hearings that have been going on here. RFK had one. Kash Patel got in there, and so did Tulsi Gabbard. Let's start here.
Carolyn Kennedy has broken her silence on the nomination of her cousin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., to be the nation's next top health official. In a public letter addressed to U.S. senators, Kennedy called her cousin a, quote, predator who's addicted to power.
Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. While he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids, while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents.
All of his children are vaccinated.
Even before he fills this job.
All of RFK kids vaccinated while he goes around telling everybody how bad vaccines are. Even those kids seem to be generally fine regardless of who their father is. Fascinating, really.
Vaccinating his own kids while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he's told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 outbreak of measles, have caused...
There you go. RFK's own cousin coming out, speaking out against RFK. Where were you before the election? Like, before it happened, right? It's a little annoying. Not gonna lie. Like, I'm glad she came out, finally, but would have been nice if, you know, and there's a number of examples I think we're gonna be looking at here today, where I'm like, you know, where were you on this before? You know, why when he was running for president, did he say nothing? Why when he dropped out to give all of his votes to Donald Trump, did you say nothing? Why are we only hearing it now when he's a presumptive nominee for HHS? Hold on, I think I have to skip ahead on some of this. Where is it? I just want to watch his opening statement here. There we go.
Commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And before you begin, if you would like to, you may introduce your wife and children.
Yes. My wife, Cheryl Hines, is here. My daughter, Kit Kennedy, my son, Bobby Kennedy, his wife, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, and my nephew, Jackson Hines, is here, too.
We welcome you all.
Did you not mention Cheryl? Was I not listening?
You may proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, that's
Chairman.
what I forgot. That's what I need. Oh, I didn't take a sound shot. I should have done a sound shot of this. This is all my fault. It's all my fault.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You still need a fourth emotional support? Oh, God, fine. All right. Before we let RFK speak, I'll do that, and I'll fix this. Okay. There we go.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of this distinguished committee, I'm humbled to be sitting here today as President Trump's nominee to oversee the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank President Trump for entrusting me to deliver on his promise to make America healthy again. I also want to thank Cheryl and Kik and Bobby and all of my other children who are here today, and all the many members of my large extended family for the love that they have so generously shared. Ours has always been a family that has been involved in public service, and I look forward to continuing that tradition. My journey into the issue of health began with my career as an environmental attorney, working with hunters and fishermen and mothers in the small town in the Hudson Valley and along the Hudson River. I learned very early on that human health and environmental...
I think we're all learning right now that human health is just fragile, especially the human voice. I mean, my God. He sounds terrible.
Injuries are intertwined. The same chemicals that kill fish make people sick.
Okay, that's not actually true. That's not actually true. Not just across the board. Okay, yes, there's plenty of chemicals that both harm fish and humans. That's a given. But not all chemicals. It's just not true. And you can't even say that of all fish. Right? And that is just insane. It's an insane...
Today, Americans' overall health is...
This is an insane man speaking. All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from all RFK's actual, what do you call it? Opening monologue, because it's just basically him lying about a bunch of stuff over and over again, or just saying insane, batshit crazy things. One of the two, sort of a mix of both.
Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people, but spared?
I may have said that. Which is a much different, if I recall, this study was not, it did not say that it literally targeted anybody, okay, but that maybe some people with some genetic backgrounds maybe fared better, maybe, though. It wasn't even definitive. It was just preliminary research, if I recall correctly, but RFK heard that and he was like, oh my God,
Help, I'm being repressed!
I have to tell everybody. People don't understand just how terrible this bioweapon is being targeted at white people such as myself.
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that.
I'll take that as a
certain
yes.
races
I have to move on, Mr. I have to move on.
China.
Did you say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon? I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered bioweapon?
I probably did.
I probably did say that, actually. I mean, this one's saying they've weaponized the deer. They have weaponized the deer against us, people. The CIA funded deer invasion.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his judgment about what you said.
Wow, it was a good start. It was a good start for RFK, but then things really started sliding fast for him. Hard and fast.
Phrasing?
Settle down. Okay. Let's go here to this. I was not even familiar with this one. Wow. I mean, this next one's fascinating. Come on, Mr. Warnock, please. What do you got for us?
Senator Warnock.
Thank you so much, Chairman Crapo and Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to be here. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. Welcome to you and to your family. Thank you for meeting with me a few days ago. I'd like to follow up, if I might, with some of the issues that we discussed in my office. I want to talk to you first about the CDC, or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I'm proud of the work that the CDC does, proud that it's located in Georgia with more than 10,000 employees in my state. If confirmed, you would be the cabinet secretary over the CDC. Representing HHS, it's about 29% of the federal budget. CDC is a part of that. Do you agree that the CDC's work is critical to Georgia, critical for our country, and the health of the entire world?
Yes.
Yes,
Senator, it's very critical.
Senator Isaacson, my Republican predecessor, would have agreed with that. Bless his memory. He was a fierce advocate for the CDC, as am I. The CDC is an agency filled with hard-working, dedicated public health servants. They wake up every single day working to keep us safe. I think we don't think often enough about their work, because it's easy not to celebrate the folks who are protecting you from that which doesn't appear because of the work that they're doing. So grateful for the work that the CDC employees do. Some of them are members of my church. I saw that deep commitment firsthand when I visited the CDC just last summer. Mr. Kennedy, you have compared the CDC's work to Nazi death camps.
What?
You've compared it to sexual abusers in the Catholic Church.
Illegal.
You've also said that many of them belong, this is a direct quote, many of them belong in jail. For me, those are disturbing characterizations.
They are.
Of the CDC workers that I know who are trying.
Incredibly disturbing. Thank you, Senator Warnock. Wow. CDC officials now, according to the new HHS, potentially, I don't think he hasn't been confirmed yet, but according to RFK, as bad as Nazi death camp officers. Or maybe not maybe not the officials themselves, but the work they do as being somehow analogous to Nazi death camps. Unbelievable. I would not have... truth is stranger than fiction. All right, I gotta stop using that. I actually like that show. It's just seeing Cheryl. It just, I don't know. It's throwing me off. It's throwing me off. Now, let's see what one Republican senator thinks about the future of the HHS, whether or not RFK will be confirmed by the Senate. Marsha Blackburn, what do you got for us?
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for being with us today. And I have no doubt that you will be confirmed and you are going to do such a solid job for the people of this country. And I do have several issues I wanted to talk with you about and didn't have time to cover them all when we met prior to the meeting, but rural health care is very important to me and the people of Tennessee. 78 of our 95.
She's very concerned about Tennesseeites. I just realized I don't know the plural. What was a person from Tennessee called? Tennessean? I need to look this up. I should know this.
Oh, they're not making us healthier. We need community health initiatives. We need access to treatment. We need exercise. We need better food.
Okay, let me talk to you about one of those access points in treatment. And this highlights a problem we have in the federal Medicaid law. Since Medicaid's enactment, states have been prohibited from using Medicaid funds for care provided by institutions for mental disease. We refer to them as IMDs. These are psychiatric hospitals, residential treatment facilities with more than 16 beds. This is a discriminatory exclusion, and it denies payment for medically necessary care based on the illness that is being treated, and it has perpetuated unequal coverage in mental health care. So if you're confirmed...
Marsha Blackburn wants mental health services covered as well, or is she just saying she wants to shift part of the budget to that?
When you're confirmed, will you commit to working with me on repealing this discriminatory exclusion and ensuring equal access to mental health care for Medicaid beneficiaries?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you so much. I've got a question on PBM reform, one on artificial intelligence in healthcare. In the interest of time, I will yield back. I look forward to seeing you help make us healthy again.
Thank you, Senator.
There we go. Marsha Blackburn. Definitely sure that RFK Jr. he's gonna make us healthy again. Again. Brainworms for everybody. Everybody gets one.
Senator Whitehouse. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, I only have 5 minutes with you, and I've got a lot of experience with CMS, so you're just going to have to listen. 2 things. One, if you want to move from advocacy to public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you never to say vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are, and making indisputably clear that you support mandatory vaccinations against diseases where that will keep people safe. You're in that hole pretty deep. We've just had a measles case in Rhode Island, the first since 2013, and frankly, you frighten people. 2, I want to air harms that Rhode Island has experienced from a remorseless, senseless CMS bureaucracy. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers. A differential of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. The Pending Ahead program can begin to remedy this, at least for value-based care, and it must. There has to be...
Basically, Senator Whitehouse here just took RFK to town. Really just sort of reprimanded him, almost. this entire hearing, at least the full whatever 6 minutes of his time. RFK had something to say to all this. Let's see, they all are here.
His actions to constitute irreparable and illegal harm be put into
Illegal.
the record.
Without objection. Let me just respond very briefly, Senator Whitehouse. I'm an implacable enemy of tyrannical, insensate bureaucracies and super rules, and I will work with you to make CMS responsive to the needs of Rhode Island and to remedy those disparities that you talk about. I am familiar with the Integra Health plan, and it is the template for what we ought to be doing is a value-based plan, and I look forward to you to making sure that we create pilot programs like this.
Unfortunately,
Mr. Chairman, around the country.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I've learned in my tenure in the Senate is that a nominee saying that they're willing to work with me amounts to exactly zero. We need to get this fixed.
Yeah. Oh, where does he say it in this next one? You know, there's something I found out about RFK you might not have been aware of. I certainly, somehow, this first time I ever heard this, I can't remember where he says it. Where does he say it? I think it's like in the middle. Oops, I clicked too soon. Whatever. Let's try.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome to you and your family, and congratulations. I appreciate Senator Grassley raising the issue of the Office of Refugee Resettlement within the auspices.
Hold on. I'm going to move this forward a little bit. I'm trying to remember where he says this. Is it here?
In order to implement.
Yes, Senator, and let me just reassure you that President Trump has personally spoken to me about locating those 300,000 children who disappeared over the last 4 years.
I don't think anybody has a fully accurate number, but it's hundreds of thousands, I agree.
And many of them we know have been sex trafficked and childhood slavery. And
this isn't where I wanted to go.
It is a blight on America's moral authority, and we need to find.
That's the blight on a moral. Yeah, okay. All right. Yep, that's the one. That's the one and only thing that's a blight on our moral authority. That's not what I wanted, though. Where was it? Is it here? It goes on and on for a while.
Can do that through GME, which is a program that is funded by HHS. That is the largest funder for medical school students, and that's one of the things for primary care physicians should understand addiction care. Addicts almost always go through a cycle where there is a moment where they hit periodic bottoms where they're ready to go into treatment, but it's fleeting and it's momentary. And we have that opportunity to save their lives. And then if we miss that little short window, they're off to the races again.
I appreciate your answer. Our time is short.
I think I went over it just now. Son of a bitch. Anyways, during this discussion inside the Senate, RFK talked about the fact that he was a heroin addict for 14 years. Did everybody else know this? Not me. Because I knew about a lot of stuff too much stuff about RFK Jr. at this point. But I had no idea that he was a heroin addict for 14 years. Let's hope he doesn't use funds from HHS to get back into the habit. Now, RFK hasn't just hurt himself with drugs. He's also hurt other people with his wild conspiracy theories, amongst other things.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to several confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill for President Trump's cabinet members, beginning with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who faced a second day of hearings for Health Secretary. Kennedy has previously campaigned as pro-choice, but during the hearing he repeatedly said he believes, quote, every abortion is a tragedy, and vowed to implement Trump's policies. He also gave incorrect information about Medicare and Medicaid. Kennedy's long record of vaccine skepticism was a major focus. He repeatedly refused to disavow the debunked link between vaccines and autism and refused to acknowledge COVID vaccines are life-saving. But he ended with this claim.
Come on! Before I conclude, I want to make sure this committee is clear about a few things. News reports and many in the hearing yesterday have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine and anti-industry. Well, I'm neither. I'm pro-safety. I'm pro-good science. I worked for 40 years to raise awareness about mercury and other toxics in fish, and nobody called me anti-fish. All my kids are vaccinated. I believe vaccines have...
Because I was listening to the whole hearing, and I should be better at taking notes when I listen to these things, but when I heard this the first time, I literally, and I still, even the second time, I couldn't not laugh at this shit. It is insane. It is insane to say that somehow, like, because nobody is saying that because of his anti-vax status that he's anti-human. They're saying he's anti-vax. The proper analogy would be, I want to get mercury out of fish. No one's saying I'm anti-mercury. But of course you can't say that because it sounds insane. And like,
I feel like I'm taking a crazy pill.
But like, it is the most completely imperfect analogy I've ever seen anyone make. And this guy is about to be in charge of stuff. It's so great. He's a smart guy. Smart guy.
All my kids are vaccinated. I believe vaccines have saved millions of lives and play a critical role in healthcare.
In the same hearing on Thursday, Kennedy defended his trip to Samoa in June of 2019, 4 months before a measles outbreak was declared that killed 83 people, mostly children. Kennedy's anti-vaccine nonprofit, Children's Health Defense, offered to finance the trip. This is Democratic Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts questioning Kennedy about that trip.
So let me just follow through now, 2019. So now in October of 2019, the CDC declared a measles outbreak in Samoa. And in November, Samoa started a mass vaccination campaign to stop the outbreak. That same month, November of 2019, after 16 people had already died from the outbreak and Samoa was trying to respond to the crisis, you sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Samoa stating that, quote, it is a regrettable possibility that these children are causalities of the vaccine. By unanimous consent, I will introduce that letter into the record.
Without objection.
So as Samoa was trying to contain the outbreak, you were saying that it was the fault of the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccinations that caused the outbreak in Samoa in the same year you visited Samoa.
Can I reply to that, Senator?
Let me just finish. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. And ultimately, volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. And the Samoan Director General of Health later said, with his last name and the status attached to it, people will believe him. People will believe Robert Kennedy.
So that was Senator Markey. This week, Samoa's prime minister criticized RFK Jr.'s vaccine views and said she's surprised by his nomination for health secretary.
By the way,
for more, we're joined by
I just want to point this out, right? If you do the math, right, 83 people dying in Samoa doesn't sound like a lot, but the population of Samoa is approximately 225,000. So if you were to go here, 83 over 225,000, right? You get, about, what is this, 0.03%. Multiply that by 350 million, right? Because Samoa is a very small place. It's less than 250,000 people. You get this number. 129,111, and I'm going to round that up to 112 because I'm not going to count 0.1 people. So 129,000 people in the United States. If he were to have done the same thing, if he had been able to have the same effect in the continental United States with the things he was doing in Samoa, just if you were to, you know, sort of transplant those figures, you know, it's horrifying.
Yes, but we're going to begin in Apia, the capital of Samoa. We'll begin with Ione Dr. Alec Ekadoma, who is the current Director General of Health for Samoa's Health Ministry. Doctor, welcome to Democracy Now! Thanks for joining us from Samoa. Can you explain, for 2 days we've heard about Samoa, explain exactly what happened in 2019?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. In 2019, Samoa had a very low vaccination rate, and that was because of some problems back in 2018 with the mixing of vaccines that resulted in 2 deaths. And so therefore we had a low vaccination rate already. And then Kennedy visited before the measles outbreak. Now, the measles outbreak, of course, it came from New Zealand across the islands, and because of a low vaccination rate, it just took off. And so resulting in so many deaths. But the government responded, quickly, and mounted a vaccination campaign, and there was an international assistance to Samoa from all countries in the world who came across. Doctors and nurses came across to Samoa to help with the mass vaccination of our people. So that drove the vaccination rate up to 90% within a few months. So Kennedy's presence in Samoa a few months before that actually emboldened the anti-vaxxers locally and also from New Zealand. And so they were the ones really that tried to sow the vaccine hesitancy in the country. But fortunately, our leaders did not believe that and mounted this.
Yeah, but then what if you have a guy in charge of all health, all government administered health policies, essentially. But if and that is the thing. And our leadership is fully on board with it, right? Republicans, you just heard Marsha Blackburn say that she's confident. Well, I think we skipped that part, but she said that she's very confident in RFK and that she was super stoked to see him make America healthy again, whatever that means. Honestly, the concept of making America healthy again is almost crazier than saying making America great again. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what he's trying to get at. When was America healthier? We're nearly at the peak, although recently, of course, some statistics have started bringing our life expectancy down, especially among younger people. But up until very, very recently, those statistics were just going up and up and up and up. So I guess he just wants us to go back 5 years ago when we had vaccines or whatever. You know what I'm saying? More than it's just insane. Whatever, 10, 15 years ago. I don't remember exactly when I don't think he actually has a full grasp on what that even means. And even the things he's talked about that maybe sound good, like getting chemicals out of food, he's not going to do because Donald Trump loves those chemicals. There's no way. Donald Trump explicitly, didn't he come out and do a short press briefing where he said, "We're not going to get rid of your McDonald's. It's all fine. You get to have Wendy's still." All right, we're going to move on from RFK to another individual who had a nomination hearing this week. One Kash Patel. Or Kashyap. Kashyap Pramod Patel. That was bad. Where does he start? I'm just going to listen to his opening statement here. I think it's right around here.
To be FBI director.
I've completed due diligence on his life and career, and I'm convinced that Kash possesses significant expertise, an ironclad commitment to justice, and he's an outstanding choice to lead the FBI.
Outstanding.
Kash's parents are Indian immigrants of Gujarati ancestry. They're up here in the front row. The Gujarat state is a melting pot of religion.
All right, enough of Tom.
I've asked them.
Tom, it's enough. We want to hear from Kash.
Relentless love.
I swear you, I want to make clear that you're welcome to. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You may proceed.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night, where we lost civilians and service members. I pray for their families. I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future. I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna.
Illegal immigration.
I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also
very honored.
the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview.
Really?
My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to...
Okay, that's enough from Kash, just from his opening statement. We're going to have some of his answers here. But first, let's go back and hear just a snippet of what Tom had to say, because he was overwhelmed with excitement that old Kash here is getting nominated for this position, head of the FBI, guy who's been on hundreds and hundreds of podcast episodes and worked with Dinesh D'Souza, I think, at one point.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Patel, I think everything that I did to invest in knowing you better has been on display today. Congratulations. You've exhibited composure, knowledge of the subject matter that I think more than qualifies you for director of the FBI. You know, we seem to have the benefit of sort of a different view of looking at the history. I actually was supportive of...
That's exactly what it is, Tom. He's actually right about that. It is a completely different view of looking at the history. That being ignoring the facts and sort of building your own out of whole cloth. You know, just sort of, you know, just it's a very different way. It's almost like, I don't know.
I don't want reality. Until I figured out that he was playing games. Maybe this is one of the people of great stature, but it's well known now that he did some things that seem to have a political tint to them. I voted for Christopher Wray. I think he's a good man, but I also think he oversaw a department that did bad things. And at the end of the day, that person has to own it, and you will too. You know, it's probably going to disappoint the audience to hear what I'm about to say, those who are watching at home. But you may be surprised to know that most of us at this dais on both sides of the aisle like each other. Senator Schiff and I just met a week, within the last week, to talk about areas that we can work together on. Senator Padilla and I actually worked together. We co-chair the bipartisan mental health caucus, and I believe it's actually one of the most important pieces of legislation we've done. I didn't get a whole lot of Republicans to vote for it, but a fair number. And this is working extraordinarily well. Would you commit to me to go into the Nix Center in West Virginia and just see how extraordinary this has come to be and how it hasn't resulted in a mass confiscation of guns? It hasn't resulted in a propagation of red flag laws. In fact, the plain text of the legislation is not allowing money to flow to states, unfortunately, including Florida, that we believe have not gotten the due process right quite yet so that we would actually fund red flag laws that make sense. This is what bipartisanship produces. Now, you're not going to see any bipartisanship in your confirmation. Look, we had Pam Bondi, and we had people on this committee.
Okay, there we go. So, Tom Tillis, he knows Kash isn't getting any Democratic votes because he's been talking about some of the most insane possible things that the FBI itself planned January 6th. Donald Trump won the 2020 election. I mean, you can go down the list. He's said some of the most just extraordinarily stupid and insane things. And for him to be nominated as the head of the FBI, as director of the FBI, it's insane. But Tom Tillis here is actually thrilled about all this for some reason. And he's fine with the fact that this is a completely partisan nomination that's probably going to require a vote from J.D. Vance again. J.D. is going to have to keep putting his neck out there on the chopping block. If Kash does anything wrong, don't forget he cast that vote, and we can't let him forget that. Let's see here what Senator Richard Blumenthal had to ask Kash.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask you some easy questions. Okay. I take it from what you have said to a couple of my colleagues that while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript?
No.
And you're aware that Rule 6E permits you to talk about your own testimony. Will you testify to this committee, let's say in a classified setting, as to what you said to the grand jury?
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to, and
you're allowed under Rule 6E to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel.
So methodical and scrupulous. Kash, he's very concerned about the law, so concerned about it that he doesn't know the law in this moment, and so he's going to defer to White House counsel. Interesting. Rather than answering questions. Okay.
What are you hiding? Why won't you tell us? You testified under a grant of immunity after taking the Fifth Amendment, as you're privileged to do, and the appearance here is that you have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have no objection to our seeking it, but you won't tell us, even in a classified, confidential setting. I think that position is disqualifying.
That was days of testimony years ago. I don't have the ability to recollect
well, you can
that.
Oh, no. Oh, look at that. Suddenly, Kash may be realizing that he's taking the wrong tact here. And actually, he's like, you know what? I just can't remember now, actually. I could have, I love that shift in tone. He starts off, I would love to tell you, but actually, I have to talk to my lawyer first. Oh, what's that? You all would have immediate access to the records as being the Senate. Oh, well, then actually, I just can't remember. Actually, I'm sorry. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Let's see some more questions from Kash. I'm sure things are going to go super good. Continue to be very good here in this hearing for Kash.
Mr. Patel, I have 3 or 4 things, and I'll try to get through them quickly. First is this. When it comes to the issue of violence in politics, I personally believe it has no place in politics. Whether it's violence against Donald Trump at the Butler County Fairgrounds or violence against Nancy Pelosi's husband in her home, period.
Illegal.
And those people who, Proud Boys, whatever the heck they call themselves, have no place in this country as far as I'm concerned if they espouse violence in any form. Do you agree?
Yes, Senator.
Let the record show we actually agreed on something. Number 2, the reason why we keep asking, which may sound a little silly to the audience here, why are we so concerned about this choir singing a song? What's that got to do with anything? The question is, who are you going to care about? Who are you going to help? Are you going to help those victims of January 6th, the policemen and their families? Or are you going to help people who were arrested for assaulting them? I think the J6 choir looks like a tribute to them, characterizing them as political prisoners and unlucky and just patriotic people who may have gotten out of hand. Do you see the difference?
Excuse me, Senator. I can appreciate the difference, but I think my track record shows which side I fall on.
Well, that's why we keep asking.
Yeah, that's why we keep asking you, because you've been on every right-wing podcast on the planet and said the exact opposite. That you plan to prosecute everybody who prosecuted the Jan 6ers and that, you know, you're going to weaponize the justice, the federal government, the FBI against political enemies.
What do you do with the money that you get from this music, and who do you give it to? And you've really kind of ducked and dodged and said, I'm not aware of this. I had nothing to do with it.
No, we actually give all the money. Nobody made any money. All proceeds went through a 501c3.
I'm talking about the creation of the musical work.
It went to a 501c3.
Yes,
these 501c3s are out of control. Oh, God. Pretty sure that's what do you call it? Like Turning Points of America is and all that shit.
Profits went to nonviolent offenders' families and other groups in need.
The point I'm getting to is not what happens to the proceeds, but who created this
the needy
musical
victims of the
masterpiece.
Justice Department.
Who was in on this creation, and why, who they chose to be the members of the choir. And you profess to know nothing about that. Is that true?
I did not have any participation in the recording.
This is the most evasive.
It's going to be difficult to understand how you can disperse the money and have nothing to do with the recording.
He's like the way that he's acting, like jumping around in his seat and all that. Why can't you stay still, Kash?
Let me ask you about one of the conspiracy
Do you want to leave?
theories, one of the major ones.
You can leave.
I've heard you associated with, and that is whether or not the FBI planned January 6th. Why did you say that?
Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. That's not what I said. The entirety of the statement attributes my conclusion based on the public record that the FBI utilized sources in and around January 6th, and the Biden Inspector General confirmed just that.
So it's Cash's Corner, and the date is December the, I can't read the writing, it's so small here. It looks like it's December 2002. And what did the FBI know before January 6th? And you said, what was the FBI doing planning January 6th for a year? I want to send this down to the desk so he gets a chance to look at it. Why did you say that? Did you think the FBI was really planning January 6th for a year?
Actually, Senator, I'm grateful that you raised this point. You should watch the entirety of the episode. This is the problem with taking snippets. Well, let me inform you then. What it says is it raises an interrogatory asking why government resources were utilized. I've run resources and sources at the FBI. I've run sources overseas. It takes months for source developmental networks.
What resources were utilized a year in advance of planning?
That's the question I'm asking, and the Biden Inspector General report answered that question in the affirmative, that multiple sources were utilized, and I was simply trying to get to that answer.
What the Inspector General came back with was, quote, "There is no evidence that the FBI had undercover employees in the various protest crowds or at the Capitol on January 6th.
And there is
no evidence.
There's a huge distinction between undercover employees and sources. I know because I ran them. And anybody in law enforcement.
Interesting. He ran them? When? What is Kash talking about? Was Kash Patel in the FBI? What is that supposed to mean? He wasn't in the FBI. He was an attorney. The Justice Department. But he's running sources as an attorney? That's weird. Okay, if you say so. But, yeah, Kash Patel does seem to think that the FBI was involved in planning January 6th. That's essentially what he is asserting here. He believes there to be evidence of it, of funds being appropriated for apparently nefarious means on January 6th.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to two other confirmation hearings that took place Thursday for roles overseeing American intelligence and law enforcement. Director of National Intelligence pick Tulsi Gabbard faced bipartisan skepticism, while Trump's pick to head the FBI, Kash Patel, appeared to have the support he needs despite vocal opposition from the Democrats. Kash Patel testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee, downplaying his past promotion of right-wing conspiracy theories, and said only 40% of Americans have faith in the FBI. While Republicans hailed him as a reformer, Democrats grilled Patel over his past comments calling for a so-called enemies list and praising the January 6 rioters. This is Democratic Senator Dick Durbin, ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Mr. Patel posted on social media, quote, "January 6th, never an insurrection. Cowards in uniform exposed." End of quote. Let me repeat that. Cowards in uniform exposed. Who was in the Capitol building on January 6th in a uniform? The Capitol Police were. Do you think they were cowards? Many of them risked their lives and some gave their lives in defense of this building. How about the DC police who were here as well? They were in uniform. Cowards risking their lives as well. Some of them being battered and beaten by these mobsters that came into the Capitol. And Mr. Patel claims that the FBI agency aspires to lead, get this now, was planning January 6th for a year. He says the FBI was planning January 6th for a year. That's a quote. Mr. Patel has gone so far as to co-produce and sell musical recordings of a song performed by January 6 rioters.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead because we watched much of that.
Here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists. "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're gonna come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly." Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Senator, that's a partial quotation.
But it's correct.
In part.
Regarding his publication of his enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, "The manhunt starts tomorrow," and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that page?
Retruthed immediately.
Senator, I had nothing to do with the creation of that.
Is that you reposting it, was my question.
And that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, "beyond a reasonable doubt." Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Have at it.
An Inspector Attorney General investigation found that that was false. And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are
in your words, political terrorists.
Illegal.
So that was Senator Whitehouse questioning Kash Patel. This is Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota.
Have you referred to the media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that you're reading.
That is- oh my God.
223-24.
He's what's it called? I forget the name of this tactic, but he is essentially he's constantly saying, "Oh, it's just a quote. It's just a quote," because of course the senators don't have time to be able to read the entirety of 2-hour podcasts, right? And that's what that's the defense mechanism he's using, is knowing that the senators can't actually read the entirety of most of these statements, because he was just running around podcast, Sean Ryan show to, Jordan Peterson, whatever else, and saying insane things about, all of this stuff. But they were all like hours long, right? So they can't sit here and filibuster the hearing. It's not a normal Senate process. You can't just sit there and talk. There's time limits for each person so that they can get through all these nominees, so we can technically keep the federal government open, even if the people that are being put in there don't even want to keep that open. But point is like he knows that and is just using it as a tactic to avoid answering any of these questions in full, and just being like, well, actually, you didn't get it right because I talked for a really long time.
Said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast, 821-23.
For more on the Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard nomination hearings, we're joined now by Chip Gibbons from Washington, D.C., journalist, policy director of Defending Rights and Dissent, where he's advised multiple congressional offices on reforming the Espionage Act, currently working on a book on the history of the FBI for Verso Books. Chip, thanks for joining.
Yeah, it's a form of Gish Gallop, I would say, Bob. That is what I was thinking of, actually. But it's not like exact. It's sort of a reverse Gish Gallop. Right? Or I don't even know how to phrase it right, but you know what I mean? Because he's not actually presenting it in the moment. He's just sort of he just keeps making the same broad statement. But it's very similar to that.
Before we move to Tulsi Gabbard, if you can talk about the Kash Patel talking about going after journalists and also making an enemies list.
Well, Kash Patel is one of Donald Trump's most disturbing picks, and that is saying something. Patel's comments about going after journalists should be very alarming. First of all, because no one should be in a law enforcement or intelligence position who wants to go after journalists. And I think we have to clarify that the FBI is both a law enforcement agency and an intelligence agency. It's been a hybrid agency since Hoover, and Hoover used the intelligence aspects of the FBI to go after King, to go after civil rights protesters. And in spite of this myth of sort of the reformed FBI, ever since then, they've been doing exactly the same thing. While writing my book, I've come up with documents from right before 9/11 that show them spying on World Bank protesters with incredibly intrusive means. So the FBI is a political police force, and we are nominating someone who has shown themselves to be gleeful about using its political policing powers. The journalism comments are extremely disturbing because the FBI has broad powers to go after journalists. Because the unauthorized disclosure of national defense information is governed by the Espionage Act, authority for enforcing leak investigations is in the intelligence division of the FBI, the division with the least restrictions and most surveillance. And I will note that the Heritage Foundation in Project 2025 has called for hiring more FBI counterintelligence agents with the goals of finding journalist sources and imprisoning them.
Illegal.
Yeah, this whole thing is going south very quickly. Also, that guy looks like the Pringles guy. Am I the only person that saw it? Oh, actually, we have to segue now into Tulsi. Let's do that. I forgot. We got to cover both of them. This is a split video.
Use of it against whistleblowers like Snowden, with journalists like Assange. Yes.
I want to go to Edward Snowden, meaning I want to turn to the confirmation hearings for Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's pick for the Director of National Intelligence. She refused to call whistleblower Edward Snowden a traitor repeatedly throughout this hearing. This is a heated exchange with Colorado Senator Democrat Michael Bennet.
Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said earlier that you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee to fulfill his responsibility to advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again. Do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden-like leak.
Media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy.
I found this all to be pretty gross. Not gonna lie. But, you know, who cares about, freedom of information and journalism?
Conspiracy theories or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence officer of this nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has worn our uniform in combat, I understand how critical our national security is.
Apparently you don't. Apparently you don't.
So that's Democratic Colorado Senator Michael Bennet, echoing questions from other Democrats and Republicans. There was a kind of consensus here. And Tulsi Gabbard repeatedly refused to call the whistleblower Edward Snowden a traitor. Chip, we just have 2 minutes. For those who aren't familiar with this case, but also what this means if she were to become the director of national intelligence, or if it's going to be the basis on which she's voted down.
Well, first of all, I want to say that Senator Bennett's performance was worthy of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Edward Snowden is not a traitor. He is a patriotic whistleblower. Treason is the only crime defined in the United States Constitution. It is defined incredibly narrowly. Edward Snowden has never been charged with treason. He has been charged with unauthorized disclosure of national defense information. Edward Snowden worked with journalists who won Pulitzer Prizes to expose the illegal, unconstitutional mass surveillance programs of the National Security Agency, which were targeting U.S. citizens and others. In spite of the...
Yeah, exactly. This is the one thing I don't have a problem with. You know, there's plenty of other things with Tulsi that I have problems with. Let's go here. See what one Joni Ernst had to say about Tulsi.
Thank you, Chairman Cotton and Ranking Member Warner. And good morning to my distinguished colleagues. I also do want to take a moment this morning to recognize the lives that were lost in the collision near DCA last night. It is a truly heartbreaking tragedy.
Hot thoughts and
my prayers are with the
Yep, there
victims'
they are.
families and their loved ones.
So good and so great.
Thank
Aren't I
you.
a good guy?
Duty, honor, service. These are not just words. They are principles that have guided Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard. As a young enlisted soldier in the Hawaii National Guard, Tulsi answered the call to duty upon her deployments to the Middle East.
Ah, yes.
From
She
graduating at
hates
the top
Arabs
of her
just as
class,
much as me.
from the Accelerated Officer Candidate School at the Alabama.
Joni is actually super stoked on all of this. As it turns out, she really likes Tulsi for some reason. I think it's that. It's because they both hate Arab people as much as the other. And they see that in each other, you know.
Takes time for our old, broken warriors. And colleagues, I will leave you with this. You know me. I trust
You're
Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, yay.
She will be honest with you.
Good.
She will listen to your concerns.
So exciting. Thank you, Joni. Oh my God, we're gray screening. Why are we gray screening? Prayers are thoughts. It's true. It's true. Wow. You know what else is true? We are gray screened like a mug. Okay, it's back. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, Joni, she's really stoked. They're both military women. She's glad to have another military woman around. No one even brought up DEI during this hearing. I was shocked. Because it's not like Tulsi has a ton of merit that I can detect. But maybe I'm just lacking any sort of, what's it called? I keep forgetting the word. That's why I'm not meritorious enough to be in Tulsi Gabbard's petition. That's probably why. Makes sense. All right. Now, let's go on. Actually, hold on one second. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Actually, I'll play this for you. Just as a palate cleanser between all this. Be right back.
Reconciliation. This is really the only legislative stuff that's really going to happen over the next year. And reconciliation is a special type of bill which is not subject to a filibuster. It's the only type of bill that's not subject to a filibuster as it stands now in the Senate.
Meaning you just need a majority.
Meaning you just need a majority,
not
a
60
clean
votes.
majority. And the rule, though, in the Senate is that the only things that can go in it are stuff that directly affect the U.S. budget. So, like, knock-on effects, you can't do. And the parliamentarian makes that determination. This inhibited stuff under the Democratic control of the Senate. And for a lot of us, we're like, do what they did under the Bush administration, where Trent Lott basically fired the parliamentarian because they wouldn't accept certain tax cuts and changes to Medicare and some other policies. I can't remember exactly what it was that they fired him for at the time. So you've got two bites at the reconciliation this year. You've got fiscal year 2025, and you can do fiscal year 2026 in the same year. And they want to do it in this year because they don't want it to be in the year leading up to the congressional elections or the midterm elections in 2026. And there's a debate. They want to do fake immigration reform. They want to do some type of subsidies for oil companies. And they want to do tax cuts. Those are the big things that they want to do. They've all got all sorts of other pet projects. And the tax cut stuff is really tough because everybody wants their little goodie. And they also have to pretend like they're cutting the budget because there are people who are like, we're not going to raise the debt ceiling this much. And they're talking about like something like $2.5 trillion of cuts for $1 trillion for $1.5 trillion worth of tax cuts, because tax cuts on the budget look like spending. So they're trying to figure out how they're going to approach this. Now, this is a big dilemma with the Democrats. And in many respects, they were supposed to do Build Back Better, which was going to be a reconciliation bill. They were supposed to do that in the fall of 2021.
Yeah, and then that never came to fruition thanks to Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin. All right, now let's talk about money a little more, but let's talk about business stuff. I think to lead all that off, we should talk about the tariffs, which literally technically in the last 38 minutes have now taken effect. Unless, what does it start at 5 in the morning in Hawaii, or does it start by, I don't know, time zone? Some people are already now experiencing trying to buy things where there is a tariff now added. But let's go back a day and a little bit ago to talk about these.
So we'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Will oil be part of that, though? Because we get oil from Canada.
Oil is going to have nothing to do with it as far as I'm concerned. Oil has nothing to do with it.
Tariffs on Canada and Mexico, 25%. That's coming on Saturday?
That's coming on the 1st, okay. Saturday.
But no oil tariff, no oil tariffs.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't say that. You said that. No.
Well, I don't
You did say that.
We may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Okay. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. If the oil is properly priced, if they treat us properly, which they don't. Look, Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories. In oil, we have more than anybody, and we don't need anybody's trees. We have to free up some of the tree areas that we have. We have great lumber in this country. We have to free them up environmentally, which I can do very quick.
There you go. Tariffs 25%, but may or may not include oil for whatever reason. Probably because we get a ton of oil from Canada. Mostly from the oil sands. So yeah, so glad to hear that we're carving out oil on the tariffs. I wonder what else will get carve-outs. Yeah, if you were planning on buying anything from Canada or Mexico, it all is being tariffed right now by 25%.
I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether
Oh my God.
be made on oil imports.
I love how great the sound is here. You know, ever since they took over these meetings, it's been every single one of them. The feedback in the room is out of control.
Last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then.
So exciting. There we go. Everything just got a little bit more expensive.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store? I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do
No
everything
inflation
he
during
possibly
Trump's
can
term,
to cut
even
the
though there
inflation
definitely
crisis
was.
that the previous administration imposed on the American people, and he will continue to effectively utilize tariffs.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think at some point during the Trump economy there was rampant inflation. Other times there wasn't due to the pandemic. So it's sort of hard to compare, but okay. Because, like, you know, a lot of economic activity really changed up, right, in terms of what people were spending things on. They weren't leaving the house.
Tariffs do increase prices for Americans. Will the administration reverse them? That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people. And, you know, the media has this way of just looking at everything in a microscope rather than looking at the whole of government economic approach that this president is taking. He will.
Yeah, stop asking about eggs, people, okay? Just because one thing isn't cheaper doesn't mean everything else isn't going to be way cheaper. Okay, Carolyn, thank you. Carolyn, whatever her name is. But yeah, you know, stop looking at things with a microscope. Yeah, broad. Okay, super broad. Everything's going to be fine. It's not fair people keep asking me about what the cost of this or that thing is gonna be. I'm just some lady they picked up off the street.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. On Thursday, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum will join other leaders from Latin American and Caribbean countries in Tegucigalpa, Honduras, for an emergency meeting to respond to President Donald Trump's mass deportations and more. In one of Trump's first executive orders, he designated Mexican cartels terrorist organizations and followed up with the deployment of 1,500 active-duty troops to the U.S.-Mexico border. This was Mexican President Sheinbaum's response to a question from a reporter.
With cartels being considered terrorist organizations, what measures will the Mexican government take regarding future cases like these, President?
We are fighting these criminal groups, and what we want is collaboration and coordination. Unilateral decisions don't help. Collaboration does. So we're conducting a legal analysis of the implications for various organizations not linked to crime, which could face economic problems due to this decision. decision. In any case, we aim to make a proposal to the United States, which is what we're working on, to collaborate together.
Meanwhile, President Sheinbaum mocked President Trump's renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America during one of her recent daily news conferences as she stood in front of a large map from 1607 that labeled much of North America America Mexicana, or Mexican America.
The United Nations recognizes the name Gulf of Mexico, but next, why don't we call it Mexican America? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Since 1607, the Constitution of Apatzingan was Mexican America, so let's call it Mexican America. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Gulf of Mexico since 1607, and it is also internationally recognized.
This week, Google said it will rename the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America in Google Maps for users in the U.S.
They did say that.
For more on the first 100 days.
I love how Google is immediately acquiescing to Donald Trump. It is disgusting. Satya Nadella can go fuck himself. We need to stop these goddamn tech oligarchs. Like, it is out of control. But yeah, that's fine. The president unilaterally wants to change the name of something. We'll definitely do that. Forget geography.
Of Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, we're joined by Edwin Ackerman, sociology professor at Syracuse University, the author of Origins of the Mass Parties, Dispossession, and the Party Form in Mexico and Bolivia. Professor Ackerman, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you respond to what we just laid out and lay out your response to the first 100 days of the first female president of Mexico?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this past 100 days, I think, have been defined, on the one hand, by this constant tension and negotiations with the Trump administration that we can talk a bit more about. But I would also want to emphasize that, on the domestic front, within Mexico, it has also been a very sort of newsworthy 100 days in which there's been
I forgot.
Of constitutional reforms.
It's not Satya Nadella. He's at Microsoft. Who is CEO at... Is it still... I don't think it is. Hold on. Sundar Pichai. My bad. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That have been passed, about a dozen of them, in this past 3 months. You have to remember, Claudia Sheinbaum comes in with a very strong hand. She has a 2/3 majority in both chambers, and is following the sort of legacy and popularity of AMLO. She herself has maintained very high levels of popularity, and they have been able to push through several, again, important constitutional reforms that range from indigenous rights to housing rights to perhaps more polemically national security matters. So that's a very important part of this 100 days. Right? There's also been an unveiling of a very important 6-year economic plan that would return to several elements of what used to be called import substitution industrialization, which was a sort of policy that reigned in many Latin American countries from the 50s to the 70s, roughly speaking, that saw significant levels of economic growth by pushing for national production to replace, in strategic ways, imports. That said, there's also been the continuation of violence related to the drug cartels. Right, this is obviously a long-standing issue. It certainly hasn't gone away by any measure. There is some signs that there's some waning of homicide rates. But that said, there's significant concentrations of violence, significant pockets in the past 3 months, in particular in the state of Sinaloa. There's the city of Culiacan has been paralyzed by violence. So it's a continuing, very serious issue. And then finally, as I was mentioning, the relationship with Trump, right, who has threatened tariffs over the question of trafficking of fentanyl or production of fentanyl in Mexico, or allegedly production of fentanyl in Mexico. And
yeah, tariffs aren't going to stop any of that from happening, I don't think. Now, I think it was earlier today, Claudia Sheinbaum had more to say about Donald Trump's reiteration of his threat to tariff both Mexico and Canada.
Buenos días a todos, a todas. Siempre vamos a mantener el diálogo.
We will always maintain a dialogue. It is fundamental in the relationship between Mexico and the government of the United States. There is a dialogue table. And we have Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C for whatever the government of the United States decides.
Ahora es muy importante que sepa el pueblo de México que siempre vamos a defender.
Now, it is very important for the people of Mexico to know that we have our dignity respected, that we will always defend respect for our sovereignty and a dialogue as equals. As we've always mentioned, without subordination, we are going to wait, as I've always said, with a cool head. Well, there you go. Claudia Sheinbaum coming out and reiterating her stance that she's there to work with Donald Trump if he wants to have a conversation, but Mexico has Plan B and Plan C depending on what Donald Trump does. And he has signed that tariff into law earlier today, so it is definitely happening right now as we speak. It's the first. So, if you're planning on buying, I don't know, a whole bunch of different stuff, well, that's probably going to be more expensive pretty quickly. Unfortunately. For all of us. And no, Mexico won't be paying those tariffs. It's going to be you and me. Those of us, I don't know, shopping for things like tomatoes or avocados or tequila. Or, you know, also there's lots of things that are grown in Mexico that we eat here on our food, on our food tables, on our, you know, like on our dinner tables. That's not the only thing we get from Mexico or Canada, but yeah, I've heard we get as much as 60 or so % of our tomatoes from Mexico. That's gonna probably be a problem if you like. I don't know how many things are made with tomatoes. Ketchup, or you like pasta sauce? Is that good for you? No? So many things. Alright. We will just commit to eating pasta without sauce. That's fine. We'll make it with oil. We'll drill the oil, and then we'll make it with that. Alright, let's go to Canada, see how things are going there, as a snap election has been called. I think some kind of a, yeah, well, whatever. PM, right, with Trudeau having stepped down. Stuff is going down. I believe so that means there's like an election coming up, right, within the next, what is it, couple of months or something? Let's talk about one guy who's got a policy platform that is basically the mirror image. No, that's probably bad for Canada. Thankfully, well, actually, I could be wrong about that. Maybe he will be elected again. I'd like to think that he doesn't have a shot, though. Maybe I'm being overly optimistic. You grow your own tomatoes. Well, that's fortuitous for you. Now let's talk about some of the other tariff threats Donald Trump has made, because while he is doing a tariff on Canada and Mexico, he has made some other suggestions about tariffs too.
Upon returning to office, US President Donald Trump has launched numerous threats around tariffs. They range from the broad to those aimed at specific sectors or countries. Here's a roundup. A cornerstone of Trump's vision is a phased rollout of universal tariffs on all US imports. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been pushing for a modest 2.5% tariff rate that would climb each month, according to the Financial Times. But Trump has suggested tariffs could be even higher. Economists say Trump's policies will be inflationary, as importing businesses who pay tariffs pass added costs to customers. Trump has threatened big tariffs on the United States' three largest trading partners, Canada, Mexico and China. For Canada and Mexico, he said he was considering 25% border taxes on imports from February the 1st. And he's floated the idea of heavier tariffs on some vehicles, potentially including EVs. He's also continued to threaten tariffs against
Elon's not going to like that one.
These measures as retaliatory.
We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada.
In Trump's first term, the two countries engaged in a long trade war that hurt both economies.
The European Union is very, very bad to us.
Trump has also said the European Union and other countries have troubling trade surpluses with the US. He has said he will either subject those countries' products to tariffs or he will demand they buy more oil and gas from the US. And Trump has threatened that if a deal to end the war in Ukraine is not struck soon, he will hit Russia and other participating countries with taxes, tariffs and sanctions.
Yeah, he said as much as basically tariffing all BRICS nations at one point. I think we heard him say that. I can't remember when, but it was not that long ago. He was like, you know, just all BRICS nations, including Spain. Remember that was the first day? Now I remember. It was the first day of his presidency when he claimed Spain was part of BRICS, which it wasn't, and that all BRICS nations, if they do what they're planning on doing, they all need to be tariffed as well. I remember him saying that. Spain. BRICS member Spain, always doing terrible things to us. Alright, now let's talk about some other things that are going to affect the economy. Things like, I don't know, deportations. Now, here's another one of those videos I'm going to label as, where were ya months ago when he first started saying these things? Here's the Wall Street Journal to tell us about tariffs. Not tariffs, I mean immigration. Hidden costs of Trump's mass deportations.
President Donald Trump promised.
The largest deportation operation in American history.
But many of the millions of migrants that Trump wants to deport are a key source of labor in the United States, particularly in the agriculture industry.
We want a secure border, but we also understand that immigrant labor is important to agriculture.
There are plenty of people who would be willing to come here lawfully and do the work.
Here's a look at how Trump's immigration plans could upend agriculture in the U.S.
By the way, hold on.
2/3 of the nation's crop.
Hold on, we gotta go back. This woman right here, remember her. Okay, Laura Reese of the Heritage Foundation. Remember who this woman is, because, you know, I would take everything she says with a large dose of salt. Not just a grain. Oh my god, the volume's like half volume. What is happening? Jesus Christ, my bad.
Lawfully and do the work.
Here's a look at how Trump's immigration plans could upend agriculture in the U.S. About 2/3 of the nation's crop farm workers are immigrants, and roughly 42% of them are not legally authorized to work in the U.S., according to the Department of Agriculture.
Workers don't even ask if the food is going to go into a Republican or Democratic home. They just work to feed us.
Teresa Romero is the president of the labor union United Farm Workers. She says migrants often perform some of the most challenging and unappealing jobs in agriculture.
This is a work that is demanding, that is dangerous, that is very physical. There's long hours. The workers are dying.
Too often the phrase, oh, these are jobs Americans won't do, is thrown around. Frankly, it's rather untrue and insulting.
Is it rather untrue and insulting? How much? Let me just look this up. How much Oh, right. Of course there's no data on exactly how much farm workers are getting paid. But let's just assume that it's less than legal farm workers who make less than McDonald's workers, actually. On average, they make about $14 an hour. You want to go do this out in the hot sun rather than in the air conditioning or wherever else for $14? Something that was just described as being dangerous and causing people to die because of how grueling and dangerous the work is. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Heritage Foundation. Yeah, we all want to get out there in the fields immediately. Thank you. Yes.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Laura Reese leads the Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank and lobbying group that oversees the controversial Project 2025.
If the employers are hiring illegal aliens, that's in violation of the law, and those aliens should be removed.
But removing migrants, like Trump has proposed, could significantly disrupt the food supply chain. Consider the meatpacking industry. As of 2023, immigrants made up more than 40% of all of its labor. And
you know what I love about this video? Wall Street Journal had a whole year, the entire presidential election, to talk about this. But waited till the Heritage Foundation was in power, literally, to start criticizing them. Oh, actually, the tariffs might be bad. Like from the freaking back. Like just out of nowhere. It's like, okay, why didn't you? Because of course they agree with everything. That they just don't want some of. They were like, oh, he's not serious about deporting all the migrant workers. Of course, that would ruin the U.S. economy. He would never. So they didn't speak up. And now that Donald Trump's in power, they might bring up a little problem with all this. Oh, thanks.
half of those workers were not legally authorized to work in the U.S.
Our labor situation is already in a tough spot in agriculture.
Russell Baining is the president of the Texas Farm Bureau, which advocates for farmers and ranchers across the state.
If those type of products aren't produced in this country and the American consumer wants them, then they're going to have to come from somewhere else.
We are going to be forced to import our foods. And what is Trump saying about imports? Tariffs.
Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too.
The left uses this as a scare tactic of your price of avocados will skyrocket if we deport illegal aliens is ridiculous. National security and sovereignty is a little more important than the cost
of... Wait, that's not a response. What? Wait, what was that?
Your price of avocados will skyrocket if we deport illegal aliens is ridiculous. National security and sovereignty is a little more important than the cost of guacamole.
They're currently...
Okay, so it is going to skyrocket, but we're supposed to deal with that. I see. Because it's more important that we have national security. Thanks, Ms. Reese.
Is a legal pathway for farmers to hire migrant labor. It's called the H-2A Temporary Agricultural Worker Program. Through this, migrants can be brought to the U.S. to meet agricultural needs. Demand for H-2A workers soared by nearly 65% between 2017 and 2022, underscoring agriculture's reliance on migrants for labor.
Plenty of other agricultural workers have followed the law, so why should we give a benefit to the person who has not followed the law, not taken advantage of that program year after year after year?
But here's the catch. The H-2A program doesn't really work for every industry since it's seasonal. So farms that take care of livestock year-round can't benefit from the program.
We hope we can get a balance and work with the administration to expand the H-2A program where the guest...
I wonder how many undocumented immigrants this guy here has in his employ.
Balance and work with the administration to expand the H-2A program where the guest workers come in, but they can work in any type of industry, part of agriculture that's basically year-round.
But this immigration has long been a key concern for voters during presidential elections, particularly in 2024.
The biggest threat to your unions is millions of people coming across the border, because you're not going to have your jobs anymore.
Nearly 82% of Trump voters said immigration was a very important issue.
I understand they're not citizens, but they've also been productive members of society, and they haven't been convicted of a felony. Can't we figure out a way to have a legal pathway?
Trump tapped Tom Homan to be the border czar and oversee the mass deportation process. Homan, the former acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, is a hardliner on illegal immigration.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
Trump and Homan.
It's just fascinating. The Wall Street Journal decided to do this piece after Donald Trump became president. You know, maybe if they'd done this sooner, Donald Trump wouldn't be president. All right, now let's go to a guy who controls at least some functions of our financial system, that being Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell. Where does Jerome show up? Where's J Pow Pow? J Pow Pow. Chicka chicka. J Pow Pow. Beautiful.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong, is strong overall, and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. Labor market conditions have cooled from their formerly overheated state and remain solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer-run goal, though it remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. For 2024 as a whole, GDP looks to have risen above 2%, bolstered by resilient consumer.
It's all very exciting, Jerome. But I prefer a synopsis. This is too much.
That's too much, man!
Straight on to the business news now. Brian Quinn is here. He's starting in the US. The country's central bank is holding interest rates steady, much to the displeasure of President Donald Trump.
Indeed, Stuart, the US Federal Reserve, as expected, keeping its benchmark lending rate unchanged at its latest policy meeting on Wednesday. That rate staying at 4.25% to 4.5% as the central bank calls a pause after 3 consecutive cuts that had brought that key rate down by a full percentage point. Fed Chief Jerome Powell says the central bank is in, quote, no hurry to return to cuts, saying the U.S. labor market is solid and that while inflation appears under control, it remains above the Fed's 2% target. President Donald Trump quickly lashed out at Powell and the Fed in the wake of that rate pause. Trump has called for rate cuts as he pushes a deregulatory growth agenda. A number of his proposed policies, though, are threatening to rekindle inflation, notably his threats to impose significant tariffs on imports to the U.S. Powell noting the potential for those policies to weigh on future rate decisions as he spoke to the press Wednesday. Here he is.
In the current situation, there's probably some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts in those 4 areas that I mentioned: tariffs, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulatory policy.
Oh God, we gotta go back. Here it is. Because Jay Powell and the Fed failed to stop the problem they created with inflation, capital I inflation, of course. I We'll do it by unleashing American capital energy production, slashing capital regulation, rebalancing international trade, both capital, and reigniting American manufacturing, also capital. But I will do much more than stopping inflation, capital I. I will make our capital C country financially and otherwise powerful again. The capital Fed, actually that's properly capitalized, has done a terrible job on capital bank, capital regulation, the capital treasury. Oh, new sentence, so I guess that's right too. Treasury is going to lead the effort to cut unnecessary capital regulation and will unleash lending for all American people and businesses. If the Fed has spent less time on DEI and gender ideology and green energy and fake climate change, capital high inflation would never have been a problem. What? I've never heard anybody accuse the Fed of spending too much time on gender ideology. I don't even know what this is, but what? What is he talking about? So the Federal Reserve created the worst inflation we've ever suffered. It wasn't Donald Trump and the trillions of dollars spent on the checks that he signed his name for. No. And it wasn't Joe Biden, because I heard a lot of Republicans say actually Donald Trump's checks were good, but Joe Biden's checks were bad because Donald Trump already did enough and we didn't need more, or something like that. No, this never made any perfect sense to me, or even any sense. But he's completely going off message here, and he's just saying actually it's the woke Federal Reserve. Too woke. Ruined it. That the wokeness creates inflation, everybody. Has anybody ever taken an economics class before? No? Thank God. Thank God our education system sucks and nobody knows what I'm talking about. Phew. I was worried somebody might challenge me on this very stupid stuff.
Additional uncertainty, but that should be passing. We should go through that, and then we'll be back to the regular amount of uncertainty.
Now, next, some unwelcome news for the French economy as the government struggles to get a budget through Parliament.
So the latest official data here in France.
France 24, quit trying to stick other stories in here. We don't got time for that. We're still talking American stuff. We can't go to France. All right. How did I not notice? I should have known this before we started talking about Federal Reserve.
The Fed holds rates steady.
Excuse
and
me,
says the
ma'am.
Economic outlook
Actually,
is
we'll
uncertain.
finish this. We'll do this. It's fine. It's fine. We'll finish the Fed and then we'll move. We got to do a break. 4 hours in. And I also should have already started
The
a
U.S.
goal.
Federal Reserve
I
left
did it.
interest rates unchanged
Fucking
at
hell.
the end of its first policy meeting of the year. But what does that signal for the road ahead? Let's ask Skylar Wynand of Regan Capital. Skylar, the Fed dropped language from its prior statement saying that inflation has made progress toward the Fed's 2% goal, and now is just noting that the pace of price increases remains elevated. So what does that signal to you about how concerned the Fed is about cutting rates?
Yeah, first of all, they're looking at the data, and 3-month and 6-month averages for inflation are actually rising. Heading into the spring season, spring home buying season, they're nervous that rates stay elevated and continue to rise. So that, coupled with the new Trump administration, the 9-hour tariff war with Colombia, DeepSeek coming out, it seems like there's a lot more uncertainty today than there was 7 or 8 days ago. So they're
It certainly does seem like that, doesn't it? Donald Trump comes into office, all the people who love him, all the capitalists are suddenly like, wait a second, he's doing the things he said he was going to do. How is this possible? Oh no. This actually might be bad. But they all, had selective hearing. Some stuff was good for certain people, and other stuff was bad for certain people, and they only heard the stuff that they liked because they assumed that they would be able to stop Donald Trump from doing any of the stuff that might cause them problems. But of course, doing a bunch of trade wars is not good for inflation, right? And the Federal Reserve has been very explicit about their intentions in trying to slow inflation to their 2% target. They want to hit 2% on the dot. They don't want deflation. They don't want you to pay less for your goods. I hope you know that. That is 100%. They just want you to pay slightly less more, right, than you are. You're paying slightly more than they want you to be paying on a month-over-month basis, right? Like, they want you to be paying more every month, but they're just not so much more, right? That's, yeah. It's a fun game. For them and no one else. All right, we need this. It's time. Alrighty, chat. We've gone through 2 halves. I just put up a 2-hour timer for super chats and super stickers so we can get all the content, because this one's gonna be super long going through the night if we can manage to get those done, probably into the wee hours of the morning. Anyway, chat, yeah, the great ways to do that, of course, super chats and super stickers will be accepted. If there's other things you'd like to do too, it's totally up to you. Becoming a Patreon member, where you can get the most space benefits available to you. So many great things, so many ways to support the Galactic News Network. What will you choose? Let's find out. All right, chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back, chat. I saw the lovely super chat from Epi Mew. Really much appreciated. Do I have a tractor beam? It's non-functional right now, unfortunately. And so I've been having to fly a pod down to Earth every time I come up here. But hopefully it'll be fully functional soon. With adequate funding, thanks to you, I'm 5 pounds closer. Alright, chat, it's that time. Time for more galactic content, of course. Let's talk more about the economy. Something that really shouldn't even be classified as part of the economy, but because of how large it is, I think it's the only way I can really describe it right now, even though it is a scam economy. Let's talk a little about crypto and how Trump is planning to relate to this insane market of basically fraud.
The amount of speculation that's happening on basically worthless assets and the financialization of everything. I mean, we've talked about in the context of gambling on their phone, how those states, young men have so much more credit card debt than in states that don't have legalized gambling on people's phones. I'm concerned about the amount of speculative money in the economy right now outside of the scamming part. Like, what are the potentials for this amount of capital invested in this like worthless speculative garbage like crypto?
Yeah, earlier, even before the election, but earlier last year, I was concerned about the run-up in crypto prices because I never thought it would happen so quickly after the 2022 crash. And obviously there's the political situation where they're becoming the biggest donor to the Republican Party as an industry. But it got much worse when Trump was elected because this sort of fusion of crypto in the Republican Party and allowed crypto to start penetrating mainstream finance, I think, a lot more quickly than I expected. So the last time things crashed in 2022, it was somewhat walled off or contained. You had some retirement funds that had been investors in FTX or doing things like that, or a little bit of experimenting with stable coins and staking. But now it's come back so quickly. Like there was a bill proposed in Utah this week to invest 10% of state treasury in crypto. There's talk about this national crypto stockpile of some sort, which may not be just Bitcoin. It might be politically connected coins like Solana and XRP.
Or his own currencies. Gotta have we have to have a reserve of Trump and Melania coin. By the way, I've brought this up a couple of times, but this is the law, which I believe is essentially makes every cryptocurrency an illegal currency. But because of the loophole that they found in it, not found, but the lack of discussion of coins made out of non-physical objects, which was not possible at the time of this law being made. 18 U.S. Code 486, the uttering coins of gold, silver, or other metal, whoever, except as authorized by law, makes or utters or passes or attempts to utter or pass any coins of gold or silver or other metal or alloys of metal intended for use as current money, whether in the resemblance of coins of the United States or foreign countries, or of their own original design, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both. But when this was written in 1948, There was no way. There was no way for you to to have a non-physical coin, right? Not possible. But every single one of these things are a crime. Just there's a loophole that they found and have been exploiting. Because honestly, most people in Congress are, over the age of 65 and have no real comprehension of it. Not all people over the age of 65 have no. What I'm saying is that like a majority of the people in our Congress have no comprehension of what the fuck this all is. And they just sort of, it's like, oh yeah, okay, it's just like a fun phone thing. I don't know what do phones do. And it's just, our own president now and his wife have their own currencies. So if you want to please the king, you can buy his coins. It's insane. Now that should 100% be illegal for the president to have their own currency. How is that not a crime?
Now also you have, yesterday there was an application filed for an ETF, which is basically a Wall Street fund, a product that's sold to all kinds of people and retirement funds for these various tokens, for these meme coins like a Trump meme
coin ETF?
So this is like an ETF attached to someone playing blackjack. Like this is
Follow the
these
rich
are
way.
casinos, this is gambling.
Yep.
But it's being turned into sort of Wall Street stock products potentially if that's approved by the SEC, which under a Trump administration anything goes. So what happens when you get like mainstream institutions investing in this stuff? It becomes pretty scary very quickly, especially as leverage and debt accumulates in the system.
And we should say, just to explain to people if they don't know, and because I certainly, up until probably 10 years ago,
I guess
15 years ago, did not know what an ETF was.
Okay.
Right. It's
Right.
basically just
And like one thing I just want to point out here that people may or may not know, but while the crypto market itself, like if you combine all of the cryptocurrencies in total, there is a multi-trillion-dollar market. There is another market or multiple markets run by different people, essentially, that are bets on the bets. In the same way, in the housing market crash of 2008, 2009, where collateralized debt obligations and mortgage-backed securities were artificially inflating the value of homes, and at the same time creating this massive risk pool, there is the same vehicle that exists for crypto, right? The options and futures and derivatives market of cryptos, not the ETFs. I'm talking about this is inside of like all the crypto gambling sites like Coinbase or whatever, Binance, right? These people also have markets set up where you can bet on whatever, like I just said, futures and whatever else, derivatives of the derivatives of the derivatives of nothing. Right, and it's a massive pile. Then you add in the fact that you have institutional investors now creating not just ETFs. There's other products that are now on the stock market as well. There's like I think what's it called? It's like a Bitcoin spot future or something like that. And it's all it's all just a massive money bubble built on a fever dream.
an aggregate of a bunch of different sort of mini indices, I guess, pooled together and sold in a way. So, for instance, it could be a bunch of different land stocks, or it could be a bunch of different other commodities.
I almost forgot to mention this one. But actually, before I respond to your super chat, I heard about, I can't remember when it was a number of months back. Might have been like 6 or 7 months ago. We barely had even talked about it, I think. But I heard that they had found a way, or not found a way, but they started investing in real estate, and how they've built up these DAOs or whatever they call them to be able to like invest in real estate, have people own a piece of a home, you know, but the way they're selling it is like, do you want to own a home? Like, and but then, you know what I mean? Like, they're never going to set foot in that house. Like, you know, you didn't get in soon enough, right? It's almost a guarantee. And even if you did, your entire, like, it's insane that they are trying to do. And this, of course, the NFT market still exists all over the place. Video games based on cryptocurrency. It's out of control. But EpiMu, this is hilarious, and this might actually be a great investment. I don't know how long it's gonna. There's definitely some sort of a window of time in which selling these eggs is going to be peak, right? And at some point it's going to start going down, I think. I'm not talking about the price of eggs, but I don't think anybody's going to want to buy those eggs you have in, like, I don't know, like a year or so. Ooh, I know what you could do. You ever hear about, like, those really, really old eggs that people eat in, like, Japan, right? You could do that. You just put it in soy sauce for, like, 1,000 years, and then, then you could resell them. Then you get some real money.
Essentially. So you could get a gold ETF,
Sure.
and on some level, it's just you're speculating on the price of gold. It's been around for a long time, so it has a lot more sort of stability and predictability than, you know, poop coin or whatever it is, you know, that they're coming up with. I want to ask you about this reserve and, you know, what the crypto boys all wanted with Donald Trump. But here is Donald Trump yesterday. He is asked whether he intends to continue to sell crypto as president. Like, this is like the Haktua girl she's investigated for this. Maybe the investigation gets dropped. You don't want to make an example of Haktua.
Exactly.
But that's basically what he's
That's going to bring too much attention.
He's just taking his internet fame and just saying, like, here it is. It happens to be a backdoor way. There's probably a lot more value for people to buy his coin, at least like people who have, you know, something that they want from the government, than the average rube who will also buy this thing. But here is Donald Trump answering this question.
You launched your crypto coin the other day. Do you intend to continue selling products that benefit yourself personally while you're president?
Well,
What's the problem with that?
I don't know how.
I don't know. Do we make money?
Much about it other than
do we make billions of dollars? I don't know. Hard to say. Maybe I won't benefit from it. Maybe I'll lose money, even though I got the tokens for completely free.
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today?
You made a lot of money, sir.
How much?
How much?
Several $1 billion, it seems like, in the last several days.
Sounds pretty good.
Several billion? That's peanuts for these guys.
And he's talking, of course, about the billionaires behind him.
That's his go-to, by the way, if people don't want to go back to his last presidential term. I don't know. Anytime it's an uncomfortable question for him, he says, I don't know. You think he doesn't know that he made several $1 billion over the past few days?
You think he didn't check the price, like, right before he got in front of everyone?
Yeah, I don't have the app on my phone, even.
Modus operandi. This is his entire reason for being president again.
What's coin market cap?
So,
Never heard of it.
And this is such a bigger grift than, you know,
just like
selling
Project
watches
25
or sneakers or anything he was even doing last year. You know, the numbers are very misleading. Like, you're going to hear these huge numbers of multi-billion-dollar market cap. He can still cash out, and he and his allies, that's for sure, the insiders. But they're going to be taking a huge haircut, just the way this stuff works, and it's like laundering money, because it pretty much is. But in the end, they're still going to be making free money, again, with very low.
And just to be clear, it's a haircut based upon the valuation, but not a haircut in real terms. So in other words, the meme coin could go up several $1 billion worth, but as soon as he starts to dump his, it goes down.
That's why we need a strategic reserve.
Sort of like in direct proportion.
This is why we must have a strategic reserve of Trump and Melania coin, so we can sell, but the price will just keep going up. We'll just replace every dollar that I sell with a US dollar from the treasury. This is how we will bring down the US budget. It'll just never stop going up. We need another support character. Hold on. You know, we have a very man-centric support characters today. I'm sorry, ladies, but we got dudes only support characters. It's the age of Trump. Does the Pink Panther have a gender? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm trying to think. Is it ever clearly stated?
He's flooding the market and trying to cash out. So it's really just quickly, like, how quickly can I cash out? He's got, I would imagine, having someone ask him that question. And here's the sort of thing that's really sort of like, we're in just like, the gone through the looking glass. People asking him that question, the reporter asking him that question, he's probably like walking off the podium and saying to his people, I want you to sell 10% right now, because there's probably 10% new buyers coming in going like, I want to get part of this Trump gravy train.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way.
100,000 people just heard about the coin. Let's cash out a little bit. Come on. Got some legal bills.
Works, right?
Yeah, and in crypto in general, people are always looking for signals from the whales or the companies. So the big holders or the companies issuing the tokens. Just like in mainstream finance, like what are they going to do? So if you hear that, or if you think that the biggest whale or the issuer of this token is going to hold it or sell more or continue to do more to support it, that influences its price action tremendously. I mean, that's a huge deal. So, I mean, this is going to be a daily, hourly thing.
I mean, the potential for corruption is insane,
for real
right?
crypto degenerates, as they call themselves. Like, they will constantly be surveying what Trump is doing.
You know, and it's not just the crypto bros, right? Think about foreign governments and whomever else, right? Because we're talking about the Treasury buying up, having a strategic crypto reserve. But let's just say some foreign government wants to, you know, convince Donald Trump to do something specific. Well, I'm sure that you know, the what's it called? The wealth fund, the Saudi wealth fund, the IEP or whatever it's called. I'm sure they could come up with some free cash if they want to get something done, right? You know, Russian oligarch, you know, anybody, right? It doesn't have to be a foreign government, just a wealthy individual. They don't even have to like crypto, but if they got the money, they could perhaps convince Donald Trump to do something that they want by saying, "Hey, I'll throw $100 million, I'll throw $500 million, I'll throw $1 billion into your coin and let you know ahead of time. You can sell out at the peak of when I'm buying, and you know you'll make a fortune." You know, and it's just the potential for, and it would also technically. Potentially be also scamming further. Well, honestly, it'd be fraud, right? I think if he's like doing things like rug pulls with, it's just all completely fucked. How do we have this? Well, guess what? If you were hoping we would get money out of politics, and that story wasn't enough for you to feel like, you know, the like the government was taken over by financial interests. Well, maybe this next story will convince you otherwise. I'm so sorry. It's been a rough week, people. Rough couple of weeks.
On the campaign trail last year, Donald Trump attacked the influence of lobbyists in Washington.
Well, you have to stop listening to lobbyists. You know, I was not a big person for lobbyists. They're snakes. They get a lot of money.
But after winning, Trump quickly changed course.
Incoming Chief of Staff Susan Wiles, incoming Attorney General Pam Bondi both cut their teeth at Florida-based lobbying firm Ballard Partners.
With Wiles installed as Trump's top aide and Bondi leading the Department of Justice.
By the way, I just thought of this, but I feel like this would only be fair because I don't really care where the money goes. But if you were to spend an equivalent amount of a $5 super chat somewhere else, like on Cash App or PayPal or even on Twitch, I would accept all of those also to keep the stream going. I don't care where you send the money, and in some of those places, you know, I would probably make more money than from YouTube, although definitely not Twitch. Twitch is basically the worst out of all of them. Patreon, actually, too. If you were to become a new patron member, I'll you know, I should be, yeah, why haven't I not been doing that this whole time? It just came to me out of the blue. MIDI Doctor's just coming in straight up with just a teal. Just a teal. Well, thank you, MIDI. It's a very short, succinct message, but much appreciated. I was expecting to read something, and all I saw was teal. In multiple ways. A teal-colored super chat of the word teal.
Ballard Partners has become the most powerful lobbying firm in Washington. Since the election, Ballard has registered a record 41 new clients, more than double any other firm during the same period. And the number is still rising. So who is Ballard Partners? And which companies are hiring the lobbyists with Trump's ear? We poured through lobbying disclosures to uncover what corporate America wants from a second Trump term. At the helm of Ballard Partners is Brian Ballard. Ballard worked as a lobbyist for Trump's Florida businesses starting in the 90s, and later became a top fundraiser for Trump. Susie Wiles, Trump's new chief of staff, joined Ballard Partners in 2011 and would go on to run Trump's Florida effort 5 years later. After Trump's victory in 2016, Ballard and Wiles established a Washington office and quickly became known as the people who could get you in with the president. Matt Gaetz told Politico in 2018, even as a friend of the president,
pay to play, buy the crypto, or go through Susie.
I have to call Susie Wiles to get my way. That influence paid off. During Trump's first term, Ballard raked in $70 million in lobbying fees. After making millions as a lobbyist with Ballard, Wiles took a job as Trump's campaign manager in 2024.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden.
Also joining Trump's White House is Pam Bondi. As a Ballard lobbyist, Bondi represented Uber, Amazon, the private prison company Geo Group, and the government of Qatar.
Wow.
As Attorney General, she'll be responsible for scrutinizing many of those former clients.
Why do you believe your work as a lobbyist does not constitute potential conflicts of interest?
Great question.
I'm very proud of the work that I did. It was a short time, and I wish it had been longer for Qatar.
Now that former Ballard lobbyists occupy key positions in the Trump administration...
Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. So we're building a swamp, I guess? Bringing back the swamp. Actually, money in politics, that is exactly where it belongs.
Corporations are rushing to the firm. Ballard's new client list reveals corporate America's blueprint for the next 4 years, and the stakes for everyone if they succeed. The top priority, tax cuts.
I think the Trump administration is going to try to reduce the regulatory burden that the industry faces.
The oil giant Chevron hired Ballard in early December to lobby for the renewal of Trump's 2017 tax cuts. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which reduced the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%, was a boon for the company. Chevron alone received $2 billion in tax savings in 2017. Apparently, it wasn't enough.
And now we're going to take the 21% down to 15%, which makes us the most competitive nation in the world.
The change would give the 100 largest American companies a total estimated annual tax cut of $48 billion. Chevron would save $256 million a year, while most families would get less than $1 a day. Priority number 2, crypto.
I think it's clear that Donald Trump embraced crypto and crypto embraced Donald Trump.
After the crypto industry mounted a $135 million campaign to elect Donald Trump and other crypto-friendly politicians, crypto companies Ripple Labs, Blockchain, and Kraken owner Payward all hired Ballard. It's already paying off. Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse met with Trump earlier this month.
The United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done.
The crypto industry was prosecuted during the Biden administration for rampant fraud. Its first priority under Trump, looser regulations.
Yeah.
Holy cow, PB with the glorious citrusy super chat. Look at that. Look at that lemon taking a bow. Flowers blooming in the background. Hearts flying through. That's going to do it, I think. I mean, I'm going to count that as 2. That seems, that's way higher than a teal super chat. So I'm just going to count that as done. If anybody wants to continue donating, I'm totally about it. But wow, PB, that's incredible. I've never seen that sticker before. Why hasn't PBs counted? Because YouTube's not counting them. They only count super chats. I don't know. I'm not in charge of YouTube. But I am in charge of this stream, technically. At least to some degree. I don't feel like I always have full control or anything, but
I made a huge tiny mistake.
But you know, the memory is what we're gonna use to count these things. I don't know why YouTube. There's no way to actually. I tried to figure out a way to add the super stickers, but there's no way. No available way to do that.
It's really the dawn of a new day for crypto, and the energy was just palpable throughout the room.
The industry is also lobbying Trump to create a Bitcoin stockpile in the federal government and integrate crypto more fully into the global financial system.
But I think he is excited about it. I mean, he really wants to be the first Bitcoin president.
Third, we have tariffs.
To me, the most beautiful word in the dictionary is tariff. And it's my favorite word. It needs a public relation.
Okay, but yeah, so Susie Wiles and Pam Bondi, who are both now in the federal government, are lobbyists themselves. They, you know, it is insane to think that is going to be the case, but we have lobbyists, we have CEOs, and everybody in between working in our government now, including a president and first lady who have their own currencies. As I am going to continue to suggest, opine on, as being in violation of 18 U.S. 486. But no, yeah, if you were hoping for Citizens United to get overturned, first off, Supreme Court, never going to do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But you think it's gonna happen with a bunch of lobbyists working in the federal government? That's gonna be tough. All right, let's talk some more business stories. Now, Microsoft is very, very upset that DeepSeek has beaten OpenAI in its race to oblivion, or, well, whatever, approaching oblivion. And they have started an investigation into all of this. They believe DeepSeek may have illegally stolen data?
What?
Illegal.
Microsoft and OpenAI are probing if data from the ChatGPT maker was obtained in an unauthorized manner by a group linked to Chinese AI startup DeepSeek. That's according to a Bloomberg report published Tuesday. The report says that Microsoft security researchers observed several months ago that individuals they believed to be connected to DeepSeek exfiltrated a large amount of data using OpenAI's application programming interface.
Not the data.
The API is the main way that software developers and business customers buy services from OpenAI, which...
How could they steal data from the data stealers? You thieving thieves. You thievers. You thieverers. How? Oh, that is not fair.
That's too much, man!
Now, of course, OpenAI has been accused of stealing data from the entire internet without permission all over the place. And used it to train their models. And now they're like, hey, you're not allowed to steal data. It's not right. It's wrong. We don't like that.
Illegal.
It makes me sad. It's not fair. And for that, we should make fun of them. because it's stupid and incredibly hypocritical. Maybe if you have a problem with stealing data, you should retrain your models without data, without all the data you just took. I don't know. Start from square one, I guess, right? Now, this story came out before the DeepSeek revelation, but I figured we would look at this one. Oh, wait, we'll look... actually, no, we don't need this. We really don't need to hear about how Microsoft and Meta disappointed on forecasts in their recent quarterly whatever briefing. Very sad for Microsoft and Meta, disappointing on forecasts. Let's talk about something actually disturbing. That being this thing, and if DeepSeek didn't steal data from ChatGPT and did all this for as cheap as they did, with as little energy used as they've purported to, then hopefully that would make this story completely irrelevant. But this is what up until then, and I assume still now, but I'm guessing many of them are second guessing some of this right now. But big tech companies were seeking to be plugged directly into power plants. Multiple tech companies were apparently looking to build data centers next to nuclear power facilities and other places like that. And rather than plugging into the grid like a normal person, normal business, they wanted really, really, really special treatment.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Amazon recently bought a data center next to the Susquehanna nuclear power plant in eastern Pennsylvania. They will use it to help run Amazon Web Services, AWS for short, the company's cloud computing service used by many companies, governments, and individuals. The data center will draw energy directly from the nuclear power plant to power the data center's servers, cooling systems, and other infrastructure. This arrangement avoids the lengthy and costly process of connecting to the aging electric grid, making it a test case as more big technology companies look to strike similar deals.
Thank you for the gifted membership, Charlie. Really appreciate it. Who got one? Marianne Bradshaw. You got a gifted galactic membership. Enjoy. Whoops.
Departure from how data centers normally procure energy, because normally data centers would connect with the grid operator and say, I would like to build a data center here, and you will give me the electricity that we've contracted to purchase. And they could be coming from any source. They could be coming from nuclear, they could be coming from wind or solar, and they're just electrons flowing through the grid.
Some utilities argue these partnerships are unfair because they allow tech companies to bypass grid maintenance costs paid by other users. This could raise electricity prices and reduce power availability for the general public. Amazon and other technology firms say they need fast, reliable, cleaner power to support the rapid growth of artificial intelligence technologies. Federal officials say fast development of data centers is vital to the economy and national security.
I think in the near term, AI is moving so quickly. I think we need to extend the frontier. We need to be beyond that frontier.
Yeah.
And that means supplying.
That means just giving preferential treatment to multi-trillion-dollar companies. Okay, I'm gonna disagree. That's a bad plan. These guys started getting into exclusive contracts with the power companies, the power producers. What do you think that means for you? You think that's going to increase or lower your costs? What do you think? Maybe they'll get preferential treatment on cost. Maybe they'll pay less for their energy than you will because they got some deal. They're like, well, we'll plug directly in and we'll take this much power a year. That's a lot of money, guaranteed. It's going to be on all the time. maybe we could work out a sweet deal. You think that, that'll improve your cost? What if they're not producing enough energy? Who gets satisfied first? The electric grid or Amazon or, Oracle or, ChatGPT? Who gets preferential? Who is at the front of the line? That's my question. Let's talk more about those people who want to do these things, but get back to talking this whole DeepSeek situation.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at how the Chinese startup DeepSeek, which uses a free open-source artificial intelligence model, has upended Silicon Valley. Its new low-cost AI tool, R1, has surged to the top of Apple's App Store, overtaking OpenAI's ChatGPT. Meanwhile, artificial intelligence giant NVIDIA lost almost $600 billion in value Tuesday, the biggest single-day loss for a public company. In December, DeepSeek said its model only took 2 months and less than $6 million to build, despite U.S. restrictions on chip exports to China, a tiny fraction of the cost that U.S. tech giants have spent on AI. Just last week, President Trump announced Stargate, a $500 billion project to boost AI infrastructure in the U.S., and he promised it would create new jobs. For more, we're joined from Los Altos, California, by Ramesh Srinivasan, professor of information studies at UCLA, host of the podcast Utopias, author of Beyond the Valley, How Innovators Around the World Are Overcoming Inequality and Creating the Technologies of Tomorrow. In this last few minutes we have, Professor Srinivasan, can you talk about the significance of DeepSeek?
Yes, I mean, it's very, very profound. I mean, basically for $6 million, they were able to develop a large language model, which is basically the brains for future AI systems of all kinds, for $6 million, compared to hundreds of billions of dollars that were allocated for initiatives like the Stargate project. Now, this is not apples to apples. The $6 million is not totally equivalent to the $500 billion and the investments tied to that. But the key issue is this: DeepSeek was able to train and refine its models using open source kinds of content, getting input from communities of developers all around the world. And this is very insightful. It's an example of something that we've always known in tech, that innovation is not just creating the latest iPhone 15 versus 16, or just pouring tons of money into energy and other expenses in this sort of, resource unconscious way.
Who's we? Because I think there's a lot of people in tech who've completely forgotten about that, and especially people like Apple, who are constantly trying to do that. We're going to re-engineer perfectly good phones so that you have to keep buying them, right? Or start engineering them so that it forces you to start buying them more frequently because they'll break down faster or whatever else.
It's actually being resourceful, and the open source community is why DeepSeek was able to basically perform very close to the level, if not stronger, than ChatGPT's latest, or at least previous to latest versions, for a fraction of the cost. And this is a key breakthrough, and this is why we're seeing so much volatility in Silicon Valley as we speak.
And why is this being seen as a threat rather than as enormous progress in terms of development of artificial intelligence?
Right. It's very much a threat because many Silicon Valley models are based on proprietary sorts of platforms or proprietary data. They are gathering data from all of us to inform their AI systems, which are going to be used primarily for their benefits. Never mind that there are various fairly unclear and possibly empty promises about jobs that these AI infrastructures like Stargate will create. So this is just a remarkable example of one thing that's always been powerful about the internet and the web, which is people can support one another and build on one another's work. And that's what DeepSeek has actually shown us. And they validated that in various reports, and a number of researchers I've looked at have validated their findings. But the Silicon Valley model, which has in its past, and even to this day sometimes uses open source input, has primarily been gated communities, walled gardens, algorithmic, extremist content, as we've talked about many times before.
They also do it with the tech. You know, Apple, you know, uses their own proprietary cords. I think they were forced to change them specifically for the EU market, but I don't think they sell them in the United States that way. Maybe they did. I haven't seen the new ones, but maybe the new. I honestly don't know. But for, you know, like, there's all sorts of insane sort of gatekeeping going on. All right. Let's see. Let's go here now. Talk a little bit about some other technology, which is apparently going to be taking over LA freeways, even though, you know, many of these companies are problematic. Local governments in some places are allowing driverless cars onto roadways.
Everyone, hey, good morning, Frank. Get ready to see something new. Yes, Waymo is going to be testing out its fleet of driverless robo-taxis on our freeways, and that includes this 110 freeway here right behind me, the 10, the 90, and the 405, and that's all happening this week. Take a look here. Of course, we know this is a huge step for Waymo.
Yeah. Wow. There you go. LA is going to have driverless vehicles, Waymos, on the road now, all over the highway. Sure, everyone's very excited about that.
Vehicles with radar gizmos attached to the roof and sides of been ferrying riders on city streets across the area from Santa Monica to downtown LA. It claims actually that the self-driving cars have been shown to be safer than human-driven vehicles, but data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration shows that the number of collisions reported by Waymo in the last 6 months has grown by roughly 60%.
Oh,
that
boy.
goes in hand with the service's growing popularity.
Up 60%. Waymo crashes in the last, what was that, 6 months? Or month, was it? Either way, that, yeah, it's a little, you know, it's a little concerning that people are being used as guinea pigs without their consent. I wonder if everybody in LA was asked to vote on this, or if legislators just, you know, I wonder who gave permission. Was it the mayor of LA? I honestly don't know. I need to look into it, but it's insane to do this. All right, let's talk environmental issues. A few of them we got here from the last week. And we saw the super pod of dolphins a few days ago, but there was another pod of a different sort seen off of the coast of the OC.
A rare pod of killer whales spotted off the coast of Orange County. Dave's Locker whale watching in Newport Beach sent us this video of the majestic orcas getting remarkably close to the boat. Killer whales were first seen about 2.5 miles off Newport Beach. Experts say the particular group has never been spotted this far south. The pod made a few passes by the whale watching boat before diving and then disappearing into the water.
Big shout out to Dave's Locker.
Yes, they were
just wanted to talk like a pirate.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah,
Why?
sometimes you're
Why was now the time to talk like a pirate? Because of the ocean? Just because the ocean exists, the pirate impressions must happen? Arrgh, I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, matey. Way more crashes than there used to be. I like that one. That's funny. That's a good one. All right. Let's stay in LA. Look at this. This is just for a laugh. I just left this in here from earlier. If you didn't see it, enjoy this. Ah.
And to make matters worse, this first winter storm of the season is bringing heavy snow up in the...
Man. As immobilized as a Fiat. Or whatever that is. Smaller than a Fiat. I don't know what that is. Yeah, the Cybertruck not able to get through the snow. I thought those things were supposed to be badass. What happened to that? Gotta get towed out with tires a spinning.
Come on!
Now let's look at this next video. As evacuees have finally been starting to allow evacuees back to the area now.
Residents affected by the fast-moving Palisades fire in California sat in traffic almost a quarter-mile long on Tuesday, after finally being allowed to return home for the first time in 3 weeks.
My understanding is that half of my condo complex is destroyed and the other half is still standing. So I'm anxious to see, you know, what I can get out of there, and we're waiting to have the building inspected to see. I've heard it may have to be demolished.
Is it your building? You own the apartment building? Is that
City
what you're
officials granted access to destruction zones Tuesday morning, but only residents with proof of residency and required verification by law enforcement officers were allowed to drive into the affected areas.
I think we need to assess kind of the damage and to see it. Now that we have a chance to sort of process what's happened. So, you know, we have really no idea what we're going to kind of see.
I tried to get up yesterday, I couldn't. But look, we're looking forward to going up there. It's obviously been really, really hard. We want to see what's going on. And so, you know, hopefully they get up there.
Since January 7th, California officials said the deadly Eaton and Palisades fires that have ravaged Los Angeles.
Did that guy not look pissed that his buddy was talking to the camera? He was like, God damn it. Like, he just starts driving away while he's in the middle of talking. Oh, God. Okay. Now, let's see what Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, had to say when asked about Donald Trump's suggestion that California institute voter ID laws or have their federal aid taken away.
Voter ID. You know, you seemed open to linking that to wildfire aid yesterday. Do you really think you can do that and wildfire aid and get Democrats to vote for it?
I don't know if it's linked to wildfire aid. I just know that voter ID in California is a very important thing. We passed the SAVE Act in the last Congress. Chuck Schumer let it die on his desk. We're going to pass the SAVE Act again in this Congress. We have to do everything that we can to ensure,
including withholding federal
elections.
funds.
It's a very important issue to the American people. I heard it all over the country, blue states, red states, everywhere in between last year when I was traveling around. And I think that we did a good thing by restoring the people's trust this time around, but there's always more to do in that regard. And we have to make sure that, for example, illegal aliens who are in the country are...
What is he talking? He's talking about the election? Is that what he's saying? We restored people's trust, but because Donald Trump won? Is that okay? Thanks, Mike. But yeah, he's all about that. He thinks that that's a good thing to withhold federal funds, hostage to get political actions done from states. It's fascinating. Maybe, you know, if Democrats, you know, get elected again, we can take this advice from Mike. Do the other way around. We'll be like, you know, if you don't pass legislation that guarantees health care for everyone, including abortions and things like that, then we're going to hold all your federal funds when you get hit by a hurricane. Florida, Texas. That's Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, leader of the Republicans, saying these things. Saying it's actually good to withhold federal funds. Hostage. You heard him. Let's talk about the cleanup that's now going on as well. Well, it has been going on really ever since it started to die down enough to do so.
Also this morning, the Environmental Protection Agency hard at work clearing up toxic debris from homes destroyed in the Eaton fire. KTLA's Andy Rose Ramos live this morning in Altadena to see how this process all works. Andy Rose, good morning.
Hi, Jess. Jess, good morning to you. Yeah, for the first time, we are seeing this process unfold in front of our eyes. The teams and the crews from the EPA, we have embedded with them. This is as far as we can stand on this property, but you will see behind me those crews hard at work. They have to go to every single property that was impacted by the Eaton fire. And we are standing here off of Santa Anita Avenue, where we can see those crews of 10 trying to remove those hazardous material. This is day 2. This is the second day that they have actually removed the hazardous material and brought it over to that site in Irwindale. Now, here to talk more about it, Harry Allen, come on in. Talk a little bit about what exactly is happening here, that process, and how they remove, because I'm looking at one of your crew members there. He's putting it in those black bags, how this all works.
Yes, so they're removing anything that could potentially be dangerous to the public or to contractors that work on a property to remove larger material and debris and ash. So they're only going to be removing small things that may be dangerous, such as batteries, pressurized paint cans, cylinders, things that have to do with medical treatment, and only if they're intact. If they're burned out, they can be left and marked. And this is all to protect contractors and people returning.
They're putting them in those bags. You're saying
Correct.
Everybody gets put in, everything gets put into a container.
Yeah, so these get put into bags and put into our lined trailers and brought back and put directly into a container back at our yards.
Now, I have to ask, one of the EPA representatives said yesterday at LA County Board of Supervisors meeting that you received a directive from the White House, from the Trump administration, to finish this up, this removal of all that hazardous waste, in 30 days. Talk more about that.
Yeah, that's right. We work for the president. We're in the executive branch, EPA is, and so we do the best we can to complete this presidential disaster declaration mission in that amount of time. So we're going to be adding crews to do that. These are trained folks from all over the country, especially from Southern California. And they have hazardous materials training, and they have experience on other wildfires, because unfortunately...
Is it just me, or is she like... Like, I got distracted. Like, I felt like she was getting super close to him. I mean, is it just me? But, like, she's like, I don't know, 8 inches away from his face. Oh, my God. But, yeah, the EPA and local agencies are getting hard to work here, trying to clean up the debris, trying to make it so it is safe to return to the areas affected by these fires. Now, let's move on from the fires for now. I'll probably talk about them. I think I have a... Yeah, I think we'll probably talk about more tomorrow on that. Actually, you know what? No, I forgot. We already accomplished the goal that we had set out here. So let's watch a little bit about the history of the Altadenas and the Pacific Palisades. At least some parts of it. I'm not going to watch this whole thing. This is a KTLA sort of collaboration, I think, with some filmmaker, documentary
of Altadena, and let's take a look at one of those.
Development was initially slow due to an economic downturn in the late 1880s, but with the construction of Thaddeus Lowe's Mountain Railway connecting Los Angeles to Altadena and the mountains beyond, Altadena became a bona fide tourist destination. The newly sprouted community immediately began to attract millionaires from the East, including newspaper moguls William Scripps and William Kellogg, and author Zane Grey, who built mansions and formed what became Millionaires Row on Mariposa near Santa Rosa Avenue. From there, Altadena was the beneficiary of the Great Migration, where many African Americans moved west to escape the Jim Crow South. Altadena's open spaces and relative affordability compared to neighboring Pasadena made it an attractive destination. And by the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, a vibrant black community had taken root, overcoming redlining and the restricting housing covenants to create a rich cultural and social network. Altadena developed a reputation as a haven for black professionals, educators, and creatives. Notable figures such as Willa Beatrice Brown, the first black woman in the United States to receive a commercial pilot's license, and artist Charles White called Altadena home, cementing its status as a mecca in Los Angeles for African Americans.
I love this. Yeah. I love that.
There you go. A little bit of history on Altadena there. All right, now let's go to talk about this, also from KTLA5, about a bald eagle by the name of Jackie.
A live look from Big Bear, where all eyes are on the nest of bald eagles Jackie and Shadow. That's because Jackie has laid her third egg of the season. Megan, you called it in the video. You were like, wait, a third egg?
Ginger said that. But didn't we do this yesterday, or was that a second egg yesterday?
It was
we did the third.
It was the second. It was the third.
Yesterday. The third happened overnight.
So,
That's
yeah,
amazing.
exactly.
Track.
About 7, that's going to be its name, Trey. All right,
Hey,
I have a nephew named Trey.
Oh, I like
yeah,
that
he's
name.
the third of a kind. All right, anyway, around 7:45 last night, when Jackie dropped her third egg, that's when that happened. Just like clockwork, all 3 eggs arrived about 3 days apart, almost exactly to the hour. Last night's arrival was watched live by Eagle fans, not Eagles fans in Philly, Eagle fans across the world.
There you go. This one bald eagle trying to keep the whole species alive. 3 eagles. 3 eggs at least. All at the same time. That's a lot of eggs. Alright, let's go far to the east. The far east of New England, where apparently a 3.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast, I think Massachusetts, a few days ago.
We are following some breaking news out of New England, where a 3.8 magnitude earthquake hit off the coast of Maine today. The U.S. Geological Survey says the epicenter was near the town of York Harbor. That's about 45 minutes southwest of Portland, Maine, and it could be felt, this earthquake, in parts of Boston, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire as well. There are no reports of any damage so far. The National Weather Service has not issued any tsunami watches for the ocean or any warnings or advisories in the aftermath.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
There we go. Thank you, Lester. So yeah, thankfully no apparent damage was done from that earthquake. Now let's go across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom, where in a recent legal battle, the UK's oil and gas fields have been ruled unlawful.
What? Illegal.
New picture from Norway shows work is well underway on constructing Shell's huge Jackdaw gas platform for the North Sea. It's nearly finished, given the green light by the Conservative government in 2022. Off the coast of Shetland, permission for the Rosebank oil field was granted a year later.
Rosebank is predicted to create more than £8 billion in direct investments.
It's backed by Norwegian firm Equinor and Ithaca Energy. Climate campaigners say its emissions would be the same as running 56 coal-fired power stations for a year.
Stop Rosebank! Stop Rosebank! Stop Rosebank! No new oil and gas!
After a court battle between activists and the 3 oil and gas companies in Edinburgh, consent for both sites was quashed today, ruled unlawful because the climate assessment only looked at the impact of extracting fossil fuels, not the impact of burning them.
This is a very important victory today in the fight for climate justice, because what the court is saying is that oil and gas companies should no longer be allowed to pretend that the immense climate harm from new oil and gas projects can be ignored.
Work is allowed to continue on Jackdaw and on Rosebank for now, but no oil and gas can be extracted while new climate assessments are carried out.
Oh, that's so sad. So sad for the oil companies. My heart is broken for them. But yeah, the courts have ruled in this case, because of course it's not just the construction of them that's the problem, it's the stuff that they're pulling out and then burning. It was an unexpected ruling, certainly over here, wasn't it? Wasn't thinking that was going to happen, considering what much we've been hearing in the UK about talk about starting new oil and gas. All of a sudden, looks like all that's going to be put on halt until a climate assessment, a scientific analysis is done on whether or not burning fossil fuels is bad for the climate. I wonder what those will come back saying. Alright, now let's go a little bit further east to Greece. Talk about a different water problem.
Dimitris Marinoglu's family have ploughed this land in northern Greece for generations. But now Marinoglu is worried their way of life is under threat. The Bulgarian water supplies that have kept his family's crops alive for decades could dry up this summer.
We have invested in this. We bought reels. We bought watering equipment. All of this is worth a lot of money. If there is no water, it will go to waste. The fields will go to waste.
Since 1964, water from Bulgaria's mountains has flowed freely along the Arta River into 50,000 acres, 20,000 hectares of the Evros Plain in northern Greece. Evros has no functioning dams or reservoirs and relies on the water delivered between May and September. But the deal, which was a World War II reparations agreement, expired last year, and it is not clear if it will be renewed, as Bulgaria assesses its own water needs.
Yeah, and it's this kind of stuff that's going to cause suffering, potentially conflicts. But as, you know, as the climate continues to change, if we do nothing about it, and it continues as it appears it's going to, you know, water resources will become scarcer, and suddenly crops won't get watered here or there. Cross borders, where, you know, agreements and or whatever treaties had been signed in the past may, you know, no longer look as beneficial if you can't give enough water to your own people. And this becomes a real slippery slope, because then, you know, but it comes along, in my opinion, with most likely nationalistic sentiments, things like that. Casting blame in the wrong places, if you will. Alright, let's go. Here, talk about seed vaults, and not the ones all the way in the north. No. Just slightly south of Greece in Kenya, apparently. Here's the AP from 2 days ago.
You realize that some of the
varieties, the traditional varieties that we had abandoned then, are actually more resilient with climate change. So it would be wrong for farmers, especially farmers in marginal areas, to start thinking that using the indigenous seed is backwardness. Far from it.
We use wood ash to preserve our sins. No weevil can survive on ash, wood ash, because it is bitter, and even the smoke. So most of these traditional methods, those grandpa used to employ when they were preserving their seed, it is still viable up to today.
There are different approaches to conserving genetic resources. One of them is conserve them as a seed in seed banks. Now plants produce two types of seeds. There are those seeds that withstand desiccation to very low moisture content, and they can be frozen under the low temperatures, minus 20 in our case here. Those are, we technically refer to them as orthodox seeds. So the orthodox seeded species are conserved, can be conserved in a seed bank like this one.
Well, there you go. Kenya doing everything it can to preserve biodiversity and the propagation, continuation of the current native species in the region. It's very important. You know, you lose them and then suddenly you got a whole crop missing, potentially. Or perhaps some sort of genetic mutation happens or whatever else. You know, you gotta have these kinds of things in the, you know, backed up already. You can't do it in post. Maybe one year a drought happens and so they don't even get to seed. They die before seeding, and you're left without the necessary, necessary seeds to replant crops. All right, let's go to this story in Japan, where the Earth decided to open up and swallow a truck. Alright, there you go on that one. Let's go to this story, which I thought was also great, just like the story in the UK. This one has something of a positive vibe to it. Let's go to New Zealand.
Mountain has long been an honoured ancestor, a source of physical, cultural and spiritual sustenance, and a final resting place. Traditional Maori practices associated with the mountains were banned, while tourism was promoted.
Today, Taranaki, our maunga tupuna, is released from the shackles of injustice, of ignorance, of hate. Today, we also liberate with our aroha. We grew up knowing there was nothing anyone could do to make us any less connected.
There you go. If you didn't quite catch all that, New Zealand's parliament ruled that the New Zealand is particular, I can't remember the name of it, this mountain in New Zealand has been granted personhood, recognizing it as sacred for the Maori, and by as doing such, giving it rights to not be polluted or, you know, all sorts of other things. So that is great step, I thought. How are we doing on time? Okay, it's not break time yet, so let's talk space. You know, lately I feel like the first half is really becoming like the first like 1.5 halves. And it's screwing me up. And so I feel like, if anything, I need to like change the way I do all this slightly. And maybe like leave the environmental stories in between all of these discussions. It just clutters my mind trying to do it. It's so much better when I do it this way. But I just feel like, you know, it's probably going to change. It'll change, I'm sure. Right. I'm sure Donald Trump will slow down. He'll stop saying things all the time. Right, that's gonna happen any day now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, let's go to space. Or at least, let's see what was brought back from space.
In 2023, samples from the asteroid Bennu were returned to Earth for scientists to study. Researchers have spent more than a year studying the haul of pebbles and dust. It was the biggest haul yet from an asteroid.
I'm absolutely thrilled with the results from the first round of sample analysis. This asteroid is delivering everything I dreamed of it. The samples delivered by the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft from near-Earth asteroid Bennu contain salts that formed in a liquid environment like a lake or maybe even an ocean, and organic molecules that are central to all life on Earth.
Finding this organic material on Bennu means that the building blocks of life could have come from an asteroid. And in our early solar system, asteroids could have deposited these building blocks on other planets as well.
We've thought for a while that the water on Earth certainly could have come from an asteroid because we've seen water for a long time. This is telling us that not just the water, but some of the building blocks of life actually were seeded onto Earth and other planets. It wouldn't have been limited to just Earth.
By studying these samples...
Yeah, it's entirely possible. It's been postulated for a long, long time. With different samples that have been found on Earth from meteors and such. And now that we're bringing back things from asteroids out in the solar system, as they haven't, you know, burned up, you know, entering the atmosphere, you know, we can get even more data from them, and it's seems to be confirming a lot of those theories.
From the early solar system, we gain insight into our own origins. How did life on Earth originate? And also, what is the likelihood that there is life elsewhere in our solar system, like on Mars, moons of Jupiter and Saturn?
These samples are being analyzed in 60 labs around the world, and the researchers expect more findings.
And the best is yet to come.
Whenever I hear somebody say the best is yet to come, all I can think of is Kimberly Guilfoyle saying, "The best is yet to come."
Among the remote desert hills of northern Chile lies the aptly named Extremely Large Telescope. The project, about 60% complete, is planned as one of the most capable astronomical observatories ever assembled. It's intended to search for evidence of potential life on planets beyond our solar system, and take a glimpse back in time at the universe's earliest stars and galaxies.
Wow, America falling behind. Chile, apparently, about to have the most powerful telescope on the planet.
What you talking about?
The over $1.5 billion telescope is a project of the European Southern Observatory, an intergovernmental research organization. It's situated in the middle of the arid Atacama Desert, considered one of the best places on Earth for astronomy. Itziar de Gregario is an astrophysicist and the ESO's representative in Chile.
Va a impactar en prácticamente todas las áreas de la astronomía.
It will impact practically all areas of astronomy. We will be able to see how the first galaxies, the first stars, were formed at the beginning of the universe. We will be able to see in great detail and characterize the stars and other galaxies, and above all, we will be able to make great strides in understanding the worlds around other stars.
These boxes contain precisely engineered mirrors, which are due to be assembled into one giant one. The telescope's primary mirror will be made up of 798 pieces and measure about 130 feet. Tobias Muller manages the assembly.
152 segment assemblies already fully processed and ready to be installed on the telescope now, and we did it in less than 1 year. I mean, this is a major challenge.
The telescope is expected to be the largest optical infrared facility in the world for...
Well, there you go. There's your space news for the day. Chile beating the United States in telescopes, and the building blocks of life brought back from a asteroid, which took multiple years to get to and multiple years to bring stuff back from. Now back on to talking about Earth and things that are going on with geopolitics and things. Where should we start? I'll start in south of the U.S. at least, in the Dominican Republic, where hospitals there are facing a surge of mothers coming from somewhere else.
As gang violence in Haiti continues to escalate, access to healthcare is slipping out of reach for most people. For Haitian mothers like Sineas Leon, that means seeking care at hospitals in neighboring Dominican Republic.
Would I have a child in Haiti? No, I would not. I had my child here. I don't know what the care is really like in Haitian hospitals. I don't think I would receive good care because of the government situation.
Now, I just want to point this out to you, because in, I think it was last year, in the wake of everything, the U.S. imposed sanctions on Haiti, in a way, in an attempt to, dissuade the gangs, in an attempt to essentially pressure them, right? So, it's not just the gang violence. We can't say it, what do you call it? Clearly, right? Because there's been, sanctions on Haiti essentially for months, and their government is in disarray. The UN attempted to appoint new sort of puppet government, and the gangs did not ask for that. They asked for democracy, and so they're still doing what they're doing as a result of the actions of the United States and the UN. So it's more complicated than the Reuters wants to play it out for, but whatever. Who wants to remember history?
There is no government in Haiti. There is no ruler. Our hospitals will never treat us well.
Haiti and the Dominican Republic share the island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean, but are divided by a heavily secured border, long-standing tensions, and an immense wealth gap. In Haiti, the healthcare system has been pushed to the brink. A UN report in October said less than a quarter of hospitals around Port-au-Prince are currently operational. That assessment.
And why did we stop allowing aid around the same time last year? Huh? It might have actually been earlier, but I think it was earlier. But the point is if we know it's going to cause problems for people, why do it? Oh, because it helps us with regards to implementing our will onto foreign country and their people. We could probably improve some of these situations by allowing aid into Haiti. Now, I can't remember if they... Maybe they did. I can't remember. Hold on. Let me look it up.
President Trump says he wants to build...
Actually, let me get back to you on that. Because actually, I can't remember if they started allowing aid in after the reinstallation of a new public government. I don't know. All the search results come up talking about the foreign aid freeze. God damn it. Okay, I don't have time to check on that one. I'm pretty sure it's still going. I couldn't remember if maybe they lifted it afterwards, but I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's go to an island very close to Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Guantanamo Bay, where Donald Trump is planning to apparently send tens of thousands of migrants to. Something that was announced a couple of days ago. Utterly insane.
President Trump says he wants to build a new detention facility at Guantanamo Bay, capable of holding up to 30,000 illegal migrants. He says the military jail, located in Cuba, would, in his words, detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Well, Sarah Smith is live in Washington for us now. Sarah.
Yeah, events move at breakneck speed in Donald Trump's Washington. As well as that surprise announcement about Guantanamo Bay, we've seen his controversial choice for Health Secretary, Robert Kennedy Jr., being quizzed by senators, and President Trump signed his first piece of legislation, a bill that means any illegal immigrants accused of crimes must be deported. Immigration rates have been visibly stepped up across America since Donald Trump's return to power. Soon there will be so many people in detention, there's not space to house them all. That's where Guantanamo Bay comes in. It was a notorious prison housing terrorist suspects with numerous allegations of abuse, even torture. Now it's in this base that President Trump says illegal immigrants arrested in America will be sent.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately, right? And tough. That's a tough,
immediately,
it's a tough place
sooner.
to get out of.
Other detainees have already been deported on military planes back to Brazil and Colombia. Every aspect of American government is being radically reshaped.
So yeah, let's talk more about that. One thing I want to point out, if anybody here is unaware of this, Guantanamo Bay is technically well, it's not really even owned by the United States. It's like a land lease, technically between us and Cuba. Something that confuses me every day because it's technically Cuban land, and we've never actually. It's just we're just managing it so we can have a prison on there. Let's see how some hosts over at Fox were reacting to all of this.
Donald Trump has announced, and he did this after signing the Lake and Riley Act, which allows for police and other law enforcement to essentially detain and deport people who are here and don't have permanent citizenship if they're charged with a crime, not convicted, charged. And it also empowers state attorneys general to essentially subvert the federal government if they want to and engage in some of like the deportation activities as well. Although I don't know if that's going to really be a problem for them with the Trump administration, and they're going to be working with them in lockstep. So when he signed this law, Trump basically announced that he wants to detain and hold up to 30,000 immigrants at Guantanamo Bay, which, for people that may not remember the Bush administration, that was the site of torture, horrific, inhumane treatment, sexual assault, waterboarding, forced feeding.
Wrong Bush, but you know.
The people that were detained there, most of them were innocent. There were only 7 convictions, and at its peak, Guantanamo in like 2003 was housing nearly 700 basically Muslim people in the midst of our war on terror.
One of the most important books for Americans to read, in my opinion, which reads like a real world 1984, is Mohamedou Ould Slahi's Guantanamo Diaries, which was, I think, originally released in redacted form. I think some of the redactions might have been removed now, but it is worth picking up if you want a backstory on one person who was tortured for no reason.
It's one of the worst crimes that we've ever committed in the past, 30 years, essentially. And Trump is working overtime to recategorize immigrants as criminals by definition, basically. Anybody and non-white immigrants in particular. So here's Pete Hegseth, who served at Guantanamo Bay.
Pet Hegseth.
Yeah, here's Pig Hegseth. Oh, wait, whatever. Here's the abuser of women, according to his mother, Pete Hegseth, talking about their plans at Guantanamo Bay.
Who knows a little bit about Guantanamo. He was stationed there.
Yeah,
Secretary
he participated in some of the torture himself.
Hegseth. How you doing, Secretary?
Here's head torturer Pete Hegseth.
He was stationed there.
Whoops. What have I done?
Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. How you doing, Secretary? Jesse, good. How are you? Very good. So we actually can accommodate 30,000 criminal migrants at Gitmo? Absolutely, we can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We can plus that up very rapidly.
I'm sorry. I think I'm losing it. What is happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh no, our government has become a Fox News segment. This is insane. This is insane.
That's too much, man.
What is happening? Former. This is how he should have started it off. Former Fox News contributor, now Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Holy shit! How? You remember when this guy used to come on to say these opinions? As part of his contract with Fox News. And now he's coming on as Secretary of Defense. What is happening? This is me right now, okay? This is me. I am losing it.
Mission there. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. How you doing, Secretary? Jesse, good. How are you? Very good. So we actually can accommodate 30,000 criminal migrants at Gitmo? Absolutely, we can, and we can plus that up very rapidly. As you mentioned, I served there. I know exactly the places where this would happen. Guantanamo has long been a place for migrants. In fact, in the 90s, tens of thousands of Haitian and Cuban migrants staged there as part of a crisis. We have an even bigger crisis on our hands right now. It was mentioned, 7,500 violent illegals have been captured by ICE in the last 9 days. God bless them. Where do you move them? I'll tell you what, no one's going to be waiting on the Defense Department. We're going to lean forward. We've made sure that we staging on the border to protect it, that we've got Gray Tails, which are known as military aircraft, to help mass deportations.
Wait. Oh, I see. I get what he's saying. For a second, I was like, wait, you're going to put people on the border to protect Guantanamo? How does that work?
Where do you move them? I'll tell you what, no one's going to be waiting on the Defense Department. We're going to
almost forgot. Thank you, Charlie Jinmir, with the gifted galactic membership to Xeron Elite.
forward. We've made sure that we staging on the border to protect it, that we've got gray tails, which are known as military aircraft, to help mass deportations. And Guantanamo Bay, Jesse, is a perfect spot. We don't want illegal criminals in the United States, not a minute longer than they have to be. Move them off to Guantanamo Bay, where they can be safely maintained until they are deported to their final location, their country of origin, where they are headed. So we feel great about this plan. We know we can execute it, and the Defense Department's prepared to do everything we can. We just laud DHS and ICE for what they've done, and we're coming alongside them to make sure we protect the American people. Is the Defense Department ready for?
That's it. Yeah. Why is the Defense Department involved? Well, I mean, I guess it's because Guantanamo Bay is involved, but that presents a whole other series.
Yeah, you're right. Putting them in a military detention camp, right? Where they have access to nothing that isn't provided by the military. You know? It's just insane. Jesus Christ. Our government is such a joke. All right, let us go on now a little further south to Guatemala, where Donald Trump has been dropping off a bunch of different deportation flights once Guatemala gave Donald the green light on doing so.
La patrulla fronteriza utiliza los recursos
The Border Patrol
necesarios
uses the necessary and available resources to deport people who have entered the United States illegally. Many people spend 30, 60, 90 days using a myriad of resources to enter the United States illegal. Now, you might think because this guy is speaking Spanish that he's with the Guatemalan government. No, this is a U.S. Border Patrol spokesman. I don't know why he's telling us this in Spanish. But hey, thank you for that. I thought this was America. English, please. Just kidding. I just feel like that. You know, like I feel like the message was meant for us. But okay. Hey, you know, we are a melting pot, supposedly, but now we're kicking out certain aspects of the stew that we don't like anymore. It's all so confusing. Now let's go to a different place that we've been threatening, not with deportations or tariffs, but, you know, an invasion, that being Greenland.
President Trump has re-expressed his desire to take Greenland, this time refusing to rule out the possibility of using military or economic coercion to achieve his goals. It's an idea he's been pushing since 2019, when he first suggested purchasing the island from Denmark.
So we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that immediately a long time.
It's in the North Atlantic and is considered to be part of the North American Arctic rather than the European Arctic. So if you're Trump, you might reasonably look at a map and say, why isn't this a territory under either
Reasonably?
American control? In other words, a 50
Reasonably in the mind of Donald Trump. I love that framing. Nothing in the mind of Donald Trump is reasonable. It all comes from insane places of postulation, rumors, things he heard from a golf buddy. I mean, wait, why did I just switch this? My bad. It was just hilarious to suggest that. Reasonable thoughts in the mind of Donald Trump.
Science.
Okay.
First state, or in some kind of closer relationship.
However,
Oh God, there's no sound.
The only country
I
with
screwed
an
you
eye
all.
on the region. In 2018, a Chinese state-owned company.
I just screwed all of you and didn't hear any of that. Do I go back? Suffice to say, Greenland's not for sale. You know? But Donald Trump really, really wants to buy it or invade it, whatever it takes.
Roughly $550 million to expand 2 airports in Greenland. But efforts from the Pentagon forced it to back out. Meanwhile, Russia has been reopening old Soviet military bases across the Arctic since 2015, including Nagurskoye, located just 600 miles off the northern coast of Greenland. So how did this island with a population of just 56,000 and an ice sheet covering about 80% of the territory gain such geopolitical significance? And why is President Trump so eager to acquire it? Greenland's location is a major factor behind its rising prominence in global geopolitics. To start, the sea around Greenland is part of what's known as the GI-UK Gap, a strategic transit route located between Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom. Securing this choke point has been essential in America and NATO's efforts to contain Russia's naval forces and stop a potential threat.
That was a connection or a waterway that would allow the
Nice.
Soviets coming out of their
Nice, the NBC. I love it. Why are so many Heritage Foundation psychos? Why are we hearing so many of them? Oh, right, because we listened to the Wall Street Journal and CNBC in the same day. Ugh, gotta have a senior research fellow from the Heritage Foundation to tell us about this. Oh, God, what would we do without Brent Sadler?
bases and naval bases to project
Christ.
naval power into the Atlantic to cut the United States off from its allies in Western Europe during the Cold War. This is still an arena of very active undersea activities. The Russians have been modernizing and continue to put at the forefront of all of their defense dollars, and at least in their Navy, in their nuclear submarine and undersea capabilities. Now the potential of adding in the Chinese Navy is not something to be forgotten.
As China and Russia expand their influence in the Arctic, Greenland's location has also become vital to America's ballistic missile warning system.
When we were locked in a Cold War with the Soviet Union, the bases in Greenland, which were radar as well as air bases, Thule being the most notable, allowed us to have early warning of a Soviet missile launch or bomber attack against the United States.
Today,
I think it's important for us to say that Greenland is not for sale, never has been for sale.
Let me go back here.
Greenland is also home to a massive deposit of valuable.
Wait. I thought it was national security. What's happening? No bombs? We need more of that. We need more minerals. Copper, diamonds, gold, graphite, iron, nickel, rare earths. Oh god, I can hear the money printer going now. I thought it was national security. What happened? What happened, CNBC? What happened to that Heritage Foundation guy who's talking about national security? Why are we suddenly talking about the greenbacks suddenly?
Follow the rich white man.
think it's important for us to say that Greenland is not for sale, never has been for sale, never will be for sale.
I think a very unlikely possibility is Greenland becoming a 51st state of the United States, or Greenland joining Alaska and becoming an even larger 50th state. I think that's not likely to come to pass.
In January 2025, Greenland's prime minister said he wanted to strengthen defense and mining ties with the U.S., but made it clear it would be on Greenland's terms.
There appears to be a growing demand in Greenland for becoming an independent nation state and no longer part of the Danish kingdom.
And if the Greenlanders vote for independence, the very next question is, what will their relationship be with the world, specifically the United States?
Yeah.
Greenland's economy.
Oh, God. Maybe if Greenland decides to become independent, they might work with China.
China!
Oh, God. Whatever would we do?
I have to have my China.
Yeah, they do get into a bunch of that. We don't need to listen to the Heritage Foundation too much, and that dude is like littered through this video. But yeah, basically, they, they're like, we need the money, national security, and to beat China in whatever way we can, not necessarily in that order. Now let's go to this sad trombone. As Olympic glory has been fading much quicker than expected. And I actually do mean that literally.
There is nothing shinier than an Olympic medal, so why do many of the athletes who won them in Paris last year already need new ones? Just 6 months later, quite a few have already lost their luster. Some athletes have taken to social media to report the state of them. The French swimmer Clément Secchi said his looked like crocodile skin, and just days after winning a bronze, the American skateboarder Nigel Houston said it was already deteriorating.
I mean, look at that thing. It's looking rough.
This is all hugely embarrassing for the IOC and especially the Paris Mint, one of the most prestigious institutions in the country. But they've told CNN that they will replace damaged medals in the next few months, adding that they had, quote, taken the issue of damaged medals very seriously and modified the varnish and optimized its manufacturing process to make it more resistant to certain uses of the medals.
Yeah, who expected people to touch these things, huh? Come on.
That's too much, man!
All right. Now, this is one of the reasons why we needed, we have just so much to go through. You won't believe how many videos. You honestly got the content pretty cheap today because while it was the same 5 teal super chat limit that I've been doing lately, we are about to get an insane amount of content. 136 videos we got to go through here today. Now, we've already gotten through a large chunk of them, but we got so much to do. There's so much. I'm sure I won't fall asleep during all this. We're going to be going to the UK next to listen to the PMQs, also known as the Prime Minister's Questions. I think it might be Keir Starmer's first ever. I could be wrong. But before we do that, we gotta take a quick space break because we already made it 6 whole hours. Third galactic intermission of the evening / day. However you want to look at it. Whoopsies. That is not what I meant to do.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Come on. There we go. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both are super important. Help keep us up in the algorithm, up. And get us to that 1,000 subscriber number we so dearly need. To get, the full monetization of this channel. We're only halfway there, technically. And we need your help. You are completely do all of this only by way of donations from space fams such as yourself. So do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available. Oh my god, I think that's a raid. Look at that. No comment chick just raided us on Twitch. Good to see you, NCC. Thank you for the raid. We are just taking a short space break, and we're going to be right back to the content. We still got a whole bunch more to do. Anyway, chat, like I was saying, you can, in fact, donate to the Galactic News Network. Keep us alive on YouTube, on Twitch, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, subscriptions, bits, so many ways, Cash App, PayPal, and, of course, the Galactic Patreon, where you can become a Galactic patron for just a few US dollars a month. Where's my sound? That's right. Just $3 US, and you can get access to the most benefits of the entire Milky Way galaxy for your Earth dollars. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back. Oh my god, before I do that, I just want to say thank you to 00 Govan. Is it Govan? Govan? Either way, thank you for the gifted Galactic memberships. I see you. I appreciate you. And also, thank you for the $10 super sticker to Sasha G. I love that dancing, musical-looking lemon. Also, hey to all you NCC chatters out there. Hope you've been enjoying Irene's stream, and will hopefully enjoy some of mine. of stuff has happened on this break. I see a lot of different things going on. Sasha G also becoming a galactic individual, as well as that super sweet super sticker. Appreciate you all, as well as Goma for giving out galactic memberships. Like they're going out of style, which they are not. I'd point that out. Very much in style. Anyway, chat, you know what time it is. It's time for you to get back to your seats, of course. Otherwise, you're gonna miss some of this sweet, sweet space content coming at you in just a moment. Whoa, my monitor. Hold on, I gotta refresh. Something weird's going on with my Google Chrome. What is happening? Why are you doing this? Why do you hate me? There we go. Okay. Where were we? Ah, yes. British PMQs. Let's see how Keir Starmer, otherwise known as Kid Starver, or Keith Starmer, all sorts of different things, has to say in response to questions asked by Parliament. Here's Reuters from 2 days ago.
Could she outline how this UK-Welsh Government partnership will deliver the well-paid jobs and economic growth needed in areas like Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr?
Yeah. Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Memorandum of Understanding signed recently between the...
Sorry, this is... I'm sorry, you're not losing your mind. This is not Keir. Where does he start? I can't remember. Hold on. I forgot, this is like 3 hours long. Or an hour and a half, however long. It's long. Suffice to say. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Ah, there we go.
The economic opportunities of floating offshore wind are very significant, and obviously the Celtic Sea is a big area covering areas from England and from Wales as well. So we are working closely to seize that economic opportunity of flow to deliver jobs and growth, and we'd like to see economic growth and jobs right across the United Kingdom.
Right, we now come to Prime Minister's questions. Damien Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communities across the United Kingdom have been hit hard by Storm Eowyn. I spoke with the leaders of the devolved administrations in Scotland and Northern Ireland over the weekend to work with them on support that's required and to pay tribute to all those responding on the front line. Mr. Speaker, kick-starting economic growth is the #1 mission of this government, to put more money in people's pockets and deliver on our plan for change. Today, the Chancellor announced our next steps to deliver the plan for change. A new Oxford-Cambridge corridor, redeveloping Old Trafford and supporting new runway at Heathrow. We're removing the barriers to investment, supporting innovation and going further and faster to boost growth.
Now, my understanding is, you know, he's trying to put money in people's pockets, unless it's for heating for seniors. I hear that there's been something of a hiccup in that money, although maybe I missed them fixing that one. I may have had my eye off of the ball.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today. Mr. Speaker, this April the state pension will increase by £470 and over the course of this Parliament by up to £1,900, benefiting millions of pensioners. Does the Prime Minister agree that means testing the state pension would do severe harm? And will he confirm that this government will always protect the state pension
and the triple lock.
Let me be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker. There will be no means testings of the state pension under this Labour government. We're committed both to the triple lock and to the principle that people should receive pension based on their contribution, regardless of their wealth. And he's right to say 12 million pensioners receiving £470 increase in April. And when people like the Leader of the Opposition say they want means testing, that means a cut. The difference is they'd cut pensions, we're increasing them.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Benlock.
Oh boy,
Speaker,
here
may I
we
take
go.
this opportunity to solemnly commemorate the 80th
Oh, God.
anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And we remember the 6 million Jewish men, women and children who were murdered. The Holocaust stands as a unique evil in human history. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister set his growth test. He said if a policy is good for growth, the answer is yes. If it's not, the answer is no. This morning, the Chancellor embraced a series of Conservative policies. Although many are welcomed, they will take years to deliver. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives left office, we had the fastest economic growth in the G7. But what is the government doing for growth?
Yes, everything was going super good when Conservatives left. Yeah, it was all perfect. No further questions.
Now, it's destroying it. Let's look at the employment bill. The government's own figures say it will cost business £5 billion a year. It clearly fails the Prime Minister's growth test. Will he drop it?
Mr. Speaker, I think the proposition they left a golden inheritance was tested on the 4th of July, which is why they're standing there. But she asked what we're doing. The ONS say we've got the highest investment for 19 years. PwC, second best place to invest in the world. IMF upgrading growth, predicted fastest growing major economy in Europe. Wages up, inflation down. Mr. Speaker, there's more to do. We're reforming planning and regulation, building the new homes that we need, supporting a third runway at Heathrow. And as she admitted to the CBI in November, there's no point me just complaining about Labour, she said. It's obvious that we Conservatives lost the confidence of business. We're not taking lectures from them.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't want to talk about the employment bill because he doesn't know about it. Last week, he misled the House. He was not on top of his own education bill, listening to
Sorry. We can't accuse the Prime Minister of misleading the House. No. We can't do it. I'm sure there's words that you would prefer to use.
Mr. Speaker, last week he claimed to have laid down an amendment that he had not made. He doesn't know what is going on in here or out there. Last week, I spoke to a woman running a business in Exeter. She is terrified of taking on new staff. She is struggling to keep her head above water, dreading what this government will do next. She's not alone. The Federation of Small Businesses says 92% of small employers are concerned about the employment bill. Clauses 1 through 6 make it harder for business to hire new employees, often young people looking for their first job. This isn't an
I wonder what
employment
clauses
bill,
1
it's
through
an
6
unemployment
include.
bill. Given these clauses, will he drop his bill and show that he is not anti-growth?
Mr. Speaker, we believe in giving people proper dignity and protection at work. That's why we're proud of our record supporting workers. They consistently vote against any protection for working people. And her consistent refrain is that there should be less. But
now, according to this, the clauses 1 through 6 of this UK employment rights bill primarily focus on addressing something called exploitative zero-hour contracts, which would give workers who regularly work set hours the right to a guaranteed hours contract, including provisions for reasonable notice of shifts, payments for canceled or changed shifts. I mean, this is pretty normal type stuff you would like to see, actually, in more places. Shouldn't be at the beck and call of your employer in ways that completely make it impossible for you to live a normal life, right?
Speaker, we are driving growth on behalf of working people. Good work rights are consistent with growth. Every good business knows that. And on top of the planning reform, the building of the houses, supporting aviation, the Chancellor this morning spoke of the Oxford-Cambridge growth corridor, redeveloping Old Trafford, manufacturing at East Midlands Airport. We want to grow the economy. The only policy she's got is to shrink pensions.
Mr. Speaker, all his ideas are the ones that we thought of. He needs to make sure that we deliver for growth now as well as the future. To grow our economy, we must get more people off sickness and welfare and in.
So austerity is what Kemi's plan is. You know, sounds like, yeah, you know, that's what Republicans are talking. Who was saying it? Russ Vogt? I can't remember who was saying it now. But it's the exact same sort of austerity bullshit. We need to get the disabled people back to work on the factory floor, okay? We need to get more children and sick people working. They're too lazy. That's why they're sick. If they were just working more, well, that would solve all of our problems, wouldn't it? You know?
To grow our economy, we must get more people off sickness and welfare and into work. Clauses 8 and 9 of the unemployment bill take us in the opposite direction by increasing entitlements. His government itself estimates that these changes will increase business costs from £600 million to £1 billion a year in sick pay. That will mean higher prices, fewer jobs, less growth. Will he drop these measures from the bill?
Prime Minister? No, Mr. Speaker. I think they're good for workers and good for growth. They vote. This is the same argument they made against the minimum wage and every protection for workers. And she says they're their ideas. Mr. Speaker, she says she's in support of a third runway at Heathrow. Her shadow transport secretary says that it would be calamitous. The shadow business secretary is busy writing letters opposing airport expansion in his own backyard. Shadow chief secretary says the Oxford-Cambridge idea is flawed and he's against it. We're the coalition of builders, they're the coalition of blockers.
Now, I have heard there may be some problems with this airport runway expansion. I honestly don't know enough of the details of it to actually give my opinion on it. But suffice to say, most of the PMQs were like this. A lot of British yelling, a lot of grumbling, yays, nays, hears, so on and so forth. And while it's amusing, we gotta keep it going. I don't know, I can't remember exactly how long Keir stands up there for, but at least for another 30-40 minutes or something like that. And that is just...
That's too much, man!
It's too much. Because we've also got more UK stories to talk about, to pepper in here before we even get on to any of the other countries on Earth. You know, it's the Earth half, or halves. I don't even know how long this is going to take us to get through all of this. But I am committed to doing my goddamn best to bring you all the content. All the content, which I promised you in that goal I set, as I do every stream. I give you the option to just be water hosed like I am being, you know, fire. It's like a fire hydrant I stick my mouth onto every single day. Trying to, you know, suck the valuetainment out of it all. Let's talk about AI again, because why not? We talk about it practically every stream now. Might as well talk about it in education in the UK. Oh wait, I forgot. Please hold. I screwed you. Again.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. It is my bad. We have people listening, and yet I am not reading the subtitles, which are there for me to read, essentially. This is Britain's first AI classroom. Instead of teachers, pupils take instruction from an artificial intelligence model that takes them through the course material and monitors their progress.
It's actually really efficient. I was unsure at the beginning because it's just natural to feel unsure. And then after actually being with it for a long time now, you can see the evidence right in front of you. So
the AI lessons are part of a trial taking place at David Game College, a private school in central London.
Teaching and education will be transformed by AI. There's no doubt about that. And AI is not going away. So you either
it's not. Oh, interesting.
Be agile and adopt it, or you could become, later on, to some extent, a victim of it. The AI systems can...
You could also be a victim of using it, too. Unintentionally, my God, Rob Skelts. 5 gifted galactic memberships. How close are we getting to getting another emote? We might be... I feel like we're getting pretty close. We've seen a lot of gifted memberships recently. I don't know. What you can do, gifted galactic membership? Lane Hewitt. You've got a galactic membership. Saucy Sea Witch. That rhymes. Also gifted a galactic membership by Rob Skelts. Annie Fitzgerald. A galactic membership for you. Also Stu Harris. I don't even know who that is, but you've got one too, okay? Okay, Stu, you get one. Enjoy that. Wow, 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 wow. What galactic generosity. Okay, what am I doing? All right. Talking about AI in schools.
Give you that level of granularity. They can pinpoint why, and they can tell you what the student knows and what they don't know, with a greater degree of accuracy than your average teacher.
The government says the technology could help educators with lesson planning and marking. But while experts see the potential of AI as a learning tool, they warn that there are also risks involved.
There can be risks involved with poorly designed artificial intelligence that might give mis or disinformation to the student. There are risks related to students inappropriately offloading activities to AI that would be better done by themselves.
Yeah, allowing them to rely too much on the AI. I also think, giving over education, I also oppose things like, like many of the sort of monopolistic book manufacturers in the United States, or not the many, like 2, what is it? It's, I can't even think of the name now, my brain just broke. But like the idea of having a for-profit AI company essentially replacing educators, I think it's dangerous, right? What if one day they decide to start just feeding kids in misinformation, disinformation? My brain just broke. Wait. Hold on. Wait. What just happened? Sometimes my brain just stops working. Right, okay, that was what I thought. But I gotta stop. I hate not trusting myself. But misinformation, like intentionally giving it, or disinformation, unintentionally, but just properly, repeating propaganda. You don't know these AI models are black boxes, and that they are almost all for profit. And especially, you would assume the educational application of it is being privatized, right? So getting a private company involved to do education, replacing teachers in many places, I don't think is it's not good. As well as the potential for reliance on AI rather than learning in a normal way could also cause problems, right? Or just having AI solve stuff for you. Just, you know, with calculators, I understand why calculators are helpful, right? Because it's burdensome, perhaps, to write down or try and do the work on certain things that we don't need to do, right? But just removing all work, including just the aspect of learning, seems potentially problematic to me. Now, let's go to this. This is a story that's been unfolding for about a month now, as UK appointed Lord Mandelson to be the UK's next US ambassador around Trump's election, a little after, I think. Around, like, I think the New Year's when it happened. But let's... because I'm leading you into something. Let's just go here first.
Now, one of President Trump's campaign chiefs has branded the UK's next US ambassador as an absolute moron. Chris Lasavita reacted angrily after Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer announced Lord Peter Mandelson will take up the post in Washington next year. Here's our political correspondent Harry Horton on the transatlantic row.
Congratulations, Mr. Mandelson. Are you pleased with your new job?
He was for so many years at the heart of Labour governments. Now, 14 years after he left, Peter Mandelson is back.
Donald J. Trump!
His new job is to be Keir Starmer's eyes and ears in Washington during what's expected to be an even more unpredictable second Trump administration.
He's got really strong experience in trade. He was, of course, an EU trade commissioner. He's got very good political contacts in Washington, D.C.
Peter Mandelson's previous enthusiasm for the EU is no secret.
C'est un grand honneur.
But Keir Starmer hopes his experience as a trade commissioner will come in handy.
One of the Trump proposals on the campaign trail is for 20% tariffs on all US imports. And as a trade expert, I think Peter Mandelson will be well placed to explain why this is a bad idea.
Mandelson's appointment is not without controversy. He was twice forced to resign from office, and tonight one Trump official labelled him an absolute moron for these comments from 4 years ago.
Crossing the Atlantic to make common cause with an American president who is little short of a white nationalist and racist.
No.
And unlike most British ambassadors, he is a political...
My God. So, as you can see, this potential relationship between Lord Mandelson, the future UK ambassador to the United States, and Trump and his administration seems to be, well, fraught, to say the least. That was a month ago from ITV News. Now, this was 2 weeks ago from LBC. Here's a short from them.
I've been asked to go and speak. I have no idea who's attending. What I am told is that Lord Mandelson has not been invited to the inauguration, and that bodes very badly. And I'm really worried, actually, that the relationship between the incoming Trump administration and the British government, it just feels to me like we're going to get off to a very bad start.
Wait, sorry, hold on. Something happened.
We now have a new instant classic political...
Pause. You're ruining it. What was I saying? Oh, right. So there you go. If you didn't hear it, Nigel Farage, Lord Mandelson is not... According to Nigel, Lord Mandelson is not invited to Donald Trump's inauguration. Hold on. BRB. Okay, now, and in record time, after having said these comments, Lord Mandelson, who said, the Trump administration is, what was it? One hair short of being a white nationalist movement or something like that, is now changing his tune almost immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here is BBC News, the newscast from 8 hours ago.
We now have a new instant classic political U-turn, and it was done on Thursday by Lord Mandelson, who is going to Washington to be the UK's ambassador to the US. His problem was, about 6 years ago, he'd been...
Now, if you're not familiar with what a U-turn is, it's the same thing as a flip-flop in the United States. It's just sort of a colloquialism that everybody knows. It means that you said one thing, and then 2 seconds later, you're like, actually, I take that back. I gotta be political for a second here. Let me just... I
made a huge, tiny mistake.
On Thursday by Lord Mandelson, who is going to Washington to be the UK's ambassador to the US. His problem was, about 6 years ago, he'd been really quite disparaging about Donald Trump. And today he issued a really quite amazing apology, saying that he'd been totally wrong. And I reckon it's gone straight into the history books as one of the biggest U-turns ever. We'll discuss why he's done it and what it means for the UK-US relationship, along with lots of other things, on this episode of the BBC's daily news podcast, Newscast.
All right, we're not going to watch the whole thing. That was just for that one soundbite. So there you go. BBC reveling in this U-turn, as they put it. All right, now we're going to leave the UK to go somewhere a little bit further east. To Germany.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
To Germany now, where the parliament has just rejected a proposed new law to tighten immigration. Our correspondent Damien McGuinness was following events in the Bundestag.
It's all about whether you invite the far right in or whether you keep them out in the cold and don't work with them in German politics, this so-called firewall. And the reason why the Conservative leader's bill was so very controversial is that he effectively would have relied on the far right. We now know that that attempt has now failed. This is a real blow to Friedrich Merz, whose party is leading in the polls. And I think it shows that it potentially undermines his attempt to really, as he puts it, go all in on migration, because it shows that the majority in Parliament does not agree with his tactic. Now, I think what we've seen over certainly today and all week really, is a really ferocious debate about what the Conservative Party is all about. This is a party that's trying to find its way after years of being led by the centrist Chancellor Angela Merkel, who famously said, "Wir schaffen das," and said that Germany can take in refugees and migrants and can manage. Friedrich Merz has responded by shifting the party to the right. He was trying with this bill to win over right-wingers and lure them back, potentially those who are thinking about voting for the far-right AfD, by talking tough on migration. Now, this tactic hasn't worked in Parliament, and if you look at polls, it's not clear whether it would work at the ballot box either. Either way, he has suffered a blow today politically, and it'll also be interesting whether members of his Conservative Party didn't toe the line, because it was a named vote, and I think we'll get some more information about that, because
Wow, sounds like some neoliberalism is failing in Germany right now. Let's do a tighter immigration bill, but not so tight that it's everything that the neo-Nazis want. And that doesn't work. Nobody votes for it. I mean, You know, it feels, our weird is, our world is so strange right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Really throwing me off. But that's where we're at. Where am I? I lost my place. I have 140 videos in this list. I've lost my place, people. Please hold. Oh god, thank you. Like, my list, like, refreshed itself, and I suddenly just, like, lost all context where I was. Alright, where we're going, yes. We don't need a plane. Let's just go to Lithuania. Quite nearby.
Avoidable element of any peace negotiations. I think President Donald Trump understands that no peace negotiations without Ukraine. We cannot have any discussions about Ukraine without Ukraine. And we have quite broad understanding and consensus regarding this in the European Union. You cannot believe that intentions of Russia will be just to stop and do nothing. And then the main question is, what will be the next target of Russia? Ukraine? Maybe. Baltic countries? Maybe. But this time, I think this is absolutely crucial issue. This time, Putin and Kremlin is challenging whole NATO. This is not a regional conflict. This is not individual country-by-country conflict. This is a challenge of Putin towards NATO. So this is...
So yeah, during this, the Lithuanian president says that he fully backs Donald Trump's desire for NATO to increase its spending, which I just wish we would all stop doing this increase in military spending. It's just out of control. It's out of control. We need less military spending everywhere. But it just seems to keep happening. And honestly, it does seem like NATO countries are going to acquiesce to Donald Trump and increase spending. Not just Lithuania, I said. I'm trying to remember who else we've heard say this, essentially. In Europe, but multiple countries. I think they're more Eastern European countries, if I can recall. I can't remember who it is. But it just, tensions continue to increase. Even with a peace, a short peace deal in Gaza and Lebanon, it feels like either conflict could just go right back to how it was. And then, of course, there's the thing going on that we just got done talking about. Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Continued war there for, technically since 2022. If you don't want to count the Crimea thing. Because time did technically pass between those two. Quite a great deal. Nearly, what is it, like 7 years or something? Almost to the day. They're both in the winter. Let's go now to this. Not far from Lithuania. In Serbia, where we've been talking about the protests there, sort of on and off over the last month or so. These anti-government protests that have been going on ever since the railway building collapsed. And recently, I think it was over the weekend, last weekend, where the president of Serbia, as well as I think the mayor was the prime. No, it wasn't the president. It was the prime minister of Serbia, right? That resigned, as well as the mayor of Navi. Oh, what's it called? Anyway, protests are still ongoing as of a day ago. Here's Global News with the story.
Pa dobro. Kad si u staračkom domu. Da.
Serbian students set off on a fuck. That's not what they did. I'm sorry. That did not.
Phrasing?
Let me try that again. The old subtitles snuck up on me. Okay. Take 2.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Serbian students set off on an 80-kilometer march from Belgrade to Novi Sad railway station on Thursday as part of an anti-government protest. The 2-day protest comes in response to government inaction after a roof collapsed at the same train station in November, resulting in 15 deaths. The message of today's action is to demonstrate solidarity and state that silence is not an option. The blockade of 3 bridges in Novi Sad signifies our readiness to preserve and our commitment. Our commitment to advocating for a just state and the fulfillment of our demands. The goal and message of the action is that students are ready to continue in this fight. Even if the government, decide to stop the trains, we are ready to support our colleagues. We hope to join them in time for the blockades planned in a few days. We are here to send a message. That's the goal. To pass through the cities where people will be able to join and make as many people as possible see this. Everything that students do is just that. Sending a message. Specifically, in order for the blockades to end, it is necessary to fulfill all students' demands. I would say that if we, especially my peers, but also my parents, who also protested in the 90s, want something to change and for things like this to stop happening. That's one piece of this that I didn't pick up on until just now. But there seems to be some connection to the the 90s, and these are, I'm pretty sure these are ethnic Serbs who are protesting mostly. I could be wrong on some of that, but I don't know. When he starts talking about the 90s and protests during the 90s, I start having flashbacks of really bad stuff. And, I guess I wasn't connecting the two as much. I was trying to pretend like maybe things were less, but I don't know. I haven't been paying enough attention to the, actual rhetoric used, around this, partially because I don't speak the language. So it's not like I'm looking at Twitter, Serbian Twitter, to try and figure out what's going on with all of it, but we will see what all comes to fruition from these protests here. Hopefully only good things. Okay. Is that true? Honey never expires? Unless you add stuff to it? It's an interesting fact, Jerry. I learn things from you chatters. On the regular. Alright. Now, let's go to this horrifying story in Ukraine, where apparently in recent Russian strikes, 3 generations of one Ukrainian family have been completely wiped out.
Illegal.
Whoa. What is that?
Russia's army says its forces have captured a large village in Ukraine's eastern Kharkiv region. It comes as the Russian military continues to make advances in the east of Ukraine. Alongside the destruction of property, many lives are being changed forever on a daily basis. Our senior international correspondent, Orla Guerin, has met Yulia Tarasevich, who lost her mother, daughter and grandson on the same day in November. Here's her story.
Russia's war has taken almost everything from Yulia Tarasevich. Her mother, her daughter,
This is so fucked.
her grandson, Adam. My little kitten, she says. All three were here at home last November, where they should have been safe. Then Russia attacked.
Okay, that's all we're gonna do on that story. It's just another example of why this violence needs to stop there, right? Donald Trump, I actually was shocked to hear that Donald Trump said things like he was going to tariff Russia if they didn't stop the war in Ukraine. Now, I don't know what that means. None of us actually know what's in Donald Trump's head. But I was like, okay, that actually sounds like maybe a good, I don't know, probably not going to be effective. I mean, but him threatening Russia with any sort of like financial consequences is actually pretty wild to hear. Especially after that soccer ball interview that he gave in his first term. But of course, we all know the Russian sanctions have done a ton, right? Right? Oh, wait, no, they haven't. You're telling me that even with all the sanctions that imposed on Russia, they still seem to get U.S. technology into missiles and drones. They still seem to get their oil and gas sold out of their country. You're saying that so much of these have barely done anything but, you know, take a yacht from an oligarch. I mean, I haven't got nothing against taking a yacht from an oligarch. But, you know, it would be great if we, I don't know, we could come up with new solutions to things. It feels like we do so many played out things that don't do what they're purported to do. The fact is, I stay consistent on stuff. Across the board, I would like peace everywhere, please. Ceasefire now. Earth ceasefire now. Thank you. Freedom and luxury space communism now. Thank you. Or at least a very bare minimum. Democratic socialism and Earth cooperation, please. Do I ask for too much? Alright, let's go south. Got a few different places to talk about. In the south, at least south of Ukraine. That being Africa. First, we're gonna stop off here in Sudan. Where things are, if you, yeah, you guessed it, it's still fucked.
On the malnutrition ward at the biggest health facility in the Nuba Mountains, there are 3 times the number of children admitted as there were a year ago, all from families who fled the horrors of war elsewhere in Sudan.
If it's red, it's severe acute malnutrition. Yellow is moderate acute malnutrition. Green is you're okay. 6-month-old babies, somewhere like 8-9 kilos.
Yeah.
This because a year.
Oh, God.
5 kilos, so way underweight.
Malas was admitted 2 weeks ago and has been on emergency feeding since. Her mother fled the fighting in Khartoum with nothing and has had no money to buy food.
Even the corn is too expensive. Sometimes we can't afford to buy food for 5 days.
Dr. Tom, as he's known, has been running this hospital for 17 years and is one of just 3 permanent doctors in a region housing nearly 4 million people.
This is by far the worst it's been in all the time I've been here. Even through, we had terrible civil war here for 5-6 years. Worse than that time then in terms of food insecurity. We got tremendous needs here. And we don't have big organizations coming to help. I mean, it's neglected. So everybody knows about Ukraine, everybody knows about Gaza, everybody knows about these other areas that are in conflict. This place is unknown. It's kind of a very quiet famine.
The hospital has had to start rationing the emergency paste called plum peanuts they give to starving children. New supplies aren't due until April. 2 regions of the Nuba Mountains have already been declared in famine by the international body that defines it. It's the dry season now, and famine is expected to grow in the coming months as food harvested late last year runs out. The million or so displaced people came here because it's a relatively safe haven, away from the civil war raging in the rest of Sudan between the government and the RSF militia.
Oh, God.
But in the Al Hilu camp, the new arrivals have nothing. No food stores, no money to buy it, and almost no aid coming in from outside.
Those kids are so skinny.
Zara's children are painfully malnourished.
Oh, my God.
The distended belly, a misleading and urgent symptom. For the last 3 months, they've been living on 1 bowl of porridge a day. Their desperate hand-to-mouth existence, typical here, as is the terrifying ordeal they escaped when their home was attacked by the RSF.
We need to get aid to Sudan. Just yesterday.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We've been talking about it for like a year. Literally, we are coming close. We are 19 days away, people. I recently went back. It's February 20th. It was the first episode of Late Night Space Radio. And we have been doing it for nearly a year now. Whatever 19 days less than a year is. What is that? 346? No. Yeah. So yeah, we've been going for a long time. And we've been basically talking about it this whole time. And yet aid organizations are still not going in there, even though they're not. It's not like they're spending a bunch of time in like Gaza, right? Like, because they're not even allowed in without getting bombed, which I wouldn't call really allowing in. But you get what I'm saying. Like, you know, like why? And partly it has to do with the media not talking about it ever. And once in a while we'll see a story like from like the AP or something. At least we got that one from Channel 4, but it's like, this is so deep into this conflict. We should have had like 20 of these already. All right, now let's go to another place, south of Sudan, the DRC, where if you haven't heard, that's what the week-ending report is. That's why we have 140 videos to go through today. We are going to talk about what's been going on there all week, or at least for part of the week. Here's 3 days ago from CNN. The worst NN. GNN, number 1.
Hopes of a diplomatic agreement to end days of fighting in the city of Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo between government forces and Rwanda-backed rebels. Officials in Kenya say the presidents of Rwanda and the DRC have agreed to a meeting on Wednesday. CNN Selma Adelaziz has details.
This is what it sounded like in Goma. Heavy gunfire ringing out as soldiers from the National Army tried to fight off an assault by M23 rebels. They seem to have failed, and the Rwanda-backed M23 group claims it seized control of the eastern Congo's largest city after driving out government troops, forcing thousands to flee, families unsure of where to find safety. In the chaos, inmates broke free from a local prison. Fighting between the Rwanda-backed rebels and the army of the Democratic Republic of Congo had ramped up significantly in recent days.
Those look like rockets.
The UN warning that the violence has already displaced some 400,000 people in the region since the beginning of the year. Some have been forced out of their homes more than once.
Yeah, it's already a region that's incredibly impoverished, even though it's the richest source of resources on the planet, essentially. Certainly of the ones that exist there. Things like cobalt and nickel, yeah, what else? A bunch of things, honestly. I'm trying to I can't think of the whole list. Gold, diamonds, but the people remained impoverished because of a multitude of things. Conflicts like this, corrupt governments, not just Congo's own governments over the years, but also, and very much so, foreign governments, European governments, China, America. Everybody wants to get in there and grab stuff all the time, and it only makes things worse. And, you know, complicates an already complicated situation. Oh, and I forgot Rwanda. Sorry, there's so many things to remember and keep track of this. That's the thing. It does not help. All right, now let's keep going through these vids. Got a Reuters here from 2 days ago. That's right.
Congo's
lithium
M23
too.
rebels appear to have consolidated control.
Right, there is lithium too, if I'm not mistaken. I think Joe. I mean, I know Joe is right about lithium being the new gold in many ways, but I'm pretty sure I need to look it up. Is there lithium? Oh no! I don't think. No. It's Zimbabwe, like directly south, east. So yeah, southeast of Congo, right? Or is it northeast? I need a map.
Over a devastated Goma. It is the second time the Rwandan-backed rebels have entered eastern Congo's largest city.
But they
last
do.
time in 2012,
While there may not be massive stores of lithium in Congo, in the same way that there are cobalt stores and copper stores, and there is the byproduct of copper. There's a number of byproducts of copper, which I believe are nickel and molybdenum, I think, something like that. It might be a few actually, but point is like even that is that. I can barely get my thoughts out. That comment about lithium, it ties directly into all those minerals, right? You need copper for the wires, right? And for battery storage and all sorts of other things to get the electricity powered by the lithium, right? You need cobalt as well. It's part of the process of the actual production of the energy, and it's like, you know, those two are hugely important to like the battery storage future that we are always talking about around here.
soon withdrew and were defeated the following year. This time, things are different. For one thing, the offensive comes at a time when the world's attention is elsewhere. As one Western diplomat put it, quote, "The U.S. is looking inwards. Europe is divided. The Middle East is in turmoil. Kagame seized the moment." The 3-decade conflict in Congo's east is rooted in the long fallout from the Rwandan genocide and the struggle for control of Congo's mineral resources. Rwandan President Paul Kagame's government
there should have been a
has long
warning
denied
for
supporting
that.
M23,
Some sort of,
but that's despite findings to the contrary.
like, hey,
in
you're about to
numerous
see a
UN
genocide. You're about to see, you know, something. I don't know. I just wasn't prepared for them to do that one.
Denied supporting M23.
So I get for
but that's
listening to
despite
these
findings to the contrary
instead
in
of
numerous
watching each
UN
one.
expert reports. Nevertheless, Kagame has been able to trade on his image as a stable partner in a tumultuous region. He has spent the last decade charming the nations that could hold him accountable for transgressions in Congo. He has ingratiated himself with Britain, for example, agreeing to accept asylum seekers in Rwanda, though the UK...
Although that's not happening anymore. You know, that was a Rishi deal. That was a Tory project that is now scrapped. Not happening. There's this rotting, like, ship that they were keeping everybody on. They were planning to ship them with, I believe, is horrifying. The conditions on the ship and the plan itself, both. All right, yeah, let's go here. To PBS NewsHour. They had on the foreign minister of the DRC, to give a statement. I think it was actually more of an interview, if I recall correctly. Oh, that was my nose. Not cool, man.
How rude.
Oh my god, we deserve a sixth? How many? I'm sorry. I got distracted by horrors.
Parts of the Democratic Republic of the Congo are...
I got distracted.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You know I make a lot of those. This is why I need, you know, the mods and modesses and to remind me of these sorts of things. You know, an intrinsic part of all of this. Otherwise, this would just be chaos. All right, back to PBS, and with another word character, which I'm just realizing. Okay.
Siege by a Rwanda-backed rebel group, and yesterday Congo's president sent a
All
clear
dude
message
emotional support
vowing
today.
to fight back. The M23 rebel group took control of Congo's
The
eastern
Dudeverse
city
now.
of Goma along the Rwandan border in an offensive launched last week, intensifying decades-long tensions and conflict between the two nations. The latest violence has killed UN
Oh, right. Didn't we decide?
overwhelmed
I
hospitals.
take it back. Right, we decided that Pink Panther was non-binary. So technically it's the Dudeverse +1. But heavily man-centric emotional support today. And you know, the dice decides. It changes. Sometimes I cannot be the decider. It would just be wrong, okay?
Week, intensifying decades-long tensions and conflict between the two nations.
You know, I just want you to think about this, okay? The potential for corruption, galactic emotional support character corruption, would be perverse. You know, the incentives that I would have to, you know, give one character over another. If I were to do such a thing, I couldn't handle that sort of responsibility, okay? I'm just a lowly spacecaster, and come on, that's too much responsibility for me, okay? I gotta leave it up to the dice. I know it's not fair.
Come on! This violence has killed UN peacekeepers, overwhelmed hospitals, displaced hundreds of thousands of people, and sparked fears of a wider regional conflict. For more now, I'm joined by Therese Kayikwamba Wagner, the Congolese Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Minister, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So can you just share with us the latest from any reports you've received on the ground about the situation in Goma? Has there been any change in the pace or the ferocity of the fighting there?
As you mentioned, we are faced with a dramatic situation. A very dire humanitarian situation that we have been observing for the past months has been exacerbated by the de facto occupation of sovereign Democratic Congo territory by the Rwandan Defense Forces. This has led to the breakdown of all health infrastructures. It has led also to the suppression of water and electricity supply and main access routes. Congolese citizens, civilians do not have access to hospitals. When they do, they face the risks that hospitals are being shelled. We also have the very troubling fact that within less than a week, 17 peacekeepers, United Nations peacekeepers, were killed in fighting with the Rwandan Defense Forces and their militia, the M23. So it is an extremely preoccupying situation when it comes to the humanitarian.
Now, what I thought of when I heard this, you know, because I was like, oh, that sounds like grounds for, you know, some potentially bad stuff, right? UN peacekeepers killed by a rebel group. In certain circumstances, I feel like the United States or NATO or whatever might consider military action. Of course, we didn't see that in Gaza, or Lebanon, no matter how many UN peacekeepers were killed there, or other, you know, UN representatives or aid workers killed there. But it'll be fascinating to see what the US or, you know, Western powers decide to do in response, or if anything, to the deaths of UN peacekeepers in the Congo. I guess we'll have to find out.
aspect, but also the regional peace that is at stake.
Now, you mentioned the Rwandan Defense Forces. We should point out that Rwanda says that they are not backing this M23 rebel group. Do you have verifiable proof that they are behind them?
Of course. First of all, I want to refer us to the report of the United Nations group of experts. This is not a report that was drafted by the Congolese government. This is a group of experts that have been appointed by the United Nations Security Council. In December, they spoke of about 4,000 Rwandan defense troops present in the DRC. We believe that in the last spurt of attacks against the DRC, even more troops crossed over. I also want to refer us to the two last meetings, emergency meetings of the United Nations Security Council, in which all of the members of the United Security Council denounced the presence of Rwandan troops on the ground. So we...
Okay, now, how are we doing on time? Did we take our third break? We did, right? Right? How many breaks have we taken today? It's all blending together now. Hold on. I have to check something. There's one way for me to figure this out pretty easily. Oh, we did. We took a third break. Okay. I just gotta make sure that we get all our breaks in here. You know, it's important, not just for me, also you. I know people have, you know, grab snacks or whatever else, maybe grab a smoke or, you know, use the bathroom and things like that. And that's why I think 2 hours is probably pushing it, actually. But, you know, we can't be taking a break every hour and a half. That would be too much. Too many breaks. We would never end. The show would just go on forever. All right, yeah, so we're going to move on from Goma and the DRC. I'm saying it like it's two different things. It's not. Goma's technically part of the DRC, but it was just captured by rebels, seemingly almost entirely, it would seem. How many halves? As many halves as it takes. We reached a goal earlier. It doesn't show because PB did it with a super sticker, but since she did like a $20 super sticker earlier, we counted that towards the goal. So we're getting all of the content. So really, as many breaks as it takes to do it. Whatever it takes, Jerry, we're going to get through this content, I swear to God. I have the whole week to cover, practically. I haven't streamed since Tuesday night, which is crazy. I mean...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Come on. So we have to keep going, and we are going to keep going. We're going to go back north to Gaza, where people have been returning to places like Gaza City, which are completely destroyed. But they have been returning nonetheless. First, though... Wait, I just went too far. No, go back. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Whew. That was close. It was too close. A mother and daughter reunite in northern Gaza after 15 months apart.
I am very, very happy. I thank God that he kept them safe. The houses and the destruction are not a problem. The important thing is that they stayed alive, thank God. We will live in a tent. The important thing is that they are alive. Separation is hard and the waiting is harder. My granddaughter was only 2 years old when she left. Maybe she's forgotten me because there was no internet.
It's so sad. Mother thinking that her daughter's forgotten her because they've been separated for 15 months. However long it's been. It's just a terrible experience. I don't think any mother wants to have, you know, happen. Especially at a formative age like that. The sociological implications, you know, not good. Not good. And it's sort of perverse, not to overuse that word, but that you know, that she counts herself as being lucky. I think that's what she said. She's able to reunite with her family, because many people aren't, because their family was killed. Now, let's see what Caroline Leavitt, new White House speaker, whatever you call her, what's a press whatever, PR person. I can't think of the freaking name of that job right now. My brain is trying to access too many things, and I can't think of words. She had she had a response to a question I had, you know, this one I had tried to block out of my head, right? As to what Donald Trump meant by all of this. You might remember Donald Trump saying he was going to deport all of the pro-Hamas students, all the pro-Palestinian anti-war protesters that we saw at colleges earlier in 2024 and in 2023, but more in 2024. Let's see what her response when asked about this at the recent press briefing was.
Deanna. 2 questions on deportations, if I may. President Trump had said on the campaign trail that he would deport pro-Hamas students who are here on visas. And on his first day in office, he signed an executive order that said, quote, the U.S. must ensure that admitted aliens and aliens otherwise already present in the U.S. do not bear hostile attitudes towards its citizens, culture, government, institutions, or founding principles. So should we take this executive order as Trump saying he would be open to deporting those students who are here on visas but, you know, hold pro-Hamas sympathies?
The president is open to deporting individuals who have broken our nation's immigration laws. So if they are here illegally, then certainly he is open to deporting them. And that's what
Visa
this
isn't
administration is
illegal.
hard at work at doing. We receive data.
So what Caroline here is saying is that, sure, Donald Trump said a thing one time, but he didn't mean that. Come on.
Come on!
That's not fair. Don't make me answer for something Donald Trump said 2 months ago. That's too much. That is too much, man. But yeah, it's not really an answer. She just said Donald Trump plans to deport people who are here illegally. I'm not going to answer the question whether or not people who are on visas or otherwise that did protests are going to be deported. We're going to hold on to that for later. The cross is burning into your eyes. I'm sorry. She's going to be wearing one every single White House press briefing. You know that, right? You do know that, right? She will make a... I can tell. And she went to, I think, not just Catholic or like some sort of parochial school growing up. She also, I think, went to a Catholic college. Or, like, was it Catholic? Whatever it was. Point is, she's going to be making that a big point. At every single one of these press briefings, I'm sure she'll be reminding us just how great of a Christian she is. She wears that cross with such pride.
Jesus, I say that.
Let's go back to the families in Gaza. Here's some footage from 2 days ago now. Getting through the week. An incredible feeling of joy that no mind can imagine, a feeling of longing and eagerness to return to our place and our homes after the suffering and torment that we've seen.
كل شوي بناخذ نفس راحه وانا يعني شفقان على عيالي وبنات الاطفال انهم كيف قادرين يتواصلوا مع الطريق واحنا في الطريق.
The pain of loss and destruction
اللي احنا حاملينه عشان نقدر نكمل طريقنا.
that we have seen and heard about.
تركنا المي كبيناها لانه مش قادرين
Fatigue, suffering, and a rough road. The occupation did not leave. Fatigue, We walked about 3 kilometers and we needed to walk another 6 or 7. We might reach Beit al-Lahia on foot. I don't think we will find transportation. We might walk until nightfall. Every so often we take a break, and I feel sorry for my sons and daughters, the children who continue to walk on the road with me. Every so often we have to get rid of some of the things we carry in order to continue on our way. We even left the bread and food we brought with us. Oh my god, I can't imagine. Wow. That is insane. That is the first time we've heard of Palestinians leaving food behind. Considering the conditions, that's a very optimistic move. Hoping that aid will reach them wherever they're going. Alright. Where are we going next? Okay, yeah, let's talk about that aid that I was referencing. Unintentional segue to this next video. BBC News. Aid efforts critical in Gaza. No kidding.
Jordanian helicopters are flying aid into Gaza for the first time since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas started.
This is not an efficient way to get aid.
The aircraft are carrying urgently needed medical supplies.
I'm just going to point this out. A helicopter is not an efficient way to get aid, but of course, right now every single road in Gaza is basically destroyed aside from the main road through the middle that Israel built themselves on top of the rubble they created. And that only goes straight through the strip in the middle, so not going to be super helpful in getting aid around. But it just frustrates me to see aid coming in helicopters like this, because you can A, only fit so much of it, B, you know, you can't put it on pallets and put it on a truck, you got to put it in boxes like this. It's just not, you know, you know, where is Doge? Where is Doge on efficiency? Can we get the aid to the people faster? Please.
Into Gaza for the first time since the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas started more than a week ago. The aircraft are carrying urgently needed medical supplies to about 1.9 million displaced Palestinians. Aid efforts are critical in Gaza as tens of thousands of Palestinians make their way back to northern Gaza. Let's now speak to our correspondent Nick Beak, who is...
I'm sure if Elon was tasked with this, he would either do the most cruel thing or the most idiotic thing. You know, maybe build a tunnel. That doesn't work.
Jerusalem for us. Nick, the very fact that so many Palestinians are on the move within Gaza makes this humanitarian exercise even more complicated, doesn't it?
It does, Tanya, and the latest we're hearing is that now more than 370,000 Palestinians have made this journey from the south of the Gaza Strip across the checkpoint to the north, people returning to what remains of their homes, and at the same time aid agencies are saying that they're seeing for themselves the devastation there. They're talking about a real lack of water and electricity. It's worth pointing out that the same aid agencies are saying that in the past 10 days or so, they've really boosted the amount of aid getting into Gaza, coming in on trucks as part of this ceasefire deal. The figure is 600 trucks must be entering the territory every day. We know blankets are coming in, medicine, but still there is a real lack.
Yeah, to some degree, although for quite a while, Israel's been blocking even tents from coming into Gaza, so, you know. Actually, one of the first times I've heard that they're getting those items into Gaza. And, you know, the amount of trucks coming in is just woefully short of what's needed. And it's now twofold, right? The lack of infrastructure and the fact that Israel's still not assisting in this. They're still blockading it to some degree. They're still inspecting things to go in. Right? So I guess there's a difference between blockading and inspecting, but they're blocking certain items, right? And that's why they're inspecting, and that's why it's slowing down trucks coming in, right? Because if you have to inspect each one rather than just opening the gate and saying, go right ahead, right? Then it's going to take longer, right? That's science.
It's science.
Okay, now multiple hostage deals, hostage releases happened on both sides in the last 3 days, 2 days actually, I think, since we last spoke. Let's go to this BBC report now, where Israel named 3 hostages set to be released.
Now, let's turn from that to the Middle East, because in the last hour or so, the names of the 3 Israeli hostages set for release from Gaza tomorrow have been released. Abel Yehud, Agam Berger and Gadi Moses are expected to arrive back in Israel after being kidnapped by Hamas on October the 7th. 5 Thai citizens are also expected to be freed tomorrow with no exchange for Palestinian prisoners. There's been no information provided as to whether they will be returned alive. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem and to our correspondent, Wira Davis. And Wira, tell us more.
Yeah, well, as you said, this is the latest exchange of hostages for prisoners as part of this fragile ceasefire that's meant to last 6 weeks.
Precision of language, please.
Thank you, Katie Holmes. Yes, exactly. Precision of language, please. This is, we keep being told, everybody, it's not a genocide, it's a war. So if it's a war, they're not hostages, they're prisoners of war. Right? When does history start? Right? October 7th?
As part of this fragile ceasefire that's meant to last 6 weeks, this is the 3rd installation of the exchanges, and 3 people.
It's just the fact, all Palestinians that are prisoners, as BBC is reminding us with such ferocity, are of course tried in military tribunals rather than civilian courts, right? So, they just continue to weave a narrative with language, even though it's subtle. It exists, right? So we either call them all hostages or all prisoners of war. I refuse to distinguish in this language. Otherwise, aside from correcting BBC when they say these things, or AAP, or Reuters, or anybody else who's talked about this in the Western media,
are due to be released tomorrow, Thursday. Arbel Yehud, who's 29, she was in a kibbutz.
In fact, I think I might be the only person even saying that, actually. I haven't heard anybody else say this. It just came to me one day while we were talking about these prisoner exchanges that we were doing, or hostage exchanges, one of the two, not both at the same time. Right, so, because I don't think I've even heard Al Jazeera say it. I think they've said the same things as BBC, and I just think that we're just not being precise enough with our language, We need to be consistent, all right? Now, let's go here to 2 days ago, where there's footage here Reuters has showing internal refugees inside of Gaza, returning and seeing the utter destruction in places they haven't been in well over a year in many cases.
With most homes now reduced to piles of rubble, the joy felt by thousands of Palestinian families returning home after a ceasefire deal with Israel is now turning to despair. The cold reality of uninhabitable, bombed-out homes and dire shortages of basic supplies is setting in. Fahad Abu Jahum returned with his family to Jabalia from the Al-Mawazi area in South Gaza. The destruction they found was so widespread that they had no choice but to head back south.
I am displaced from Al-Mawasi in Khan Yunis. When they announced the ceasefire, they said the displaced could return north. We missed the north. My base is in the north, and my whole life is in the north in Jabalia camp. 3 days ago, we headed north, but it was destroyed. There was no life. Nothing. It's a very difficult situation.
A lack of running water forces many to queue for hours to fill plastic containers for drinking or cleaning. And at night, residential districts laid to waste by Israeli airstrikes sink into darkness. There is little.
Right, because there's no power and there's no infrastructure in Gaza, so there's just it's like camping in the ruins of former homes and whatever other structures might exist, or just not even that. Because honestly, that's pretty unsafe to be living inside of a recently bombed building. Cement could fall from the ceiling and kill you or hurt you, put an eye out, whatever else. The entire building could collapse suddenly when whatever piece of rebar was holding it up fails. Now, if you remember, we watched it earlier, like the day of, where Donald Trump said that he actually thought ethnically cleansing Gaza might be a good idea if, you know, Jordan and Egypt would just take all the Palestinians that are left and just sort of clean out Gaza and develop the real estate. In unhinged discussion with reporters on Air Force One. Here's Egypt's president responding to that.
بين بلدينا الشقيقين. ومناسبة ما يتردد بشأن موضوع تهجير الفلسطينيين. وأود أن أطمئن الشعب المصري.
I should be better at remembering which ones have subtitles and which don't. Okay, take two. Regarding what is being said about the displacement of the Palestinian people, I would like to reassure the Egyptian people that harm to Egypt's national security could never be tolerated or allowed. And I would like to reassure you that we intend to work with President Trump, who wants to achieve peace, and to reach the desired peace that is based on the two-state solution. And we believe that President Trump is capable of reaching this long-awaited goal. Really. Bringing just and sustainable peace in the Middle East region. Of course he can. Sure. The solution to this crisis, that is a result of this historic injustice, is not to remove the Palestinian people from their place. No. It is the establishment of the two-state solution. Side by side, security and peace for the Israeli citizen and security and safety for the Palestinian citizen. Historic injustice that has befallen the Palestinians who were displaced before and were unable to go back to areas that they were told they might return to after reconstruction. Is it possible that this should be repeated again? I don't think so. And I am saying that even if I asked the Egyptian people to do this, that they would all take to the Egyptian streets to say no. They would tell me, do not take part in injustice. Do not take part in injustice. And I am saying it very clearly, the displacement and removal of the Palestinian people from their place is an injustice that we will never participate in. Well, there you go. President El-Sisi of Egypt. I'm staying in the race. They're telling us resolutely, I would say, that he will not at all even entertain slightly the idea of removing Palestinians from Palestine into Egypt, as he sees that as a continuation of the historic injustices already have been waged on the Palestinians over the last 80 years. It's pretty clear. So it should be fascinating to see how Donald Trump, he probably won't respond to that, I'm sure. Now, let's see here, Guardian News from a day ago. More footage of Palestinian hostages being released in their third exchange with Israel. Israel has released 110 Palestinian prisoners as part of a ceasefire exchange deal with Hamas. As people celebrated in Khan Yunis as they welcomed the released prisoners. This is the third round of exchanges, as the Hamas-Israel ceasefire entered its second week. I salute the resilience of Gaza. Gaza, the symbol, the compass. Gaza, the source for the liberation of Al-Aqsa, God willing, and for the liberation of the remaining prisoners. There was also jubilation in the occupied West Bank, where many of the prisoners were also released. Drone footage shows large crowds gather to welcome the prisoners, or hostages, as they arrived in the city of Ramallah. The group freed on Thursday were all men aged between 15 and 69. Sweet. I'm sorry, no, just trying to lighten the mood. Although it was already pretty light. We're just talking about so many rough things. I am a child, I'm sorry. I gotta bring you the valuetainment somehow, and sometimes I resort to childishness, and I do what I do. Alright, what next? Where to? Oh, okay, yeah, I think we already saw this footage, right? This is a repeat one? Whatever, we'll watch more footage of Palestinian. Okay. Let's keep this going. Go here. This is from 18 hours ago. 3 more hostages to be released under Israel's ceasefire deal with Hamas.
Hamas have just released the names of the next 3 Israeli hostages to be freed as part of the Gaza ceasefire deal with Israel. They are Ofer Caldron, Keith Segal, and Yarden Bibas. The 3 men are expected to be released on Saturday in what would be the 4th hostage prisoner swap of the ceasefire. Let's go live to our correspondent Joe Inwood, who is in Jerusalem. So, Joe, the breaking news, we do now have these 3 names that we were expecting.
Yeah, Nikki, as you say, Keith Segal, Yarden Bibas and Ofer Calderon. The name which people may recognise first, I guess, is Yarden Bibas. The abduction of Mr. Bibas and his wife, Shiri, and their children, Ariel and Kfir, from near Oz was one of the defining images of the start of this conflict of October the 7th. These 2 tiny red-headed children being taken away in their mother's arms on a motorbike. And ever since then, there's been real concern around the fate specifically of Shiri and the 2 children. Hamas released a video in November 2023 which they said showed Yarden being told of the death of the rest of his family, they said, in an Israeli airstrike. And ever since then, there's been grave concern. The Israeli government say they knew of the fate but have never commented. And I think the fact that Yarden is being released and the rest of the family is not, it is being seen as all but confirming that he is the only one to have survived. Ofer Calderon, he was 53 when he was taken from the same kibbutz as Yarden and the rest of the Bibases. He's now 54. His children have already been released. They were taken as well, but were released in the first hostage deal back in November 2023. It is worth saying he did lose 2 family members on October the 7th. And then...
Okay. Now... hostage exchanges were happening all week, and this one slipped by. I did not hear about this until seeing this video earlier today, but this is Democracy Now! From yesterday, with this just horrifying little piece of news nuggetry here. Benjamin Netanyahu, accused war criminal, Prime Minister of Israel, will be coming to America, even with ICC and ICJ cases or arrest warrants out or already adjudicated to some degree. Going to be allowed into the U.S. to visit with Donald Trump in Washington, D.C.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Israel is scheduled to free 110 Palestinians, including 30 children, from its prisons after Hamas released 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals held hostage in Gaza since October 7, 2023. The exchange took place as Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, arrived in Israel and became the first senior American official to enter Gaza in nearly 15 years. Witkoff toured the Israeli-occupied Netzarim corridor separating northern and southern Gaza, embedded among Israeli soldiers. Witkoff is also meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's scheduled to visit Trump at the White House next week. Netanyahu's trip comes just 2 months after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu.
We're joined right now by Mohammed Shahada, writer and analyst from Gaza. He's Chief of Communications at Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, joining us from Copenhagen. Mohammed, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you talk about what unfolded today in Gaza, and as of the time of this broadcast, what is expected to unfold when it comes to the prisoners released by Israel, Palestinian prisoners?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Amy. So today, Hamas released
the volume.
a soldier that was captured from Nahal Oz, a Gamburger. In addition,
Sorry, I totally screwed you just now. I didn't even look at the volume on on the video. I'm going to do that again. I know nobody heard that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
Israel is scheduled to free 110 Palestinians, including 30 children, from its prisons after Hamas released 3 Israelis and 5 Thai nationals held hostage in Gaza since October 7, 2023. The exchange took place as Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, arrived in Israel and became the first senior American official to enter Gaza in nearly 15 years. Witkoff toured the Israeli-occupied Netzarim corridor separating northern and southern Gaza, embedded among Israeli soldiers. Witkoff is also meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's scheduled to visit Trump at the White House next week. Netanyahu's trip comes just 2 months after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu.
We're joined right now by Mohammed Shahada, writer and analyst from Gaza. He's Chief of Communications at Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, joining us from Copenhagen. Mohammed, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you talk about what unfolded today in Gaza, and as of the time of this broadcast, what is expected to unfold when it comes to the prisoners released by Israel, Palestinian prisoners?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Amy. So today, Hamas released an Israeli soldier that was captured from Nahal Oz, a Gamburger, in addition to 2 other civilian Israeli hostages that were released in Khan Yunis and 5 Thai workers. There's a significance in the way that the release was conducted. A Gamburger was released basically in Jabalia, an area that Israel has wiped out over a process of over 100 days of systematically destroying every single building in the city. Nothing is left standing. And in Khan Yunis, the other hostages were released right in front of Yahya Sinwar's house, also an area that Israel invaded, wiped out systematically, bombed indiscriminately. So in both, there is the attempt to say that Israel had no clue throughout these 15 months how to get the hostages out militarily, and the only way to get them out is through a ceasefire, which has been the position mediators has been reiterated.
1,000, 10 billion, however many times it's been said. Hold on. I want to get into where they talk about Benjamin Netanyahu. I think that doesn't he talk about Benjamin? Maybe he doesn't actually. No, I just remembered that. That's the only part about the Benjamin they talk about. But yeah, just write that down. Benjamin Netanyahu is coming to the United States to visit with President Trump, even though he's wanted at The Hague. All right. Now, while we're in the Middle East still, I figured we would go here and talk about the newly confirmed, what is she now? Secretary of the Intelligence. What's her goddamn it position? No, she hasn't been. I'm sorry. She hasn't been confirmed yet. That's right. That's right. She's just still a nominee. We listened to this part of the hearings earlier today. But what is her next job potentially? Director of National Intelligence, right? Okay. Let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard and her secret meeting with one Bashar al-Assad.
Illegal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
President Donald Trump's pick to oversee 18 intelligence agencies, including the FBI and CIA, is facing renewed scrutiny over an unannounced trip to Syria in 2017. The Wall Street Journal reviewed congressional filings and travel itineraries that detail 2 meetings Tulsi Gabbard had with then-President Bashar al-Assad. The previously undisclosed visit with the dictator raised alarms when it came to light.
Congresswoman, how do you explain your meeting with Assad to skeptical senators?
Critics say the meetings reflect a pattern of her questioning U.S. intelligence and embracing Washington's adversaries, while supporters argue that her positions represent an anti-war, non-interventionist perspective. Here's what the documents and the meetings they reveal indicate about the nominee's approach to U.S. intelligence and foreign threats. Gabbard's trip came on the heels of Assad and his Russian backers retaking the city of Aleppo. It had been the last major rebel stronghold in the country's nearly 6-year civil war. The loss was a strategic blow to the numerous factions in the conflict, which included a mix of foreign-backed groups, secular-leaning rebels, and U.S.-designated terrorists.
Also,
By the time Gabbard
groups.
left for Syria in 2017...
I love how Wall Street Journal just leaves it out. As if the United States wasn't funding at least one group in this conflict.
More than 135,000 civilians had been killed in the uprising, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, and the consequences of Assad's crackdown had caught the world's attention.
I need that, Donald. I appreciate that, buddy.
Congressional disclosure forms submitted...
I really do need that coffee. And actually, give me 2 seconds. Let me just grab a drink. I can do that. You just watch this. I'll be right back. I've already seen it.
Office after her return from Syria included 2 itineraries. A proposed itinerary, which was approved by the House Committee on Ethics before she left, has no mention of Assad. The final itinerary says it reflects more meetings than the proposed itinerary. This final itinerary shows that a meeting with Assad came 45 minutes after Gabbard arrived in Damascus from Beirut and lasted about an hour and a half. The document says Gabbard then had a 1-hour meeting with First Lady Asma al-Assad, a London-born Syrian banker who had been under international sanctions since 2012 because of her ties to the regime. The next day, video shot by Gabbard's spouse shows the Congresswoman touring Aleppo, where she met with humanitarian workers and religious leaders. Gabbard later said that they called for peace and an end to foreign support of terrorists who were trying to rid Syria of its secular, pluralistic, free society.
We are not having rebels. We have terrorists.
The day after that, documents show Gabbard met with Walid al-Muallim, the country's foreign minister, who had previously accused the U.S. and its allies of supporting terrorist groups seeking to destabilize the Assad regime. Immediately after, Gabbard met again with the Syrian president. On the final day in Syria, the itinerary shows a 1.5-hour meeting with Syrian political opposition leaders, some of whom Gabbard said led protests against the Assad regime at the beginning of the conflict in 2011. A Trump administration spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment. During an interview days after the trip, the Congresswoman discussed her reason for the visit, which she'd previously described as a fact-finding trip organized by peace advocates.
I wanted to see if there was, in some small way, a way that I could express the love and the aloha.
The love and the aloha? Wow. That's so great, Tulsi. That's how you spread the aloha. You support dictators. That's good. That's smart. For fuck's sake. Okay. I'm going to take a break now. And then we'll hit up Asia. Bunch of places there we got to talk about. It is still Lunar New Year's, after all. Or at least, a greater portion of it. It's like the 12 days of Christmas, okay? You get 14 or 15 days or something like that of Lunar New Year's. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, right. All right, everyone. I think this is going to be our last break. Uh-oh, what just happened? My stream software just... Oh, there we are. Anyways, hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you've hit the like button and subscribed already if you're still here. Still got a lot left to talk about, but while you are, taking this short break, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network here, where we are completely funded by viewers like you. That way we're not gonna suddenly start saying billionaires are good and actually, democratic socialism, whatever, luxury space communism, and all that, it's stupid, no, that's not happening. Not gonna be selling out to Poly Market anytime soon, thanks to people like you. Anyway, chat, so many great ways for you to do that, of course. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, which we've been getting a bunch of. We might be getting close to another emote here soon. Also, we have Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, that's right, the Galactic Patreon community. Only $3 US, count them. Earth dollars. So many space benefits. You know them. Get an avatar, shout outs, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, I will be right back. Enjoy this short space break. fall asleep doing the news. I guess that would be valutating in its own way. Okay. All right. Let's leave Syria and Tulsi Gabbard and go on. Talk about a different place. A bit east of there, Myanmar. Where the military junta, which controls the country, has extended its state of emergency for election preparations. Yeah, you gotta prepare for the non-democratic elections. Cool. Whoops. Right here, there we go.
Myanmar's ruling military has extended a state of emergency for another 6 months, state media reported on Friday. The announcement came a day ahead of the 4th anniversary of a coup, and as the country gears up to hold an election, widely seen as an effort by the ruling generals to gain legitimacy. Myanmar has been locked in a civil war triggered by a military takeover in 2021, which overthrew the elected civilian government of Nobel Peace Prize winner Aung San Suu Kyi after a decade of tentative democracy. The next election has no set date, but tensions are set to rise ahead of the anticipated ballot as many forces oppose the junta. Voting will only take place in about half the country, and dozens of opposition groups are banned. As both sides push to increase their control of territory,
we're only gonna let the good half vote. Can't have any bad seeds voting. Just the loyalists.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Illegal.
Well, there you go. You gotta keep the military rule until you have the fake election. I mean, come on. That only makes sense, people. Stop thinking about it so hard, okay? If you barely think about it, then it makes sense. That's your problem, not mine. All right, now let's go to a place where a different tragedy, a separate one, because there's been already one that we talked about, but another death, not just a death, but a mass death event has happened at the Mahakumbh festival in India, where millions and millions of Hindus are gathering for this event, but with it comes, some logistical problems that could lead to tragedies like this. But first, let's see this story, which came out, I think, right before it happened.
Around 400 million people are expected to attend India's 6-week Mahakumbh Mela festival. Fatalities have occurred already. Dozens were killed in the camp in the early days of the gathering, as tens of millions gathered to take a dip in river water sacred to Hindus. Local authorities in Prayagraj.
Mereka adalah warga sipil biasa yang tidak melakukan perlawanan. Mereka bukan pelaku kejahatan, mereka bukan pelaku tindakan kriminal, akan tetapi mereka dibombardir tembakan dengan begitu kejinya.
Something's wrong.
Kejahatan, mereka bukan pelaku tindakan kriminal, akan tetapi mereka dibombardir tembakan dengan begitu kejinya.
Hold on, I'm gonna reload this. Sometimes it just goes rogue and it starts playing 2 videos at once, even if I'm only looking at 1 video. And I don't know how that happens. Sound? Now we have no sound. Oh, I know why.
69,000 LED and solar lights illuminate the paths through the settlement.
Failing all of you.
How rude.
Very sorry. Let's try take 3. How's that sound?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Around 400 million people are expected to attend India's 6-week Mahakumbh Mela festival. Fatalities have occurred already. Dozens were killed in a crush in the early days of the gathering, as tens of millions gathered to take a dip in river waters sacred to Hindus. Here's how authorities in Prayagraj are managing the mammoth crowds at what is set to be the world's largest gathering. A temporary city has sprung up across around 10,000 acres on the riverbanks, the size of 7,500 soccer fields. Within it are 150,000 tents to accommodate visitors, and almost an equal number of toilets. About 69,000 LED and solar lights illuminate the paths through the settlement, kept clean by 15,000 sanitation workers. Authorities are using CCTV cameras, drones and tethered drones to monitor the festival area, along with anti-drone craft to find and remove unauthorised drones. They are also using underwater drones that can operate to a depth of 3,330 feet and can function in low-light conditions. To help reunite families separated.
So yeah, as you can see, a lot of preparations go into this. But when you gather as many people in one spot as this, there's going to be potential for disasters to happen. When you also create like a situation where people are trying to get to one specific area, the movement of crowds creates problems, you know? There's like an entire science around crowd management for that reason. And unfortunately, as this is a religious festival, people get a little out of hand, a little too excited to get to the you know, the river and, you know, and to bathe. And it, yeah, stuff like this can happen. We were not even really talking. I didn't even talk. We haven't even actually talked about it. Let's just go to this now. All right, that was actually the review of the things that are going into the attempts at crowd management in this festival. This was the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of this crowd crush event. Many people got up from the ground, and I also got up to leave. There was a stampede. I came here. I have not taken a bath yet. I'm trying to get there. We're gonna go to BBC now. This was from around the same time. 2 days ago, sorry. I was reading the wrong video.
At least 30 people have been killed and 60 injured in a crush at the Kumbh Mela festival in northern India. Witnesses described chaotic scenes as people tried to escape the crush with belongings scattered on the ground. The Kumbh Mela is one of the world's biggest religious festivals, and up to 100 million people are there today to take part in a bathing ritual in the Ganges. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has offered his condolences. While reporters have been talking to some of the people who were caught up.
This is interesting. I had not even considered this, and I haven't actually. I should have listened to like Wobegon or some other media outlet. I don't know if they did any better. But if this is true, that would be that would be a real story. I haven't heard anything about that, but if you know Narendra Modi or the government itself is just covering up, and people died. In this, that would be a huge story. I'll try and look into that for maybe later this weekend.
Crush, and a warning, you may find some of what they say distressing.
There was a huge crowd gathered for bathing when suddenly people started climbing over each other, leading to pushing and shoving.
There was a massive crowd coming from both sides, those going for the ritual bath and those returning. I was sitting near a barricade, and in the midst of the pushing and shoving, the entire crowd fell upon me, trampling me as it moved forward. When the crowd surged, elderly people and women were crushed, and no one came forward to help.
Okay. Let's move on from this horrifying story for now. And let's go a little further east and south to Indonesia. As there's been protests there recently, but for context of some of those protests, I figured we'd watch this video from CNA. This was from a month ago, discussing Indonesian undocumented or illegal migrant workers crossing what is essentially, what is that? Oh god, what ocean is that right there? Oh my god. But yeah, crossing open ocean to get to Malaysia in order to work.
Thousands of Indonesian migrant workers enter Malaysia illegally every year. Many make the dangerous journey across the rough waters of the South China Sea. They say they are willing to risk it all: arrests, deportation, even possibly death. CNE's Naval Ryder spoke to them about their experience and why they attempt the rescue voyage again and again.
This looks like a regular fishing vessel, but tiny wooden boats such as this are actually used to smuggle undocumented migrant workers to Malaysia from Indonesia.
This is one of the sea routes frequently used by people smugglers to ferry migrant workers between Batam, Indonesia and Johor or Malacca in Malaysia. As you can see, the sea is already choppy, but the waves will get substantially bigger as we enter the Singapore Strait, let alone the open waters of the South China Sea.
The smugglers often set sail under the cover of darkness or in poor weather conditions to avoid detection from coast guards. The vessels are usually well over capacity, with more than 60 people crammed inside tiny hulls.
Di dalam kapal, kita pertama masuk saja disuruh duduk kayak gini.
Oh shit, wait, hold on.
Barbar lah.
I wasn't reading the... I couldn't see where the... I think... fairly certain they had subtitles when I watched this last. Oh, I know what it is. It's this. There's translations. Right? Am I right? Go. What are you doing? Don't be a dick. What? Come on. Yeah.
Di dalam kapal, kita pertama masuk saja.
Get up on my sides. So do you need... but above? The other, but I mean, you know, you need... Oh wait, these are completely different. Wait, I see more subtitles. Wait, and they're completely different. Wait, hold on. This is wrong. I just realized everything is wrong. Look, they have different subtitles down here that are completely different from the subtitles we were getting from YouTube. You see it? Look. This isn't even close to what is being said there. You see what I mean? That's crazy. I wonder why that is. Alright, I'm just gonna move on from this story. It's fucking me up. Fucking me up. Now, recently, in response to something that happened that wasn't even covered, I couldn't find a single story on the actual incident. But protests have started in Indonesia after apparently Malaysian authorities shot and killed migrant workers. And this was at the Malaysian embassy in Indonesia. For the struggle of Indonesian workers. They were ordinary citizens who did not put up a fight. They were not criminals. But they were bombarded with cruelty and with gunfire. It's horrifying. It's terrifying. We urge the Malaysian government through the Malaysian embassy to seriously open this case transparently, to prosecute and jail the police officers who allegedly committed the cruel murder of Indonesian migrant workers. Okay, now we're next. Let's talk China a little bit. We got a couple of stories here, as well as I snuck in some more Lunar New Year footage at the end. But before we do that, hold on. I want to listen to this guy. Here's Eric Schmidt saying some stuff I found utterly insane. Talking about war with China. Tomorrow. Just asking questions. Just for no reason. He's not considering it. Come on.
Chairman, and I'll start where Mr. Sankar left off and ask a question, and either all three of you feel free to chime in. I also serve on the Commerce Committee, and to my surprise, in my first year, I was named the ranking member of the Space and Science Subcommittee. I would not have put that on my bingo card in coming into the Senate in my first 2 years, but I found it fascinating because of the innovation that's happening.
He's got jokes.
Space, driven by the commercial private sector, right? One of the things that we were able to do was to extend the learning period, which is kind of essentially allowing these companies to innovate. Regulations that would come really sort of follow the path of what has worked. So not to artificially constrain the innovation on the front end with a bunch of bureaucrats who are just sort of making it up, not really knowing where the,
The destruction of the Chevron doctrine sort of makes that almost a guarantee in this government. But also, I love how Eric Schmidt is here to tell us about how regulations are constraining U.S. companies. Meanwhile, in China, you think there's no regulations in China, Eric? Is that what you're saying? You're telling me that the Chinese Communist Party is more free market than the United States? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? Or what is he trying to tell us? Because right, because aren't they communists, right? They're against free markets, and they love regulations and all this stuff, right? And, I'm just confused. Are you as confused as I am? Because Eric is saying that we need less regulations to help. Maybe what the lesson he should be learning is we need communism. Maybe that's what it is.
Allowing these companies to innovate in any regulations that
maybe that'll do it.
Really sort of follow the path of what has worked. So not to artificially constrain the innovation on the front end with a bunch of bureaucrats who are just sort of making it up, not really knowing where the,
like Peter Thiel,
the rules of the road really should be.
Or Elon Musk.
I'm wondering, is there a scenario, or how would we construct something similar? I mean, we're all getting at this challenge of innovation. And how do you unlock it in what seems to be a Pentagon that has just sort of been captured by centralized planning? I mean, I think our great advantage against communist China is our ability to innovate. They're really good at copying. We're really good at innovating.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize people didn't know who this was. This is Eric Schmidt. He's a senator from Missouri. He's a Republican. And this is the Senate Armed Services Committee, where they're holding questions about Defense Department innovation and reform.
But if we hamstring our ability to innovate, we lose our advantage, right? So this example of a learning period as it relates to commercial space, what would be a version in your mind that we could, sort of replicate in the NDAA?
Well, I think the commercial space is a great example where, SpaceX wasn't given the monopoly. They had to earn it. We had multiple competing approaches to get to space, and they thought that they could do that at a price performance level no one else could.
This guy's kissing Elon's ass right now.
And I think if we applied that more generally, which is like the inductive bottoms-up innovation is the American spirit, that is our competitive advantage. How do we get more shots on goal for all of the efforts we're going to? Less certainty in the top-down centralized planning, more space to have new performers, new entrants present.
So we need the U.S. government to be more like SpaceX, is that what he's saying? Fuck off.
Come on!
Yeah, and that's basically how this all goes. And eventually, I think he, goes on talking about potential war with China. I think it's like here? Something like that. Something crazy.
We will be able to field the cutting edge technologies we need.
Oh, it's so exciting. He's beaming.
To chime in too. So in addition to, in our meeting prior to this hearing, we talked a little bit about having the competition among services was an idea. Combatant commanders having some flexibility to adjust. So whether it's sort of a separate pot of money dedicated for that. We've talked about in this committee about having a separate pot for smaller players, the disruptors who might come into the marketplace. What other concrete ideas exist? And I guess, because I won't have time to ask the second question, but in the context of, if we were at war right now, like let's say we're at war with China, like what would we do differently? Like what would we do differently that we're not doing now?
Yeah, just quickly, and happy to do a follow-up, but I think we leverage the full, I go back to this industrial network. We have tremendous commercial capacity we aren't tapping into.
When I hear them praising Elon Musk and talking about fighting a technological war or a real war with China at the Senate Armed Services hearing, I just start imagining SpaceX launching fucking rockets through low Earth atmosphere and all sorts of other insane shit. Help me.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Follow the rich white man.
Oh god, it's terrible. But you know what else happened that almost went completely unnoticed and should have gotten as much, if not more, coverage than the DeepSeek thing? Because DeepSeek is technically supposedly as good. Although, I mean, I guess not necessarily more. But I just found it hilarious that this happened days after DeepSeek surpassed ChatGPT by way of open source technology and $6 million rather than hundreds of billions or whatever has been spent on this technology here in the United States. More than that, trillions, technically, if you count like investing in the companies themselves. I do. And, well, literally 2 days ago, Alibaba released a different AI model that it says is even better than DeepSeek. How is that possible?
The artificial intelligence race ramped up a notch this week and shows
We need volume. No, you're screwing us.
has released an AI model it claims surpasses the highly.
Sorry, my stream software wasn't moving fast enough. And this is also super quiet, so we need this volume jacked up. Alright, take two.
The artificial intelligence race ramped up a notch this week and shows no signs of slowing down. Alibaba has released an AI model it claims surpasses the highly acclaimed DeepSeek V3. The Chinese tech giant announced a new version of its Qwen 2.5 AI model on Wednesday. The timing of the release is unusual as it lands on the first day of the Lunar New Year, when most Chinese people are off work and with their families. It could point to the pressure Chinese AI startup DeepSeek has placed on both overseas rivals and local competition. Alibaba said its latest version of Qwen outperforms DeepSeek, OpenAI and Meta's most advanced open-source AI models. This month's release of DeepSeek's AI assistant has shocked Silicon Valley and caused tech shares to plunge. The firm's supposed low development and usage costs led investors to question huge spending plans by leading AI firms in the US. But DeepSeek's success has also led to a scramble among its domestic competitors to upgrade their own AI models. The predecessor of DeepSeek's...
There we go. Now, I don't know how much Alibaba spent on theirs, but it is pretty wild to have something like that happen in the same week as the DeepSeek thing, literally days after. But of course, Alibaba has to be competitive. Jack Ma, and they've been spending money over there. I don't know how much, but I had heard that they were working on something. All right, let's go to this. Here's a not so exciting montage of photos released by Kim Jong-un's government in North Korea, showing him perusing a recently finished nuclear facility, I believe, or at least, actually, I don't think it's recently finished. It was, that was a mistake. What do I mean? There's like some aspect of this. I can't remember exactly what it was, but like some aspect of this is supposedly new. So I guess that makes it recently finished, right? Nah, I don't think that counts. Either way, there we go. Just rows and rows of what appear to be some kind of nuclear technology. I am not sure. I'm not a nuclear scientist. So I don't actually know what those are. Could be for enrichment of uranium. I don't know. It could be for centrifuging it. I literally couldn't tell you, because it also doesn't help that there's no sound or context aside from that it's a nuclear facility. But yeah. All right. Now, let's go to another situation. This is actually from almost like the same day. It was the night. Was this the night before? I can't remember. I think this might have been the night before, or like of the same day. But in South Korea, there was a different plane-related incident. This was not a collision, but on a runway in Seoul, I think, a plane just caught fire just out of the blue. I think it might have something to do with like lithium-ion batteries or something like that. I could be wrong, but it's insane. Like the footage of it, like, the whole top of this thing is just burned to a crisp, gone. Looks like it was in a movie or something. The GNN Discord. Are there people in here who aren't in the GNN Discord? Because you can be in it even if you're not a Patreon subscriber. You just get access to a specific channel inside of the Discord. By the way, anybody who clicks that link, remember to accept the rules, otherwise you won't get access to any of the Discord aside from the welcome page. But definitely get in there. It's getting pretty lively, even though it's not even that big. We've got like 1/10 of our subscribers in there. But it's still it's a happening place where all sorts of stuff is done. Votes on different things, including emotes. Right now there's an emote vote going on. We originally voted for all the emotional support characters inside of the Discord. All sorts of Discord happening in the Discord. I know, it's crazy.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Now let's go to this, because with all of this news, in Samsung's recent reporting, apparently AI chips have suddenly, the sales of AI chips have slowed dramatically. Let's go here. This is from yesterday. See what Samsung has to say.
Samsung warned of slow AI chip sales over the first quarter of the year. In an earnings call Friday, the South Korean tech giant said that's due to recent US restrictions that aim to tighten the flow of advanced chips to China. Chinese customers
we're blaming the restrictions? Okay.
Okay,
never mind.
Sales of HBM,
you say so.
Or high bandwidth memory chips. Those have been a bright spot in a weak chip market thanks to the AI boom. But Samsung, the world's biggest memory chip maker, is playing catch-up to its smaller local rival, SK Hynix, which is Nvidia's main supplier of such chips.
Okay. Now, let us go to our second to last story, technically, as the last few videos are all the same stories. I'm going to give you a clap. Penultimate story, not video. But let's go here to Japan. Something I think I've seen people talk about already doing in their own lives. And maybe something we should all consider with the state of things. If, you know, you have the room for such a thing. Let's think about growing our own food. What do you say?
37-year-old Kazuki Nakata carefully tends to his plants in the small yard outside his home in Kawasaki, Japan. What started as a hobby during the COVID-19 pandemic has become a valuable source of fresh produce for his family as he grows his own vegetables. Cabbage prices in Japan made headlines this month in Tokyo, soaring to 1,000 yen, or nearly $6.50, around the average minimum hourly wage.
$7, basically $7,
driving up the cost of living in a country
for one
with
cabbage.
stagnant wages.
Can you imagine? I saw this earlier. Like there was like some sort of a community post that I saw. I was like, wait, what? How much is a cabbage in Japan right now? Get the fuck out.
Come on! That's too much, man!
Many items driving up the cost of living in a country with stagnant wages. As the cost of living rises, Nakata's family feels the financial benefits of homegrown food more than ever.
I didn't start out with my family's finances in mind, but when I think of how much it helps with the household budget, now that prices are going up, I'm glad I got into this hobby.
In 2023, Nakata left his job at an electronics store to focus on growing vegetables. He grows 47 types of vegetables, including lettuce, onions, and daikon radishes, in empty plastic bottles, drink cans, and even his bicycle basket.
Wow, those are some innovative solutions. But yeah, you know, you can grow pretty much anywhere if you get a light source. You don't even need a window. You could just use an LED light. You can grow things. You got soil and a cup or a bottle or any of those other crazy things. Egg carton. So many things you can grow stuff in. Reduce your spending. Reduce your carbon footprint as well. This could have gone anywhere, but I figured I'd just leave it here where we would normally talk Japan news. Relate to some Japanese people in Japan who are, you know, dealing with inflation as well. That's why their Federal Reserve has been attempting to raise rates. They think it's going to solve it. Could. Didn't really solve it here so much, but who knows. All right, let's go on. Last story. My God, 8.5 hour long stream already. We haven't even done the after stream. It's wow, crazy. All right, like I told you all earlier this week, Lunar New Year's has started. We were streaming on Lunar New Year's Eve, and people are still celebrating stuff all around the world. We're gonna keep going through these videos. Oopsies, I just hit the mute button. That was good. Good job, me. Come on. No, don't do that either. Don't fuck with me. Oh, I did it. You did it. You did it, and I hate you for it.
We
want to see good omens on the first day of the new year. The past year, people experienced a lot of things. And we hope our lives can get better in the coming days. We are Chinese, and we are influenced by thousands of years. Thousands of years of history and culture. Our cultures just exist in our blood. Is that right? Both tangible and intangible. Oh, so it doesn't. That was a bad translation. I think. I don't think that's what he said. Okay. Now let's go to Hong Kong. I see a red envelope in chat. By the way, do consider giving a red envelope to your favorite galactic stream. We do accept red envelopes by way of super chats, super stickers, memberships, really any of those things. I'm going to count as a red envelope. Yeah, Chinese people, well, getting down here in Hong Kong. I feel like I'm definitely going to get struck for this music. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Look at these two. Both wearing red, of course, because it's good luck to wear red on New Year's, of course. Remember that. That's why you see so much red around. Everybody's embracing it. She's so excited. Ah! She immediately switches to English out of nowhere. Wow. They got dancing, they got commentary, they got acrobatics.
Brought to you by the unbeatable dance group from India. We've got the 2020 America's Got Talent champion.
Ooh, 2020 America's Got Talent champion in Hong Kong for New Year's. Lunar New Year's.
China! I have to have my China.
So much red everywhere. They are getting serious with the Lunar New Year here in Hong Kong. My gosh, the fanfare, the pageantry, the showmanship, it's all here. One place. Even, what? Diz? Oh my god, they got Mickey and they got Minnie. They got Goofy. I mean, what is this? They got I can't even think of it now. What's it called? Brazilian. Oh my god, why can't I think? Why is my brain broken? There's also no music. They probably had to mute it. They probably had to mute it. I've lived this. I've lived that one before. Why can't I? Anybody? Somebody? Please help me. What is happening? Why can't I think of the word that describes what we're looking at right now? Anyways, as you can see, everything and anything, it's all happening here. It's just, I'm trying to just hit every spot for like 2 seconds because it's all just a bunch of, it's all like super copyrighted. I think I can get like maybe 3 seconds in without getting struck. I don't know. Hard to say. All depends on how many measures there are. There you go. All right. Mardi Gras, but no, kinda. Carnival. Thank you, Steven Sticks. Knew I was going with that. Mardi Gras kind of described it, but Carnival. That is the word I was looking for. Really appreciate you. You deserve this. Little round of applause. Okay, well. And it's the end of my list. Well, we got to the end of another show, chat. It was quite long and arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through this difficult journey. But that's gonna be it for me tonight. I hope that you enjoyed. Until I see you next. As always, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. And of course, I could not forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, D Cypher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monob, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Nadia, Choki. Did I say Mono up? I'll say it again. Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James Alex. It's getting hard to remember where I am in this list. It's very long. It's crazy. But you too can help produce the show, just like all the people that you see before you right now. For just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, everyone. Galactic Afterstream engaged. Relax and bask in the glory. The glory which many of you have helped to create. With all your generous contributions.